Dozer box to the 1875. Air attack on ground tactical.
I am so sorry, guys, that I have to restart the stream every once in a while because YouTube doesn't save anything that goes over 12 hours. So I just understood, oh man, what if I come back in the late afternoon when all hell's breaking loose and then I have to kick people and restart it? That's not going to be a good thing. So I'm so very sorry, and I beg your patience with that. I'm going to go and try to take a nap. This is really tense. The fact that so many communities are in danger today, especially on the Dixie fire, expected to go over 395 today, as they said in the morning meeting. So I'm going to try to get as much sleep as I can and come back. I'll try to come back around 2, somewhere between 2 and 3. Very sorry, guys. I'm leaving you now. Thank you, mods, for holding the fort. I'll see you guys soon, I hope. But I'm pretty exhausted.
Copies direct, thank you. Task Force 1473 West Air Attack, air to ground tactical. Task Force 1473 in Division Romeo, air attack on air-to-ground command. Number 1, do that. VIP northeast, you'll see the prominent column by Lake Davis. Campus. Task Force 273, West Air Attack Air to Ground Command. Task Force 1470 over in Division Romeo, Air Attack Air to Ground Tactical. Any resources in the Silver Lake area of Division Romeo, Air Attack on Air to Ground Command. Okay, hey, we're overhead in the Division Romeo area over by Silver Lake. Understand you're going to be working off that occurred just to the east of Silver Lake. Wanted to touch base with you, see if you have any air support needs. Are you able to come up on air ground command with air attack? Yeah, I've been talking to him for a while now. I'm still at 140 and I was told by Romeo that one of their strike teams was headed in there. That's what he's trying to raise. Unfortunately, they're not hearing him. Division Romeo Trinity, West Air Attack Command, Air to Ground Command. I have been in contact now just recently with 1473 Trinity. Confirm he's going to be in there as well. Understood. Thank you. Yes, on Ridge, 6,500 below. Need to come to Lake Davis, 6,500 below. Trainee, air to ground tactical. Good, thank you, and things are looking good in that swap area right now, and understand it's going to be 68 Foxtrot. We'll wait for them to come up. If you see them or talk to them, you could just have them come up to me on the underground tactical when they get in there, advise.
Pre-calibate.
Helco release at 11:30.
Battery copies, Helco relief at 11:30.
Go backwards, start some high terrain, and work through that dozer line where the ground forces have the fire control to be over there.
I just want to sign with you. We made it to the boulder on the 27 grid. Hey, Milford.
Repeat.
Just signed with you. We made it to the boulder on the 27.
Hi, copy.
Contingency branch 16. You're able to meet me at drop point 146 at about 30. That's affirmative. Last contingency branch 16 fine. I'll see you at drop point 146. In 30 minutes. Branch 16, last and contingency copies.
Command, information. We're not able to work the Helco platform up into that area due to this. West Zone air attack on air-to-ground command. Just information, we weren't able to work the Helco platform up into Quebec Bogart area due to biz. Which traffic for the air traffic on the air tactical receipt. Okay, copy that. Shadow Canyon Alpha. And could you give me a lat long where they can report through down there? Tactical repeat. There on the same frequency, go ahead with your traffic. confirm 1 Type 1, have it come expected in about 20 minutes or so. Telco, air attack, your rotor. Yeah, Shadow Canyon was able to work down there on one of those slots, identified a spot where they could use some bucket support tank ship, and was curious whether you'd like me to go direct to Battle Creek, or you can order it up, route it to Juniper Dip, and then have them contact me on the rotor 2, and I'll pick them up, direct them into Silver Lake. Just advised, and if you want to get that started out of Battle Creek, we'll wait for their call there at Juniper Dip on rotor 2. Test. Type 1.
21, go ahead.
0, 0.
traffic was for last and suppression repair. I copy. Shannon, do you have his any contact with him via cell phone? This is Sierra trying to get a hold of him.
He's supposed to be tying in with branch at CP 146 here in about 15 minutes.
I copy. If you see him, can you let him know Sierra has a couple needs if we can work it out together?
Yeah, affirmative.
Alpha, Milford Group, command. Sector, command. Latin sector, Latin contingency. They're meeting at 146. That's affirmative. I copy. Hey, I'm going to meet you over there here, but right now I want to put a stop to what we're doing on Highway 44 until we talk. Copy. Is there, or are you still doing shift tickets? Trying to get somebody in there to get 44 Golf out. Sitting there at 602. Alpha there at 602. Could you get them to come up on the radio or give me, Milford, phone a call? No, 3 Alpha. Milford Group, attack. 1103 Alpha, try team leader to come up on the radio. More. If they haven't made it to drop flight 602, when they make it there, 2032 equipment box in that one. Those are E2032 equipment boxes.
Stands out pretty good. Big, rocky escarpment before you get. Consider him.
Hey, start getting to your buses. 11 Alpha is coming in to lead you. Follow the road.
For 6805 Foxtrot, air tact, air to ground tact. Copy that. Just wanted to touch base with you, see if you had any needs for aircraft this morning. Traffic for the air tac on air. Ground tactical, go ahead. Copy set. Comes up, we'll probably be up until about 11:30 or so, then we'll get the Helcom flapper up. Air tac, I'll be with you in a second. West Helco, West Air tac, copies direct on your frequency. We're going to swap over to rotor 2, wait for their call.
Daily on command. Go ahead. Yeah, communications daily, and all night resources are off the line.
tax. The 1473 Trinity air attack aircraft. But you understand you have to request. Okay, copy box 35, and you got a swap down in that area. .73 trainee air attack. Go to air-to-ground command and I'll meet you there. Janesville branch. Milford Group Command. Janesville branch, Milford Group Command. Two Celsius. 1,3002. Transition from User Lake to Silvertip, 3,000 and low. Advise what the pump conditions are down there. We're not able to really see down in that area. When we get you in there, we'll work you into where your ground contact is going to be. Thank you. 1473 air attack air-to-ground command. Clear. A lot of traffic on the air-to-ground tactical, so I'd like to just do it here. Okay, copy. That's going to be in section 35, correct? Okay, go ahead with some coordinates if you don't mind in a ground contact. Okay, copy. I've got 4030.26 by 121.09.33. correct. We'll try to get you something coming in. How large is the slop? 20 to 30 acres. Affirmative. I'd like to give you a coordinates for you to go over and check. They're advising they've got a slop down in this area.
Okay, so we're ready to copy coordinates. Also, Silver Lake, one to the east or the west?
I believe it's the one to the east.
We're ready for coordinates.
Okay, copy coordinates 4030.6 by 121.09.33. Your ground contact will be engine 8190.
Yeah, he's going to reconfigure that for us. 9.33, engine 8190.
That's correct, sir. Air pass distance down to 9,000. Again, you under this concern.
Okay, so that's
Correction on that, 10,000. Air tack on air to ground tactical. Yep, we're going to be working crane 37 Sierra in to help you with that area in there that you're having troubles with. Confirm you have active fire outside the line. Copy that. We're going to give you priority then for those two small spots. Let us know when you get them wrapped up, and then we'll put over to the other Division Sierra over there. Yeah, affirmative. The identifier is going to be copter helitanker 37 Sierra. No joy as descending, so we're going to climb back up to 11,000. Copy that. In the ground cruiser reporting there's a couple 20-foot spots or so outside the line over there. 8190 is just up with me on the underground tactical. Shadow Canyon, air attack on there to ground. 88, 1177. We'll get them over to you shortly. Okay, coordinates 4029.20 by 121.07.49. Your ground contact for that one will be Shadow Canyon Alpha.
Golf. Night, Milford, contact. 1177 on command. Equipment boss Kennedy, equipment boss minor 1177. Would you like to still water drop? Out of Canyon Alpha 3. We had a hose lay there. Is that line there where you wanted that first drop? Eagle Hill Base West Zone Air Attack. 44 Golf. Night Milford on command.
feet within the cabin, held up in the grass. Minimal fire behavior in here, just smoldering in the grass.
How much longer are you going to hang before you start hiking out? You're going to be there for a little while.
Here about 20 more minutes, checking out some snags and hazard trees, see if they'll impact the structure, and we'll be out probably about 90 to 100 minutes hike out.
All right, copy that. Thanks. 1103 Alpha, Milford Group, command. More. Milford Group, command. Equipment boss, more. Milford Group, attack. Has left, returning to camp. Close out. The road, did you see any Vallecita buses? They work back. We're just, you guys just stuff on this. Get a line of cards. Canyon Alpha, yeah, secret scope pointed at me on going out truck hell. Down to the light run. I copy 44 Golf is headed out. Task Force 1473, Sierra Command.
Communications, Night, Milford Group, on command.
Night, Milford Group, West Communications, go ahead.
All Night, Milford resources are off the line.
Night, Milford, West Communication, copies.
Work the copter over in Division Sierra for a little bit until you guys get into that spot size of the size up and whatnot. Hilco's also inbound, so you'll be able to make contact with him, and he'll be able to get a better vantage point and get some resources ordered up if smoke conditions will mingle.
Send them direct to the last canyon dip site, which they should have. That'll basically route them right over Dixie dip, over towards Massachusetts on your head.
We'll get them over a little bit, confirm you're going to be okay for a minute or two.
Keep working.
Sierra Air Tax, you copy that traffic I just had with engine 8190 on the air-to-ground tactical? Yeah, ordered up Helco out of Eagle Hill Base. They'll be coming in from the east, and we'll get them in to be able to get a little better vantage point on work guys and stuff to be able to get down there with you.
This dozer that's down here fixed that spot in the road where they came off last night.
Yeah, it's true.
Beckworth, hot shots, they're on it, downhill. Stuff low on it.
Air to ground command.
Hey, yeah, I think coming out of Dorado to the bridge.
Butte.
Oh, yeah, it'll be easy with a full straight direct.
Division Sierra, air attack affirmative.
Equipment Boss Cooper on Nipsey, command 2.
Okay, copy, I see that. On that one, we're pushed out to the west at Juniper Lake. I have ordered up Eagle Helco to come in from the east, see if they can get underneath it. They did not have joy this morning, but see if conditions change down there, because we have noticed the smoke has lifted a little bit, to see if that works out. He gets in here, just make contact with him on air to ground command, and I'm sure he'll be able to shoot that. He'll probably fly over it on the way in.
Okay, West Air Attack, CFR. Copy, Air Attack, 11,000, altimeter 3002, one copter, 8,000 and below. You're cleared in, we're getting 9,000 and below. And just to be able to get around the smoke and whatnot. And one copter down here is Division Sierra, 37 Sierra. Affirmative, that's the only copter we have down here, 37 Sierra, 8,000 and below. We'll give you up to 9,000 if that would please.
That's what I'm
Yeah, I'm kind of concerned about that. Just information, if you can't make it over, not a big deal. We just got the one copter up right now, so they can just work with ground crews and then just head back over to the west when they're ready for a fuel cycle.
And what's the point of contact on it?
That's going to be Silver Lake Dip. And point of contact, currently in Division Sierra, Shadow Canyon Alpha, ready to copy coordinates.
Shadow Canyon Alpha, go ahead.
4029.20 by 121.07.49. And let me know when you're ready to copy the second work site.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, second work site is in Division Romeo. Spots over the line, about approximately 30 by 30, not doing much, but they would like some bucket support when able. Ground contact is engine 8190 from strike team 6805 Foxtrot. And advise when you're ready to copy coordinates for without work site.
Yeah, go ahead.
4030.26 by 121.09.33.
Copy that. 8190, 4030.26, 121.09.33.
Good readback. And we're going to wait over here. I'm kind of over by Juniper Lake, not able to get any farther to the east right now. Just wait to find out if we can get in. If so, we'll depart. And if you need a spell later on, because I think you only have one Elko over there, correct? We can come back out.
Copy that. There is Tuesday, one more in there, or we're going to work back to the structure. Trinity, go ahead. Yes, I have a Santa Monica REMS team here that'd like to greet with you. Are you available to meet them on 89? County firm, I'm out on the line, but if they're back there with you, their drive time out to devastated parking area, about my walk time, I can tie in with them. At a devastated parking area, if you want to tell them to meet me there. They copy direct. They'll be on their way. Yeah, and if I'm not back out, just let them know it's where the Ventura crew buggies are parked and then some park service rigs.
a little to the south here. We don't have it right along the point, so just be a little bit complicated. West zone, Helco, air attack on the TFR. Hey, what route did you give for the rotor? Real quick, I'll see if I can copy it. I copy 3 Alpha Charlie coming in.
Elko, West Zone air attack on air to ground command. I have not received any traffic from you on air to ground command yet.
I'm going to try it from another standby. Okay, it's pretty clean there. We're going to come south and try it. Keep this one at our back and looking north. If you guys are clean on fuel. West Zone Helco, West Zone attack on the TFR. West Zone Helco, attack on your rotor.
The tree that was across Bogart Spur Road.
You continue your mission with scouting out the Bogart Peak.
Far away.
So, command. Type 1, last check, contact Elko, water dropping. Canyon Alpha. Now we're going here to the side. 7 Delta, we'll continue to work everything north of that dozer line. The line is clear. If you can prefer, I'm going to bring another type 1 out of Eagle Holiday Force with you. Sounds good to us. Yeah, sounds good clear.
Specification for 816 expand. Would you try to hail last fire suppression repair and the pump on command?
Eagle Helco on air ground command. Relay, are you still up, Floater? Yep. Hey, Lucas, how long talking with Papa Papa?
I was not able to get them, so I just relayed all my information to their attack and hope that they can raise them.
Right.
Blasting structure repair, west communication.
Transiting south from Repeater side towards Dixie dip. Okay, please guys requested. Give a little separation to scooters and 500 down there. Scoot to the drop. Frenchman, David. If I'm will maintain visual, we'll stay low level over terrain and descend back down when able.
For fire suppression repair on command 95. Back down from the motorway towards 282 and then start heading towards 603. Alright, copy that. We're at 282 right now. Do you want to meet here or do you want to meet at 203? Yeah, I'll be at 282 at 5. Copy. Fire suppression Alpha, Eco Spot, more on command.
Okay, we're working the preparation onto the ridge. I can see good space going to club pump. Two officers outbound to your location.
When they gave us 8,500, and we're all working that
direct with branch for aircraft or should I get
Curious to see if we have a Helco in the Milford area.
Coverage, place a call to myself. Milford Group Command.
Looking to see if we have a Helco in the Milford area.
Broken, can you repeat? We don't have a Helco at this time. What's your location?
In section 29, just looking at the swap. It's in section 29, section 20, and section 19. I was just curious to see if there was a Helco overhead to see if that's an open flank right there.
Unit calling East Helco, here to ground command. Hey, firm, that's East Helco. Just taking a look here what you're doing with the dozers, trying to grab up on a favorable ridge. Missed your identifier. Okay, man, you still got eyes on me? Okay, for what it's worth, the ridge on my left door, nice sparse fuel ridge, that's good, favorable all the way to the top for, 4-blade wide.
Myself and dozer 618, trying to put a line around it now, but it's short enough trees and it's just going to keep throwing spots in here.
Confirming that section 33, is it headed towards the exclusion zone?
Hey, firm, right now it seems like it's sucking northeast. We're going to try and put a line around it, but I'll definitely need hose in here and to get it sufficiently knocked down enough.
Copy. 1103 Alpha should be bringing hose behind you. If you can check it until they get there. And you have those additional dozers if you need to call one in there to help also.
should have me in the general. This is a little mini saddle. It's going to work its way to this point in about 3-4 hours. You got it. Can you help me with any dozer identifiers well off my left door that worked, look like through the night there and then stopped and parked them? Real good, I appreciate it. We're going to have a type 1 up here, just putting some things in check that makes sense down where it hits Last Chance Valley, where it's actually going to hold in the light and flashy. And right now, just don't have the viz for more than one at a time.
Westwood Group, West Communications, got a reported flare-up in the Warner Valley area. I got a lat long when ready, copy. Copy that, go ahead. Westwood Group, West Communications, 4021.598 by 121.20.831. It's in the Domingo Spring Campground area. Division Papa Papa, Peninsula Branch, your command, command 30. Westwood Group, West Communications, that's a good copy.
Miles off your 3 o'clock inbound from south. We've got a full load from Ranch Dip.
Okay. You remember we were working over here like 3 weeks ago?
Yeah, I think so. We were going over that just with the MRC that was down there.
You got it. So keep pedaling my way. We're going to turn back towards the east and grab the escarpment, give you room here. Definitely favorable for a period of time, so I want to give you some room. As you come up, keep the fire's edge out your left door. Let me know when you got clean air on the escarpment. Okay. We're facing the nose to the east, making our way to the escarpment. Should be at our 6. Okay, keep coming. I'll talk to you. No boots on the ground out here. Every day prior, if you don't like it, just let me know. No pressure. Just going to do one at a time here. A couple points of interest that makes sense, I think, for you to put it down and get some cold black on. Yep, so we're just turning right shoulder towards the head.
Drops down to the edge of the valley here. You want us to work the south side of it?
Coming around, you'll have that high mountain out your right door. You're coming through a little saddle. Keep coming, you'll see us just off your nose in the clean air.
Okay.
Just to give you our lights.
We're just coming through the saddle.
In sight, your target's going to be at your left door we're kind of low. We're backing down that bus field. Pick it up to, he's thinking about, jumping back the ridge, back the big rock escarpment is.
Better line then.
Okay, oh good. Rolled over. Got it, yep. Just keep that backing fire in check.
Okay, and then we'll be bouncing between here and the last chance tip.
Yep, and if you want to take the long way around, you can. It meets the same valley back down to the dip, if that makes sense, like a 360, or you can just RTB 180. Out my immediately. It's down the hill from you. Is this what you're talking about? Stuff moves around. Give you plenty of room. Let me know if you need more. Okay. Go ahead, Herlong, man.
Thing, and this might be an important piece of information. Last night we had dozers assigned to us that ended up at drop point 146. You ready to copy some identifiers that may be possibly available to any of your needs?
Yeah, I believe all those dozers got taken by divisions that can start pushing the rest below the 10 rest.
There was 5 of them. So.
Yeah, copy.
All right, thank you. Equipment Boss Moore on command.
Air Tactical, go, rotor.
I'm going to need you to grab 2 of your engines, both the dozers, and head down that road that tees off until you reach my car, and you'll around this and those extra dozers to start pushing out our check line.
Eagle Hotel, 2 Charlie Hotel on Victor. 2 Charlie Hotel, school. Go good. Currently about 14 miles out for Silver Dip. After that, Celsius is 7,500. You're cleared in 7,000. Altimeter 3002. Southbound Silver Dip, and you'll be working with 37 Sierra. And clear lane, below, working with 37 Sierra and they get in there, can you give them a good orientation and where you're working?
In 343, Milford Group Command.
We did not. This is actually our last drop, and then we'll have to turn from fuel. Copy that. You'll take the Juniper route back to Hella. We'll be Juniper back to Hella Base, and we'll call you once we're off the drop here. And thanks for being here, Dave. Appreciate it. Anytime. And it'll be a fuel. Please have there. Copy.
continuing mission here is just the stuff in this bowl specifically. You want us to hunt anything else that's outside of it?
You know, would it make sense to beat it down into a natural rock feature where it's actually going to hold? Go for it. This backing stuff, we want to put that in play too and just park it right off here, where you've been working, so it doesn't get that roll out.
Currently have one crew. One Charlie Hotel gets in here, if you get them oriented, and then just be working in tandem on that. Will it?
Yeah, go ahead.
If you're anywhere in the old station area.
Near West Prospect, but I can meet you there in about half an hour.
Okay, I copy. I'll be there where we're doing the work off the highway. Just wanted to have you take a look at it.
Copy. I'll be there shortly.
Thank you.
a need for another engine at your location?
Okay, friends, I'm sorry we lost the feed. I'm checking in with you guys. I'm trying to fix the cam and the feed. And then I may have to lay down a little bit longer. But my ear infection kind of really rocking my world right now. So sorry about this. I was listening to Dixie on my phone here. Which feed do we want at the moment? That's Hawkins Peak. Okay. Very compelling camera that we should be switching to. Yeah, hello. Excuse me. Which one of the cameras and things should we turn on? Looks like my website connection to Broadcastify just timed out and I wasn't there to put it back on. Been describing the air flight, okay. Hang on, I got a cough here. I gotta mute it myself. Okay. Yeah, I can barely talk. Being sick and being awake before he got caught up with me. As I covered the fires for more than 20 hours yesterday. The camera view of Heavenly 12 shows a fire going back into Christmas Valley. Okay. Yeah, let's see if it will load. And which one of the leak springs? David says, okay. I can barely hear anything on the Dixie. I'm gonna turn on El Dorado County.
Alpha Tango 516, up on TFR.
Is the flare down?
The retard line kind of near where the east finger was.
Hang on.
There's a west finger and east finger. This would be on the east finger. I have a lat 3836912, longitude 12019359. The Division Papa, Section 21.
Okay, Leak Springs. Not as compelling as I was hoping. It's just kind of beyond it.
516 TFR.
3836912, 12019359.
Do we know how it's going over in Dixie?
On road Victor.
Uniform, go ahead.
I'll give you a different change of assignment. You're not going to go to Silver Dip. You're going to go to Bear Dip.
Bear Dip, 7-3 uniform. We'll look for it on the map here.
So you're cleared into highway check at 7,000 or below. I have 2 guard ships transition at 8,000. If you come into highway check at 7,000, Bear Dip is just to the east of that. You'll be tying in with Helitanker 47, working in Division Papa.
7,000 feet below for the highway check. Got 2 guard ships transitioning above at 8,000. We're going to tie in with Helitanker 47, and that Bear Dip is just east of the highway check. 7-3 uniform.
Perfect.
Sorry. My voice is almost dead here. Trying to find the FLIR cam. It's not loading again for me. Heavenly. Ah, okay. Do we have it back? Okay. Alright, there we go. Yeah, there are planes marching up the side of the hill like the other day.
North Helco, Air Ground Command.
Excuse me. I keep coughing. I muted myself. Thank you so much, mods, for keeping people in the loop and everybody volunteering information while I'm kind of struggling with being sick here. Okay, there is a Lake Springs cam here. Oh, excuse me, I got a cough again. I'm muting. Okay.
Helltanker 47 air attack on South Ritter.
And somebody tell me what's
Transition coming northbound going over the high point. Is 7,000 or below going to be okay?
Can somebody tell me what is going on over at the Milford area?
Okay, I'll still transition the other aircraft going 8,000 over highway check.
Okay, Aviation link. Let's pin this. Now the camera won't sit there in one spot, but it does show the flames going over just on the hillside, just like it has been doing. Caldor. And I don't see that it has moved over unless somebody has a different cam to watch. Can't really see anything. Just too smoky. So here, if you look at the FLIR on the left, it's a Heavenly. Donation links are pinned in the chat. Babbitt Peak is looking towards Honey Lake.
6-6, you're broken. Stand by. Let me try and get a little closer to you.
Air attack, air ground command. Division November, air attack, air ground command.
Okay. We know the fire's been on the hillside.
Yeah, coming back to cables now. Been working on a spot division pop. I get that lined out. Stand by.
Okay, what I was saying is...
We got one, two Falcons working on it now. South Helco's coming out to assist, and I'm making my way back up there to get a hold of the guard ships and cable.
We don't have a good eye in the Dixie. Mike Winks talked this morning.
Clear attack.
Excuse me.
Been a little closer. Try that again.
Sorry guys, I'm sick. I meant to hit the mute button, and the sneezing meant I closed my eyes and couldn't see it. It's earlier in the a video yesterday.
On the ground, Cable's Lake with an aircraft up.
KCRA did a good helicopter footage. See him using 89's natural barrier to try to protect Christmas Valley. Okay. Wish we had a good view of it. I was listening to the Dixie feed.
864 and 852 across an highway check. Motor Victor inbound for 9,500.
I wasn't hearing much.
Jack Hopkins crossing highway check.
Yeah, the right screen looked like SLT Airport, yeah. I mean, the heat detections for space
47 off the drop.
aren't showing it entering Nevada or anything yet. I'm just very worried for the Milford and Herlong area. Do we have information right now? Yeah, Dan says there's no good look at the Dixie. Yeah.
3 uniform, I want you to tie in with Hotel Tango 47. You're going to be dropping on Division top 1 acres the green side of our return line.
On my desk,
If you want to
I
get some water and follow them in, you can start a daisy chain over there.
have the Dixie Fire operations playing. There's just not that much chatter going on. You can't see it.
Attack, Tanker 47 on Victor.
Tanker 47, air attack on South Rotor, go ahead.
Yes, sir, we are actually on that point for that fire you gave us. It's about 2 trees, it's not an acre, it's surrounded by retardant and black.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and have you guys keep working on it. Looked to me like it was right on the edge, had retardant uphill from it, but it looked like the black was downhill. I tried to get a hold of ground resources to get to that area.
All right, yeah, we'll soak it for you.
Thank you.
Okay, on the Dixie, I'm talking about needing
Aircraft in,
support from an engine.
Tanker 47.
Hang on, I'm going to switch to Dixie for a moment. They said Contingency, which is over by Milford. They said I'm going to need engine support behind me. Oh man.
16, quit on command.
Let's give it a moment. Just check on the Dixie.
Range 16 on command. Delta, Quebec trainer, heading out to drop point 140. That we're out here now. Downloaded. There are also 2 masticators out here. I'm not sure if you're going to utilize them or whether Contingency is going to utilize them. Okay, yeah, I come.
So the feed is live for the Lassen County fire special. There's the smoke column. This is from Susanville, looking to the southwest. I was supposed to be playing while I was resting, but it just sort of... Howling Dog Ranch says the fire's at Black Mountain Lookout. Okay. Bill Parker says Tanker 911 TC-10 is airborne between Quincy and Fortola. Okay. Yeah, Milford and Herlong has been under mandatory evacuations for a couple of days. EVAC shows a cloud forming on the Dixie. Okay. which one is Babbitt? I can't quite remember. Is that in Shasta Modoc? I just don't. Just Beckworth. Okay, let's do a 6-hour time lapse of the Beckworth. Wow. Yeah, it's pretty dang hairy. Dan Daly says it's no good look at the Dixie. Yeah, we can see what the air attack is doing and infer what their priority is. Don't think the fires escaped the escarpment yet. Yeah, that would mirror what we're seeing on the satellite. Yep. Yep, they said masticate or take a shot of milk. So this is our Beckworth cam. North Portola. Is it under Shasta Modoc? I'm not seeing it. The Babbitt. Southeast Sierra Valley near Loyalton. What I mean is, which one of the regions? Babbitt cam, so I have to click on all of them. Is it like on Nevada? Doesn't look like it. Is it Greater Tahoe? Yeah, Greater Tahoe. Alright, there we go. That's showing the plume. Wow, that's quite far away. Okay, we're barely hearing anything on the Dixie now, so it's hard to know which feed it's hard to know which radio feed to be listening to. Okay. Thanks, found it. Hi, Mark. I just got here too. I've got to go lay down again. Slope shows the plume as well. Okay. Let's look at the aircraft. They're working around Lake Davis. Oh, they have some of the scoopers. I'm seeing that. I retweeted that, guys. They might be scooping out of Lake Davis. It was pretty incredible to see. We got a lot of helicopters over by Atlassian area. Tanker 914. It's coming, okay. There's C-130. Okay. Do we have a good view of anything? Let's check back at Tahoe real quick. Active fire in Leak Springs. Thanks, Mr. J. Okay. Leak Springs. Checking it out. Right. Yeah, we saw it kind of in the distance. This is where they're fighting it over at Kirkwood. So listen, we're listening to Dixie right now. They're just hardly saying anything, which is so frustrating. Trying to get a quick rundown. How do you tell which ones are scoopers? What type of aircraft? If you're on Flight Radar 24, you click on the radar. Click on the aircraft, and I'll tell you what model airplane it is, and it'll show you a picture. Like Tinker 131 is a Hercules. That's not the type. Does anybody have a link?
Engine 1042 Tango, go ahead. 42 Tango, I'm not sure what water tenders we have available, but can we possibly get one started this direction in case we need it? This is going to be about 30 minutes up the road. We can have stage at the 89 in Humboldt. Copy that. I'll get you a water tender. Also, engine 3 is heading your way. I'm not sure how far out they are now. Landline with them, so they've got directions as well.
I don't know why that one is blue.
Need another engine up there? Because I can either get 65s or 38s.
So, what you can do is there's a couple of guides, and you can look at it, and then you could search for the individual plane. Let me try to dig that up. Just quite sick. Sorry, bear with me. There's Babbitt, Beckworth. Looking back at Caldor real quick. Yeah, you click on the aircraft, it shows the model on the left. Usually you'll see the big orange thing here. But you can, once you know the aircraft call sign, you can type it in the search and just track that type of plane. It'll disappear when they're on the ground, of course. But as soon as they go back into the sky, you can keep tracking it.
Vegas Trinity on command.
That's kind of a distant view of what's going on with Kirkwood, I think. Okay. Thanks. Yeah, Jay Connors says the scoopers are labeled SCPR 123 or something along that. Yeah, you could type in SCPR. That's a good idea. I'll see if I can see if they. Okay, that's what I was trying to explain. So you type in TNKR for like a tanker, like Tinker 911, 914, 9112, and 911 are DC-10s. So if you just type in SCPR, doesn't look like any are in the sky right now. They have to be in the sky for you to kind of see it. Excuse me, that's Schaefer. We're going to look from Chillicoot. Stancha is pretty decent. If the I don't think we're going to be able to see what if the Dixie comes over the ridge because it's too far away. FLIR just might be the best way to check on things on both of the cams. Getting a subscription, you don't need a subscription to track planes. In-flight radar, it's totally free. You just need a sub to do a couple of fancy things, such as see the 3D view. Okay. They're scooping at Frenchman's Lakes. They have less to climb. They are out of coverage about 95% of the time. BE-20 just came in as air attack. If you track him, you can see where they're working. Yep. So BE-20 is the blue plane right here. Tanker 914 is coming. We're still listening to Lassen County. Oh, no, we're not. Let's go back to it. That was Caldor. That wasn't saying much. Let's go back to Lassen County. No, we were listening to it. It's just not saying anything. This is really frustrating. I was really hoping.
Trinity was looking for you.
Oh, there it is.
I got it. He's pretty excitable.
Yeah, there's too low on the screen for us to see on the cams. Yeah. Like the North Portola cam would be looking straight at the action, but it's not on a hillside. But that's where they're working on the other side here. Wow, Schaefer Mountain is showing the huge plume. It's really, really hard to see. Like a mushroom cloud. It's unreal. See the last 3 hours. You can barely see that smoke, man. Over by Milford and such, it's huge smoke clouds. Yeah, they drop off the screen at low levels, but they return when they pull up. Yeah. They're about to do a handover briefing if we wait a bit. Yeah, that's good. They'll try to explain. Air attack will try to explain what's going on for the replacement coming in. They'll say, hey, the fire's over here, fire's over there. Let's wait a second and see if we can hear anything. And the Portola cam might show a plane or two every once in a while. Kind of tiny though. Okay, I have to mute myself because there's a lawnmower going by outside. Yeah, you're right, Dan. The switchovers are the best. Hey, there's the tanker right there. Hey, look.
Heidi, Papa Trinity, go ahead. Yeah, Brad, this is Frank. I gotta head back to Susanville, and Danny Clark, the other Reef, is with me as well.
Yay.
Do that. Thanks for letting me know.
There's two other smaller tankers. Sorry, I'm trying to show a good zoom length. Yeah, 914. That was 914. Yeah. Hey, be right back, guys. I have to mute myself while there's this major riding lawnmower thing going on outside.
Quebec, operations on TAC. Quebec, operations on TAC. Operations on TAC.
Well, I was really hoping.
Milford Group, command. Transfer equipment off train.
Never mind. Hopefully they will talk a little bit about what's going on. We're waiting for air attack to explain to the other airplanes and crews what's going on. I was hoping they would talk a little bit more. Been quite difficult and frustrating about the Dixie fire is just very infrequently do they ever say anything on the radio. But the story was kind of the same on the Caldor when we were listening to that too. They talk a bit more often, but it's mostly, hey, you're clear to this. Maybe they'll finally say something.
Milford Group. It'll be engine 2264.
So the Milford Group had requested help from an engine, and I believe he just said that's the engine that's coming to help you. But where exactly on which road they didn't explain. But Milford group is where they're trying to hold the line at 395. The group is kind of like a wider area. Rather than like just at Milford. It could be at the Herlong Junction. It could be anywhere in that area. So right about now is when they were saying in the early morning operational update that they expect the winds to start getting hairy a little bit after 2. So that's why I came out of my sick bed to check on things, but my voice is really shot. It's a bit of a struggle to talk. To make sure the cams and radio were on, and I was going to try to take a little bit of an hour's rest here and come back and check on things a little bit again. But we're almost blind to most of the cameras. The Portola cam is showing things, showing some of the airdrops around Lake Davis, but most of the action's going to be on the Milford grade, but it's so smoky we can't really see anything.
Or Antelope Group on command.
Tied in with Brad and for my new assignment. Okay.
There's a pretty amazing speech in my mods can give you the link of it. It's this was pretty frightening, frankly, this morning's briefing for the Dixie. And they're explaining to the crews, keep on your toes, because in 1989, basically a fire tornado, but a whirl actually swept over a crew in the same area of Herlong Junction and severely injured them. It was called the 1989 Eagle Fire, and you can Google that. Be warned, that's a pretty intense video. I don't really show it because we don't want to freak anybody out. But they mentioned it in this morning's operational briefing, saying, the potential for injury and fire running away from us is very real. So we watched the Dixie throughout the night. Oh, let's listen. Well, I was hoping at some point in time we'd get that handover talk where the pilot explains to the new incoming pilots what's going on. And that's the frustrating thing, is we can't see very well, we can't hear much.
11 Charlie on command. 11 Charlie, go ahead for Quebec. Yeah, talking with last in Contingency. They're going direct off of Bogart Butte, and they want to load lay support. Are you okay with us doing that and stopping the mop up at patrol? Yeah, affirmative. Engage at least 3 engines in there. Start laying on that dozer line, going direct.
Well, so that was surprising. Any moment they're expecting the winds to pick up, as per the morning briefing and weather forecast.
Engine 10, engine 3 on command 95.
That's high risk and pretty surprising, but if they're seizing the window of opportunity, that's...
And engine 3 on command.
I was trying to say is going direct is pretty bold. It's like getting in front of the fire wherever they are and trying to actively push it back across lines. And the difference between patrol and mop up is like, let's drive around safer roads and patrol them, look for any spots, put out any spots that are available quickly. And going direct is like getting in front or around the sides of the fire and working real close to it. That's pretty bold considering the weather forecast. And we were speculating on that. Some of the fire experts were saying that's very, very dangerous to be on the grade right now. Like, extremely dangerous.
Equipment boss 4 on command.
We'll have to wait and see what goes on.
Go ahead. Identifiers of the water tenders that you sent down to us?
We're still trying to work Type 3 engine into you. Have they reached you yet?
I have a 763.
I needed them to validate that a water tender would be able to make it up that road. Is that confirmed?
Might be more favorable and then turn the corner from there, but once you get through, it should be smooth sailing, huh? Support of this?
Milford Group Command. Can you confirm that a water tender will make it up that road?
Yeah, we got stuff that's still, so I said we use our stuff first and then we'll ask more. How about that? Okay. It'll be a game match.
They're down Stony Drive to us.
The location with full top of golf course. Use the fuel cycle and working from the park and then around the guardship, working it off. That works for you. That'll be the two of you in there, is it?
Alpha, on command. Alpha, on command.
Does somebody want to explain in the channel what on command means? Does that just mean talk to command?
Yeah, I thought they could copy that. I'll make sure they know.
We are unable to hear half of the frequencies. We could just hear sometimes one side of the conversations.
With Telco, contact airtime.
Oh, I was hoping it would be better.
Copy, and 1600 release for Telco.
Command 95.
Okay. I'm back sitting back down at the computer. I'm sorry guys, I'm sick as a dog. My throat is horrible. Let's see about... You had some drops over by Lake Davis. VLATs, very large aerial tankers. Hey, here's a scooper, guys. SCPR 263. Now that can be fun. These can be fun to put in 3. Yeah, Scooper 263 and Scooper 261, SCPR. The plume on the Babbitt cam is nearing the escarpment. Okay. Now, if you do 3D view on these planes.
Operations AirTac.
Yeah, just touching base with you. I talked to Helco earlier. I've been up on Black Mountain watching this thing kind of cook up in that pool on top. Heard about the deployment on this escarpment later today, and just thought I'd have you take a look at that. I'm not sure how long you've been up.
Yeah, I've been up for a bit. Was just able to make it over here. Got decent days on this side of it. Might be able to, anchor into the last chance dozer line there, and anchor into that, work up what we'll call the left flank, try to turn the corner, but viz on the other side is pretty poor.
Okay, so I'm looking at the Navy Section 8-9, where the 8-9 come together there.
Wow.
Are you able to see in there?
Yep, we're flying that right now. You probably can see us or hear us. Right between Black Mountain and that fire's edge now.
Yeah, I heard you. They just started heading down towards Milford again, but it just looks like it's got a lot of potential right there to take off and roll down the mountain. Only about a mile and a half, maybe 2 at the moment, the 365.
Yep, we're evaluating that now. I just want to have an anchor point back here. We can find cold black or the road, come back here, dozer line, and then try to pinch that off.
Copy. And do you have heavy air tankers available?
We're flying about 8 of them right now. With Turner Ridge right now. Looking for the next project for us.
Okay, enough
Did you just hear that ringtone?
Any resources in here that you've interfaced with, I tried to pop them, but no joy.
Wow, okay. I see what you guys mean. It's two different plumes.
Janesville Branch, Milford Group.
Okay. That is the one by the grade.
Milford Group, command.
In Milford Group. This one is the one over by Lake Davis. That is a huge fire. It's more than 6 miles as a strip, as a crow flies. 6 or 7 miles long. Yeah, Tinker 1, 2, and 1, 5 is over Lake Davis, so we can see them sometimes on this Portola cam. In fact, there's one of the tiny planes right there. So the scoopers are coming. SCPR 263 on flight radar if you're tracking it for yourself, and SCPR 261. So the cool thing about 3D view here is that whenever they go down and they skim the top of the water, they then pull up. They're scooping water into the belly of the aircraft. It's just pretty incredible. It's Canada AirCL-415 Super Scooper, 6-year-old plane. These things are great. I think America should get some of these. What happened to Caldor aid chatter? Will you have it on later? Yeah, Mike Dell, there is a crisis potential here for the Milford grade, where the Dixie is expected, not just maybe this will happen, but is expected to break out of the mountains here and run for Herlong in the communities of Milford, with a pretty terrifying. With a pretty terrifying potential here, so we are definitely going to. And around 2 o'clock, they said expected winds to pick up. So the fire is this huge long thing. It made an extremely long run yesterday, like a freight train. It's going to try to get out and eat the communities of Doyle, Herlong, perhaps Milford, Herlong Junction. And then if the wind shifts down here, it would try to eat Portola, where the evacuation centers are. There's also they're trying to hit it with retardant and such over here, try to protect those communities. Right now, the wind is going to mostly. Right now the wind's mostly like so, but it'll be shifting and changing. It's some of the most dangerous areas to fight a fire in. Milford group, if they're along here.
It's going to be 25 north, 9 east, section 15.
Does Davis have enough water?
If you look towards the south, towards Quincy, fire will be seen in the hills or
Yeah, Smitty, I didn't say scooping was new. I said these planes are new because that one's 6 years old. The Canada AirCL-415.
And his phone number is 530-280-8927. 530-280-8927.
If they're going to Frenchman Lake, okay. Yeah, these are dry. These are dry lakes, by the way. They're lake beds. I don't know why Flight Radar decides to paint them as blue. So no, they're not going to be scooping out of that. Be a Okay, just see this morning update in chat to get an idea of just how frightening the Dixie is. Today, the
Engine 10, Engine 3 on command.
depending on how you look at it, the outlook for the eastern portion of the Dixie fire ranges from extremely sobering to terrifying.
10, Engine 3 on command 95.
Yep, I'm sorry, we're trying to monitor the Caldor too, but they're forecast to have a better day. It is now make or break time for the Dixie. It is rampaging out of control in this area, and this is their crucial 24 hours. What happens now will really be a really big determining factor for the safety of so many communities here, and whether or not they can contain it anytime soon. They were gesturing around the map since this is all on fire now. If the wind shifts, they could have all of that on fire. And it's make or break over here for Taylorsville, Genesee. If they don't get good solid lines over here, if they really don't reinforce this, Quincy, the capital, the county seat, capital of Plumas County, is in extreme danger if they can't make those lines really solid. They haven't had enough time. There's Tanker 912. It's a smaller plane. But here, the crisis point is right here at Herlong Junction, where the fire tornado, like in 1989, overtook a crew. I'm using that word loosely. It's more like a fire whirl. But nevertheless, it's a terrifying video on YouTube called The Eagle Fire 1989. Don't watch it unless you want to really see something kind of horrible. But they mentioned this morning, they mentioned it as stay alert, you guys, stay alive, basically. Remember what happened in 1989? Pyramid is not a dry lake. Okay, it's oh, it's not? Then why did somebody just tell me that? Was somebody pranking me? Okay, sorry about that, mate. Honey doesn't look like it's particularly moist in the cams. So, sorry. You could be a little nicer about that. Just saying. Okay, going back to Tahoe water goes to pyramid. It's huge. Ah, okay. All right, thanks, guys. Well, somebody put in chat, so I assumed somebody was being serious and knowledgeable. And since I've never been over there with this drought, if it's one of those shallow, high desert lake beds, seems legit as a comment. But thank you for the correction. I mean, look at Orville. It's not usually dry, is it? But Orville is a puddle compared to what it can be. It says maximum depth is 356 feet. Okay, so that's even deeper than some parts of Eleanor. But it's salt water. Okay, that's why you can't dip out of it, though. You can't dump salt water on a fire. You can't save a forest by poisoning it. Okay. Okay. Yeah, the forecast is pretty ominous for today. We're just hoping that, just like on the Caldor, we're just hoping the weather isn't quite as bad as forecast. But that's just not up to us. And that'll be one of the determining factors about what happens today. Cool. It looked like Scooper 261 scooped at Frenchman's Lake on the way to Davis Lake. Okay, cool. And Pyramid Lake is not saltwater. Okay, guys, I'm just trying to read. I'm just trying to read what's in chat, because that would seem really weird. But some of the high desert lakes are salty. So, okay, I'm just gonna let you guys argue about what Pyramid Lake is or isn't. I've never been there. Okay, we're getting a correction. It's not salt water, it's crappy water. What? What? The salinity is approximately 1/6 that of seawater. Okay. Okay.
Hey, how far are you from DP 605? I just left it, but I can flip around.
This is what we were seeing last night. Pretty terrifying to look out your window if you live in Portola. Couldn't even. This is the nighttime. We were really astonished at seeing. They couldn't. This camera couldn't fit all of the Dixie in the frame. See how many? Way over there. There. Major active sites here. Watch it pan to the right. The Dixie had already moved towards the Herlong Junction. Has to pan to the right to go to that place, that part of the fire that was moving like a freight train. The enormity of this, just incredible. The way it broke out 3 days ago away from the Grizzly Ridge area has been completely astonishing. Alkaline water. Okay. Okay. That sounds kind of cool. I've been to hot springs. It smelled like baking soda. Mineral salts? Okay. Hey, RJ. Here's Babbitt. This is the one of the Plumas. Look at the scooper. Where's the scooper? CPR. There it is. Okay. Let's go look at the scooper. To give people an idea of the layout of the land, mind you, it's much more rugged and steep than this, but the program can't show you that many angles, or it would chug along on people's computers. Yeah, Dixie is a monster, RJ. Michael Parsons, any concerns or mentions of the Sierra Army Depot? Out in the desert a bit, but lots of structures. You know, I actually asked that of one of the local firefighters who was in the area back in the day, and wasn't he was pretty dismissive of concerns, because not only do they have their own firefighting, team there, it's pretty rocky all around it and not particularly vulnerable like other places. So I can't tell you whether or not it's safe, but that's just the word that was passed on to me. So this is approaching Lake Davis. This is Scooper 261. Someone said it probably just got water from Frenchman's Lake. It would be surprising if it scooped out of here at Davis, because all the VLATs, the big aerial tankers like the DC-10s, are working around here. They're trying to build lines to protect Portola and such. So yeah, where Frenchman Lake is, that's the Beckworth fire scar from the crazy Beckworth fire of June that devastated Doyle and surrounding.
2264, Milford Group, command.
Oh, let's listen. Milford Group.
Milford Group, command.
How far is the Caldor from Gardnerville? We don't see it moving too much in any of the satellite images. As the crow flies, it's, well, somewhat close. I mean, it's South Lake Tahoe is pretty close. It's just south of the Heavenly Ski Resort area, and they're wondering if it's going to go affect Kingsbury. South Lake Tahoe is having milder weather than forecast on the Dixie. That's their first priority, they said, to date. But we don't have any, we don't have any. We don't have any good eyes on it. So, oh, yep, it did disappear when it got too low. Yeah, it bumped us off flight radar. So you can hit this button for the last clicked flights. Okay.
Milford Group, engine 2264, command.
Dang it. Dang it. Well, I guess when it pulls up, then we'll see something. Let's go back and look at the heat detections on the Caldor. We were listening to Caldor earlier. There's still, it's basically the danger spots of today are Wrights Lake, and I don't know about what's going on at Lake Aloha here, or
25.
They said first priority Heavenly 2 at Kirkwood 3 Christmas Valley. Not exactly in that order. It can change.
Branch 25 operations. Go ahead, give me a call. I was on the phone with guys. Call me back.
So we'll continue to look at it. It's just hard to have eyes on any of the fire at all today. Like Hawkins Peak is just, that's all you can see. That's the smoke. We look at Heavenly, and that's just all you can see. That's the smoke, and the FLIR is a little bit clearer, but it's not. See how it says, please try again later? The Caldor FLIR keeps going down. Here it is back up, but the left side of the cam, the fire is well past that direction. It's well past where the camera could see to the southeast. It never pans to the left because I think there's just trees in the way. So this is the area that burned the other day, kind of Leggett's area, just south of the Heavenly, Well, Leggett's probably over to the far left. Oh, yeah, that could be Leggett's. Not really familiar with the area. This is a spot over here that's flaming up good. Oops. Right there. But we've seen a lot of that over the last 48 hours. See the spots up on the peaks. See, if it pans to the left, we see a trait. So that's why I didn't leave it on that. This could show us what's going on. This is the flare from Susanville on the left.
Engine 3, on command.
Tire on the right. Yeah, that's good, Frank, that they...
3 on command, 95.
Hey, thanks, Ann, for that idea.
2264 on command. 3 on command, 95.
Engine 3, Westwood Group, go ahead.
Halen, engine 10. We're at the base of this meadow off of Humboldt and Humbug. I'm not sure if you can try and hail him from where you're at.
Try stage there for now. I'm sending engine 38 your way. They will stage 2 until we figure out where you're going. The water tender will be staged at Humboldt in 89.
We'll have both of them stage at the 89 and Humboldt.
Did you try that other command channel?
Did, yes, not successful.
Copy.
Engine 10 on command. For engine 3?
No, they never had the ability.
Engine 3, we've been copying your ceasefire. I guess you can't hear us. Where are you guys at? We follow the road off the 89 all the way down into a meadow. That's like a four-way intersection. Goes up to Butte Meadow or to Sterling City. Just wonder if you have some directions from here. Yeah, it's from go towards Butte Meadow, and we're probably about 15 minutes up the road from there. We're just up the middle of the road. You'll get to us. Just stay on the gray gravel road.
It's just driving directions for crews on the Dixie responding. But no, it's not wind direction change. It's camera angle change at the end of Hawkins. To figure out if there is a wind direction change, you'd have to wait 15 minutes and do another 15-minute time lapse. Make sure you try to notice if the camera angle changes.
Yeah, McNicholas trying to hail you on command.
Yeah, exactly. They did not go to structure protection at the expense of forest on the Dixie. That's not what happened. They were trying to contain it from day one, and it wasn't possible with the crazy high winds, the steep terrain, the spotting happening, jumping from canyon to canyon. They never at any point said, "Oh, let's run it wild in the wilderness to protect structures." They were always trying to contain it. They haven't been able to contain it or protect cities and structures whenever Mother Nature wasn't cooperating with the weather, not cooperating. Oh, hi, Terry. Hi. I don't want to put any debates right now in chat whatsoever. This is like crisis point time. There's extra stress on the people going through this I don't want to have. So thanks for your cooperation about that.
Milford Group, engine 2264 on command.
And by the way, Zeke's very opinionated about his logging views. You have to understand that his opinion versus the facts he reports are two different things. You may agree with him, you may not, you know. So what I do is I just try to pull facts away from all experts and promote those.
Copy, you want 4 Papa Golf, replace 3 Papa Golf for last and check, contact Alpha.
They didn't steer the fire anywhere. Like, they didn't. People are misunderstanding that.
4 Papa Golf, last and check, contact Alpha to replace 3 Papa Golf.
And are acting like they wanted to move the fire and wanted it to spread to other areas. No, that's not the way it works. It is like wild horses escaping out of a corral, and there's baby carriages and stuff and people in the crowd, old ladies and walkers. So what you want to do is grab a sign or something at the rodeo and stand in front, if you can, in front of those communities to try to protect them. That doesn't mean you're trying to make the fire move or make the wild horses that are on the trampling thing go to some other area. It means you don't have the manpower to be everywhere at once. So you definitely prioritize life and safety in people's homes, like, for sure. That's all that means. Anybody else? Anybody thinking that they want the fire to expand and spread is smoking crack, frankly. It's just, I don't know how else to say that. They know it's going to expand, and they'll try to protect life and properties and safety. Because they have to choose. Should we go protect the random wilderness and just let entire cities and communities burn down, or should we try to get in front of it? So with the wild horse analogy, it's like, they'll even remove themselves from danger in front of cities. They won't stand in front of 300-foot tall flames like a canyon dam and just die, or stand in front of them in Greenville. They'll leave. It's like this. The wild horses breaking out of a corral in a rodeo because they got spooked. You put parts of the fence and such and stand in front of the communities, like that's the crew, like in front of people. And while people evacuate, but if the horse comes directly your way, you drop the signs and you sidestep. That's the crews pulling out of those areas. But of course, you would try to do that. There's in these conditions, there's nothing to do. The fires will go where they want in red flag days and such. You can't stand out in front of it. It's like a runaway train. Train passes. You can try to get at the sides of it, try to get behind it. That's the heel and the flanks. But for some reason, people have this idea that they're steering the fire to, let's have it spread here. They don't want it to spread anywhere. Yeah, exactly. Urban interface has a better explanation, too, for what they mean when it's right near a structure. You can burn around the structures some of the pine needles and stuff, so that when the fire arrives at it, it won't burn the structure. But as it goes past, it goes past. There's fewer, pine needles and stuff on the ground. That's the last thing you can do as a last resort, because you can't stop the fire. You can only hope that it does less damage as it goes by. That's a good way to put it, urban interface. But people get the wrong idea with the word steer and herding, which are terms they're using. It's desperation, not like a plan. It just means we can't stop it. Hopefully it does not mean directing the fire to an area like you're herding cattle on a cattle drive. It's just a unfortunate kind of terminology that people associate, oh, they're trying to move it to this way. No, they're not trying to move it, but they're trying to pick up the pieces. It's not like a cattle drive. They're not, containment is the goal. Yeah, thanks for being here, Terry, and everybody else. Hey, Wicked says mandatory evacuation in Herlong yesterday. Lots of people didn't leave, and Herlong Sierra Army base is still working today.
When we finish up here, I took a spin there. We're going to engage on that northwest side of that finger between Black Mountain and the Blackberry. And we'll give you that stuff in squad.
I was hoping everybody left Herlong. I thought most people did. Oh, that sucks, Wicked. Fingers crossed. We had a bit of a midnight miracle. It could have rampaged through Herlong last night, and it just sort of stood up there in the hills, and it was really scary. I monitored it till like 6 in the morning. 7.
And the 410 was Doyle and Ranch if you send anything down this way.
Actually, I stayed up all getting super concerned because it didn't even... It didn't lay... It
4 Tango Hotel, working with you. 3 up Charlie range.
It didn't really simmer down until like 5, 6 in the morning. And it was still quite active. Just that eerie time lapse was insane. But whatever they did to monitor 395 was good. We eventually saw a smoke layer kind of settle over it. And I'm glad he did evacuate. I'm glad. Yeah, exactly, DRG and W. If you have never stood in the face of the dragon, you may not want to think about that with the comments. Yeah, whatever spot fires came over last night, they took care of them. They didn't really explain on the morning update. But at 2 o'clock was when it's supposed to get hairy for them. That's why I came over out of my sick bed. Exactly, DRG and W. The dragon will go where it wants to. All the fire service can do is attempt to contain it and protect what structures can be protected. Yep. Okay, Wicked is there. You're at which location, Wicked? Did you go to Susanville? He says, I see the fires creeping closer to that ridge along the Herlong gas station. Wow. Okay. Yeah, it's okay, Craig. I make that mistake sometimes too. Looking at smoke direction.
Working in concert with 3 Alpha Charlie. Additionally, the ranch should be at 4 Tango Hotel and 532. But if you could contact 3 Alpha Charlie, have them help you guide into your work area.
No, if they had about 15,000 firefighters on the Dixie, everything would be different right now. But they've always needed more than 6,000 people. 6,000 people was not like, oh, well, we can put 6,000 people on the... We have to keep reminding people, it wasn't staffed with... Hang on. I can't hear. I can't make out what he's saying.
Down the 111 road to Silver Valley Ranch.
Yeah, they drew it down. So we must remind people that earlier, the Dixie had around 6,000 people on it, and that wasn't because that was what was necessary to fight it. That was all that they could get from the entire country. Hang on.
The only spot that has any real timber stringers heading out towards the next escarpment going south on one of the ridge lines. Up for the better part of today.
I think that was BE20 saying it doesn't look too bad now. There's a little bit going on the dozer line by the escarpment, but I don't know if that's the escarpment for Milford group or like something over here by Davis. That's the big problem. I just wanted to say that they needed like 15,000 firefighters in the Dixie. 6,000 ish was all they could get because 25% of the country's firefighters and apparatus and resources were on the Dixie for more than a month now. But when the Caldor and others broke out, the Monument, McFarland, the River Complex, the River Fire, which is different, plus the ones in Calaveras County, the ones in the past week, they took like 3,000 firefighters off the Dixie to go respond to that, plus the Caldor. And then the moment they did that, bad weather hit and the Dixie exploded again. They needed everyone. So if we had had 15,000 firefighters like we actually needed on the Dixie earlier, everything would have been different. Hopefully fires will get a lot better going forward if we, increase the budget and hire a lot more, buy a lot more planes. You know, we don't have...
Those are 1085 on command.
Like, there's usually only like 22 tankers in the entire western United States for wildland firefighting or so. If somebody could correct me on the numbers, it's not much.
Yeah, this is dozer 1085. I'm with these 4 other dozers, and one dozer saying that you want us to turn around and head back. Walk back your line, back out to the logging road. They're not putting that in.
Whoa. Right, they've mentioned...
Copy. All 4 dozers back to the logging road.
Frank, I wanted to be totally careful with... I wanted to be real careful with the word escarpment because I heard it used. I heard it used for other areas, so I'm a little confused by that. Yeah, there's 23 Cal-Fire S2 tankers. Yeah, Marsh S2s, but other than that, there's very few VLATs, very few large aerial tankers. Like we lost the 730, the 747. There's just a handful. There's like 6 VLATs that really work these fires. A couple of DC-10s, the MD-87, a 737.
Last not there yet. You got anything working up here on the ground?
Only 2.
Trainee, Bob's Pershing.
Only 2 helicopters that can work at night. Just 2. You know?
Jill,
yeah.
Leaving your division.
Now there's bipartisan support is the good news for that part of the infrastructure bill to increase the wages so more people sign up for wildland firefighting instead of them being on food stamps. So hopefully just down the pipe we'll have better support. Well, Jeremy, Wrights Lake is a battleground today, so we could give you one update, but then it would be completely irrelevant from moment to moment. We just know that it's a battleground today. We know that some of the there's a whole flurry of helicopters up there trying to protect the areas. So we can't listen to 2 channels at once. Dixie is just cutting past.
I've got a spot. We can the road here with the other line and grab what we'll call the left flank of the head coming underneath Black Mountain and try to come around the corner. Just want to know that's going to be backed up.
Yep, sorry Jeremy, just fingers crossed. That's the battleground is Wrights Lake, kind of by Echo Lake-ish, or Aloha Lake, and then Kirkland, of course. And over...
it spills off the top. I'd be willing to run some retardant here. Just wanted to see if you had supported that.
Christmas Valley and the Heavenly area too. But like I said, okay.
Hey, if you're getting this, meet me at our initial starting location of our hose lay.
Magic airplane just moonwalked. So Christmas Valley and
altimeter 3002, you'll be 75 and below, and yeah, if you head for the west end of Red Clover Valley, where Ranch Dip is, and it'll be just the next valley up from that to the north with Elko.
What was it? What valley?
Hotels using Ranch Dip.
Sorry, what valley did you say? Red?
Yeah, Westwood Group ends in 10. Do we have any Type 6 available? Copy.
Delta Tango, third attack, on the brief.
Trying to look at the Hawkins Peak cam over at the Caldor real quick to try to see if there's a wind change. I don't see one. But every once in a while you should look at it. This is Caldor down there, just quite active. Wind is a bit like this in general. This is just a generality. But here, last few days we got real lucky around South Lake Tahoe Basin. Whoa! Active fire right there on the Milford. The Herlong. That was right there, the Herlong Junction.
So when you check out with
Hey, thanks, guys. I was trying to say that SLT Basin, there's been an extreme stroke of luck with SLT Basin being less windy than elsewhere. However, that's just a how long does the luck hold kind of thing. So that's why it hasn't crested over to Kingsbury, fingers crossed. But it could today. Look at that one. Look at that one.
With you.
For the first time, we saw the active fire over the roads.
It's pretty obvious, but you have a heads up.
Ah, that's so scratchy. Look. Oh, dang it. Really?
To a new project, they're finishing that up. I'm just having it extended out to the east a little more, just a little insurance policy there, Brick.
Really? It won't stay there.
3284 fuel and return Chico.
Ah.
1,500 and lead clearing them in at this time. Brick.
Okay, Wicked says lots of engines moving to Milford and Herlong area now by the highway. Yep.
Okay, with Helco, 2 Whiskey Mike, 526, 3 Alpha Charlie, 3 Bravo Del, 532. Now I got 510, 512 ordered up to replace, making 2 Fox available. Hot fuel and return to come out here. Okay, next project MID in Blacks Mountain, tying into some Dozier line, the closest piece of fire near Blacks, running it around the head along the edge of the escarpment. Might be a bit of a shit show with all the tankers showing up and the new lead on scene. Hotel Ranch Dip, below the scoopers, 6,300 or so and below, and he knows they're running up on the ridge. On the Dozier line, it's 6,500. Yep, Duckworth 1 Bravo. Release scheduled for 1,600.
Nope.
Communications, Division Lima.
There's something else we can do. I can look at the YouTube version of this cam and then pause it. Let's see if I can do that.
Back call when you're ready to copy.
Closest piece of fire to Blacks Mountain. Grab that edge direct and take it around to the head.
Yeah, for tomorrow morning, see a hose pickup, 6,000 to 7,000 feet. Be off for about an hour to come.
YouTube.
4018.995 by 121.29.540. 6,000 plus feet of hose as well as pumpkins.
Backing into the wind, and I think if we can grab this head, keep it from marching off the hill, it's worth it.
Wow. That's risky. I'm going to try to pause it as soon as it shows the fire because it's just moving around. There. Oh, it made it gray.
Yeah, affirmative. I know you're dealing with that spot. I'm trying to see if I have anything available later this evening. Trying to pick up some additional hose up top to get something available.
Oh, that didn't work.
Yeah, currently right now I have the majority of my resources in the meadow.
Okay.
Yeah, copy. If something comes up, you can just let me know on command. Got probably a couple hours worth of work to accrue. Thank you.
So it's really cooking, it's high risk, but they're trying to go direct around. On the fire up there by the 395, we just saw it crest the ridge on the cams, but it just keeps moving away. The left side cam is Susanville looking southwest, south-southwest. The other cams, we just see smoke. But that was no doubt just active fire on top of the escarpment by Herlong Junction. And they're debating their options right now with the aircraft. Aircraft can't help over there, it's too smoky. But there it is. You see that? There's the
Air attack. I think I saw you pass underneath us. We're just coming up the left flank out the clear.
Oh, it's hovering there? Oh, no, it moved.
Command.
Dang it. Steve says winds are seriously picking up in Gardnerville. Fingers crossed for South Lake Tahoe. Now, how did it look wicked? How did it look at that junction? Oh, yeah.
Alright, East to clear, attacker, attack, Tango. We're out in the clear air, northwest side of the run to Black Mountain.
The run to Black Mountain.
5 below, back to the old, and 2 Fox Hotel should be there, may have departed already.
That's a very, very good point. Do not feed the bears. You can give them water, like leave water out for wildlife in bowls around your place. But for God's sake, don't feed bears. If they associate humans with food, they'll approach humans, and the saying goes, a fed bear is a dead bear, because when they get too close to people, then they have to be put down, because that's when they're dangerous.
The valley up closest to Black Mountain Repeater, you got it?
I got it.
There's a road / dozer line right up to that. I wanted to think and grab that, go direct on that edge, and we flew down as far as we could, and it's still up on top. So we may be able to buy them some time and keep it up on top so it don't come pushing down.
Okay, so just so I'm clear on the project, start it like down on this road in the flat, roll up on that road and just build line backwards all the way around the head.
Yeah, either way you want to do it. I don't think you need to come all the way down the valley, but you'll pick up this road coming out of our off our right load, kind of a little narrow valley, goes right up to that smoke.
Yeah, I got it.
Yep, anchoring in there, and yep, take it from top to there.
Okay, we're tracking. I like it.
Okay, Helco's got all that stuff between here and there with rotors right now in squaw, chasing that swamp that's pushing out through the grass, and then Fort Tech Hotel behind it.
Okay, sounds good, man. Anything else for us?
I think that's it. I can overtalk it. 510, 512, just checked in. Yeah, that works there. Reinhardt.
Awesome.
And yeah, 131 and 167 on a hold whenever you're comfy over there, and 75 knows it works.
Did I hear 3 Alpha Charlie check out?
They may have, I didn't quite talk to them. There's a lot of traffic on the rotor.
Yeah, I'll confirm with Helco when there's pause.
Okay, we're outbound if you got some time.
Exactly. If this is cub season, you know, if it's a mama bear with cubs, wow, there's the fire. Dang it, it panned away from it. They'll attack.
So you get a little time out here at the end of the day?
If they feel threatened.
Plenty. We'll do 1800.
Okay, cool. We'll see you in a little bit. We got the fire. You got dispatch. Talk to you in a couple hours.
You know, don't put them in danger by feeding them. That's the point. Thing is, right now you don't need to feed bears. There's plenty of dead animals around to scavenge. Unfortunately, they're not that hungry. They're not suffering that way. It's herbivores. Herbivores are the ones who can't find enough to eat right now. So please don't feed bears. Oh, that's sad, Eliza. So Eliza says southeast, or Alyssa, I'm sorry, has reached. Those are lines of Capel's Lake. Some small spotting has crossed the lines and are under control. Fires continue to slowly push to the northeast. Thanks for the update around Kirkwood. Bears are everywhere. They were walking down South Lake Tahoe streets. They're fleeing the fire, you know, in all different directions to the northeast as well. Well, there it is. They're here to
resolve the bucket issue and come back.
There. Hopefully don't pan away. It did. Hang on.
I'm calling on the rotor repeat your number.
I took a screenshot. I think I captured a screenshot.
Communication with elevation.
There you go. We have not seen that all day and all night. We have not really seen.
You're able to free up one of the skidders to North Stevens Road in Section 11. We could have them cut through the road that goes through the saddle and up to where 43 Golf is working. But I need this road opened up. So is it possible for you to free up one of these skidders and head this direction?
If you just tuned in, it's a very, very active firefight and a great threat at the Herlong Junction right now at 395. This is an area known to hurt and firefighters. They had a sobering meeting this morning.
Contingency, I'll get you that number in a minute.
Shasta sector, Division Lima.
What can be happening all day is spot fires, raining embers.
Caller 1818, Milford Group Command.
It can run the ridge lines. It's extremely dangerous. That's a screenshot from moments ago. And the winds are just now starting to pick up. So there's hundreds, if not thousands, of firefighters trying to defend 395 all along here. Some of them around up here. It's extremely risky.
Go ahead. Western Group, I'm up here with Engine 3. My captain at the moment is returning the Cal Fire repair mechanic and come up with a plan. It sounds like we're going to end up heading down the hill. We'll get better communications with you. We'll get back to you in about 10 minutes. Copy that. I also have Engine 38 staged in your area. Been trying to hail them on TAC, been able to reach them, but they can continue continue to stage there for now.
Last 1 hour time lapse.
Brush 191, I'm still waiting to get out of the dry creek bed. By the time they get to the staging area, it's going to be another half hour or so, or more.
We'll get back to you once it's face-to-face with the Cal Fire crew.
Copy that. I have another summit I can have them do, but they'll be closer to the highway.
Engine 3, Westwood Group, Engine 38, copy direct. We're at drop point 722. Just advise on command if you have any needs.
Oh, cool. Thanks for sending me the screenshot. You can see the flames. Yeah, Wicked is watching. Where are you watching from again? Is it Janesville, right? Are you able to take a picture, Wicked, for us and email it to me? Like safely, you know? This is the last 1 hour. Look at the huge plume building up. It's almost 4 o'clock now, and this is gonna be bumpy. Look at this. When there's white at the top of a plume, it's real cooking. Really cooking. The white puffs at the top.
On command.
Exactly. The battle has now begun. They are engaged. They are engaged. Thanks, Dusty. Let me take a look at it.
Shasta sector on command. 03 Alpha on command. The road, we punched the line in, and behind the Type 3 is give the dozer some help.
The smoke flare-up P1 has been mitigated. Additionally, our section of Highway 36 has been patrolled and secured. We'll be headed over to our location in Chester momentarily and be spending the remaining portion of the evening over there.
Working another piece from that road back. You had a Type 3 on Laverne, and your boss more for some water tender help. I got, looks like 5 of them here. I'm sending at least 2 of them up that road.
Wow.
Yeah, I copy. You're sending 2 water tenders up the road.
Wow, there's a tanker coming. Right along the escarpment. Wow. That's very surprising. Is it just flying above? Or is it gonna... I think it might try to drop over there. Wow. Okay, once again, guys, the screenshot we had, and thanks for it, Greg, is, this was the...
475 is tanker 914, wants to confirm whether he's hold or if he'd like him back up here. So what do you think? I'm not saying yes. You want to bring him back? I mean, I don't know how tight. If we're going to protect both of these sets of structures, might as well get them coming back up here. So we just going to box.
bud.
Got 6.5 inside. I see some towers. Just off my nose coming in.
I'm in the left turn, 8.5.
1369 headed that way. Water tender 1369.
Which structures?
Bravo 75, air attack on tactics. Yeah, I'd recommend 914 return, load and return, and I think we get all the tankers coming back. There's plenty of work here and good clean air.
Let's do it. I can't hit him down here.
Thanks.
914 air attack. Plan to load return.
Thanks, Nicole. Where is the map? Can you share with me the FTP site?
Charlie, air attack.
Air attack Bravo 75 coming on scene. You want to protect the lookout and the antennas up top?
Yeah, so back at your 5 o'clock there, some cold black down towards the flats. Want to anchor into somewhere in there, and then box all this stuff in, protecting the comm site, and then keeping all this on the escarpment so none of it makes it down into the 395 corridor. With everything over here.
You know, as you come around here, looking back off my left wing, we can start the dozer line, take it straight down to that lookout. I'm thinking, we think there's a little 4 for now.
Yeah, I think we could get away with 4, some of this lighter fuel.
See that? Let's work the west side of it. We'll get it as close as we can to the antennas there, and then just a straight line down across.
Making an indirect box.
Yeah, what I want to do is, I just want to, let me think about this.
Okay, I mean, I guess we go at it either way. My preference would be to stay with it as direct as possible, double picked up where we can, tie it into the coal black, and just get this all hooked back into some of those lighter fuels out at the head by the escarpment.
On in.
Mass 1.
Yeah, it's a fire lookout.
3002, we're working north of that area. I'll get you a land long here in a minute. Temperature 3002, you're number 2. Cleared in 8,000 for now. Air Texas 95.
I think that's a
Yeah,
manned.
go for it.
I think that's a manned lookout as well as communication towers.
Puzzle in your head figured out. Go ahead, man. I'm still trying to work out the best way to do this.
The battle has begun to try to save Herlong and Herlong Junction in the Milford area.
The bucket, but Milford at this time, like I said, okay.
Black, you got the Scoopers 7,500 dropping on Turner Ridge. I'll start up at what looks like the expensive stuff up on top. You want green side of that dozer line along the fire side, or should I be on the fire side? On a clear building.
This is what it looks like.
Requested 2 guard Chinook. The last check. Contact Elko, water drop in. Request 1 release Elko over the fire at 1745 1745.
It's a wooden structure.
Okay.
This is one of the ground zero areas for the firefight.
Release Elko at 1745. Elko.
I'm going to
turn final now, and I'm going to V this off, and then we'll get real close. I'll be fire side of the 2 tracks.
Very good. Clear drop.
Drop.
Copy that.
Thank you, High Sierra.
510, air check.
Okay, yeah, stay safe, Wicked Awesome. Just if you have the ability, that would be cool to see a picture of what's going on.
Copy that.
But, of course, be safe. Yeah, Wicked is saying, I'm in Janesville.
On the left turn, take into the end and turn it back to the northeast.
There it is.
Okay, very nice. Good start, good line.
Okay, and that was a coverage 4. Just how did it tighten up to the 2 track?
You just kiss that 2 track that's right up on top there, that little circular one, you're just right up next to it.
Nope,
okay, so again, I'm left crosswind to join downwind.
Okay, very good. And break mass 1, lat long, 40 to 06 by 12019. Come there at 8,500.
Okay. We've got a little tanker going for a drop again. Looks like the second one. They were just satisfied with the first. This gives you an idea of
left downwind live.
where they're working. Some of these roads are presumably dozer lines they're using right now. Ah!
Good. Cute. 5 left base.
I'm gonna be sick. I'm
You'll be passing left to left, now back over 8,500.
The next 4 hours are going to be critical.
I'm going to roll up to the existing.
Okay. Final clear drop.
I did put a real basic summary here in the area thing here. We're listening to the Dixie. It's going to be one tough day. Herlong / Milford area at risk. Doyle is on watch. The battle has begun. The Dixie is expected to come over the 395. Flames are visible on the flare cam. So the fire is expected to breach right here and make a run for the communities this way, and also make a run for Doyle at different
Boy, that's
points.
about as direct as you can get it. Well done.
I guess we'll just continue. I'll be back at Chico, get you some more.
Very good. Hit break mass 1, 775.
Go ahead and watch this video.
Copy the lat long. Hi, very good. Break air attack, Bravo 75.
Bravo 75 air attack.
Okay, you see that drop?
Yep.
Plan is to box both those structures in, and I'm not quite certain about, you said about some cold black somewhere.
That's where they're doing the drops?
Okay, so the intent over here is to work direct line construction, anchoring off the colder black down in the valley, and just stand with the fire's edge around to the escarpment in an effort to keep the fire from moving off the escarpment and down towards 395 as the town of Milford.
Okay, I got you now.
Yeah, this is the escarpment.
Palm sites, but that'd be secondary to direct fire line construction, direct return line construction on the fire's edge.
Copy that.
Escarpment means the ridge of hills here. It's flatland and sagebrush stuff on the other side.
If you're good with it all, I'll contact dispatch and get, I think a few of the tankers are still on a hold. I can get them all headed this direction.
Good. And mass 1, come for level 8, all of it.
Okay, thanks, High Sierra. I don't know if they're flying out.
8 miles to the west of Butte. Rock Hotel, grab a splash, ramp shift. Bravo Hotel, 2 5
So fire crews are really placing themselves in danger to try to protect this area.
Grab a IP out there to the west, like out over Honey Lake or something, that they can come to both from
1741 will be down half a day tomorrow. We'll do the window. They'll make contact with resources. All the bases, that'd be great.
Yeah, I'll make sure they get it. And we'll just go out over Honey Lake at that big flat out, out in the flats, I guess.
Look at the distance between the plume and the
Copy.
camera.
We'll just center punch Honey Lake for the IP. Good copy.
The fire is massive right now.
Bring you back, and then we'll be up at the lookout by 1900. So there around that time.
I think you got your sight. Okay, I'm just trying to work out a run here.
This is the last 12 hours from Schaefer Mountain by east of Susanville looking south. This was insane last night. That's not even the impressive time lapse.
Make sure you're in the loop. Water tender E965 is now in Romeo, working for your MU striking. Copy, thanks.
Oh, let me check my email. Thank you.
Talk with you later on about getting that out of there. Yeah, same plan. Probably wheel rolling out of there around 1800. You try and relay to 8337. It may be way off.
Oh no, I just found a ton of my emails are in spam folder. No,
We'll be at the overlook around 1830 or so.
0.5, we are flying. Got you inside. Inside, Russ.
Hang on, guys. I'm sorry. Hang on.
Start down there at the bottom there, the very bottom part. I'm just trying to figure the best way in here.
Last one. Clear to the left.
Oh, negative. The heavy equipment pretty much wrapping up the section there. Craig's cleaning up behind them. And we got crew aid kind of plumbing that to get that all organized for us.
Yeah, so sorry guys. I just found like hundreds of emails in a spam folder. That was kind of hidden to me. So if you've tried to reach me, that's probably why. Not trying to be rude. Just, oh my gosh. Let me try to get the map up.
Hook over there, attack on the rudder.
We continue to watch the very, very...
These guys are going to start working here by Black Mountain. They're going to build like downhill towards the flats. And, some long exits out there. I just want to make sure you guys aren't in their way. We'll follow you, Jack. Go ahead.
straight out into Squaw Valley, but that first road that you come across, I think it's like the 03 road maybe, just below is where we're going to roll the retardant up to, and the exits are out into that valley, what we're calling the left flank, west side of this run that went up to Black Mountain. I'll confirm with the lead, but call it 6-5 and below out in the valley. Okay, let's see that on the map. I think we're good.
Water tender E1362, 4691 on TAC, or on command 31.
I've got a PayPal link in the description of the video, but I'm really not concerned about that at the moment, of course. I have donation links to the official charities for Caldor and Dixie in the pinned message of the thing. I could turn on super chat and stickers again. I just don't want to. This is, it's more important to donate to those affected right now. I can survive on pocket change left over. I'll try and fix that some other time.
I could jump back over there and make sure the scoopers are on a good, on a good project, and make sure those guys are, separated horizontally. The 2K matches, you get everyone else.
There's the flames over there in the ridge. This is live, but it keeps panning away from it. Okay. Thank you, Wicked. Thanks, Wicked. I'll try to look at the email again. Oh, JD. Are you saying that you're blind?
Bravo Hotel, and then 532. I had them back to Hella Bay. One of the medians is back over working on the previous project. I think it's 512 and 510 had a temperature gauge sticking on it, but he went into Hella Bay. Yeah, if you don't mind establishing communication with them, they've got their own little work area over there. Alright, sounds good.
Thank you so much for thinking of me. One thing you can do is get a food gift card or something and send that to my email. I'm sorry.
Okay, exit at 8,000. How was that getting down in there? I couldn't control my speed or miles. I couldn't get down there very well. And then it just hit
I can't fix the super chat or super stickers right now. And really just pocket change and food is, after you've donated to the charities, is all I need to kind of keep going. But I appreciate that so much. I just found a few hundred emails that went into a spam folder that I was unaware of. I thought it was empty, and the numbers were kind of cut off, so very sorry, but I am super appreciative of all that. Your kind support means so much to me.
Math 1, yeah, that was a good line, great start. The first part was good, but the tail end blew in, but I don't know what else we could expect.
What can help the most is like Uber Eats, gift cards, that sort of thing, so I could stay here and not go to the grocery store or cook or anything.
Pretty fast going down the hill, though.
Yeah, it's just that'd be a good one with I've done this a lot this summer, and it eventually burns through the retardant. I mean, trying to check it up, how long before you get people out here? And I'm just wondering if maybe we should just maybe to start with box in these towers, because it won't hold.
Yep, they're coming. You got dozers all working through the flight.
Operation Elevation, West 60 open. Battle Creek Elevation, City Papa Golf, hey, you on right track? Papa Golf, yeah, they're still on the curve. Elevate top.
Pushing up this hole, we're calling it the left flank, this run that made it up to Black Mountain, which is where the calm site is. Meadows and water, so it slows them down a little bit when they get the timber stringers, but they're chugging along, chasing this thing both sides of this run that came out here.
Oh, excellent.
On a load and return again through dispatch, and gave him honey IP at 8,500. That'd be out over the flats out there.
Relief for me for 1,800.
Copy, relief lead at 1,800.
Yeah, I want to bring him out early. I don't have enough to go to the end, and I don't want to bring him out 1 hour. So we'll get him out here, and we can find it.
Understood. And if you're good, I might hop over and make sure the scoopers are working on a construction project and check in with a couple of helicopters and make my way back over here in a few minutes.
Okay, I hope that is clear, so I don't have to keep interrupting myself and explaining what's going on. Portola is, I should mention that too, that they need to protect it, because when wind change, you can have so many communities at risk here. Portola, Quincy, the immediate crisis is here at Herlong Junction, because it could run straight to Herlong. They run on the flatlands really, really quickly. This is extremely dangerous here. Fire tornadoes, using that term loosely, did overrun a crew in 1989 here at the Eagle Fire. You can Google that on YouTube. It was caught on camera, but be warned, it's pretty upsetting. So it's an extremely dangerous area to fight fire.
Group, Quebec Boss McBride.
They need to do this to protect communities of Doyle. Around here, there's Doyle, Herlong, Milford, Janesville, Portola, Holmberg, Quincy, too many to name. It's a make or break day. With pretty bad weather. 1 hour time lapse. Thank you, High Sierra. Thank you.
They just pulled out a dry lake bed, but I'll send them your way.
I got it, thank you. Alright, I'll show you guys maps in a second. This is just the last hour of the smoke plume just blowing up. They've had some good success with some drops to support the very high risk direct attack that's over there by that Black Mountain Lookout Tower. It's probably one of the structures they really need to defend. It's made out of wood. It's a critical fire weather lookout station plus communications towers.
Sierra
But it's extremely dangerous. Be right back. Need to refresh myself. Oh wait, right before I do go here, thank you Wicked Awesome for your submitting your picture. This is the view from Janesville. And very within the last 20 minutes. It's looking pretty scary. Flames are visible at some point in time. Thank you so much for giving us that picture. Be right back. I think they are trying to hold it, Bob. I mean, they're trying to reinforce some lines. They're trying to protect the Black Mountain Lookout. There it is, guys. Look to the left. There it is. I wish it would stay on it, but it keeps panning away. But they're trying to keep it from going down to the 395 is what they just were saying, which is pretty surprising. But like you were saying, that's extremely dangerous to be up there on that escarpment, considering what happened in 1989 with the fire tornado thing running over crews. It may be that they're ready to retreat at a moment's notice, I guess. I'm not really sure. But they have some aerial tankers over there. Some of the S2s and such have been, and the smaller related size craft. Be right back. All about nothing. We are the site for watching the airdrops. So we can't see them on any of the cameras. But what we're doing is we're tracking the planes and doing the team reviews. Best that you can do. You can look at the Portola cam. That's showing some of the air tankers by Portola, but it's not where the crisis point is. So I haven't been focusing on that too much. But this North Portola cam, here's the link. We've seen some of the big tankers on it, but that's looking better than other spots. Be right back. Of course, I can't get a word in. I'm walking over to the other room here.
Drop plane 245, butterfly break. Nicholas. To the railroad track and begin on on the road, but...
Meadow off the 36 at DP 116, and you guys got a flare up in here. There's a Collins Pine person that's feller bunching, and it caused a flame. Can you send an engine over here and probably a tender?
Yeah, I need to look. Highway 36, DP 116. Yeah, I'll send an engine that way.
Stage right there at DP 116. I did not get the identifier on it.
Out there, the way you're coming in.
I didn't copy that. Was that on command?
Affirmative. Pressure repair. Just called it in, requesting engines and water.
Column and all the drift smoke. You could go Davis Lake and then around to this side of things, 8,500 mil conflict.
I think that sounds better, actually. Did you copy 10?
Coming up on the lead 395.
Okay. And 102 from America.
Yeah, I was listening to you with Davis Lake. I guess that's over there on the other side, correct?
Yeah, a little bit. And it is. And 395 will take you right to Honey Lake.
Exactly. We were out here about 3 weeks ago doing the same thing.
Imagine that.
I remember that.
It's going to be off Grunzy Road near the Doe Mountain Spur. 5,000 feet of hose. Pick up for tomorrow morning. The lat long when you're ready to come.
Lima from West Communications, you cut your first part of your transmission off. Copied 5,000 feet of hose, backhaul, and I'm ready for the coordinates.
40, 19.605, 121, 29.208. Be off Grunzy Road.
West Communications copies, Susan Lima, 5,000 feet of hose, backhaul, coordinates 4019.605 by 121.29.208.
Affirmative. Should be available for pickup by tomorrow morning.
Division Lima from West Communications.
Go ahead.
Hey there, Tempo.
We received one about an hour ago. Similar coordinates for a similar amount of hose.
Affirmative. Be a separate one. Should be a total of 2 so far. I should have 2 more by then.
Down here.
Communications copies.
It is plateau. Should be off Grunsey, lower side of it.
Okay, alright.
Westwood Group, Division Sierra, command.
5 Tinker 102 is 10 miles from the IP, the Honey IP.
Okay, very good. Let me, you see the, to the south, you see a bunch of towers there on the high point. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Head for that.
Okay, sounds good. And air attack from 102, if you want to call Stead Base, I was only in the smoke for about 30 seconds, and it's clear before and clear after, just a little 30-second security.
Okay, so that's good then for you.
Copy 102 will relay to Stead that just a short section of smoke, and otherwise it's good to the Honey.
I got 4 dialed in for you.
That's to the east of the structures.
Alright.
See some smoke, just look to the right and out over the escarpment, you'll see my smoke.
I got you.
I want to start right up on top. We're going to be a little indirect. They're going to have dozers. Normally I wouldn't do this, you know, because the retardant's going to get burned over if they don't get on it quickly, but we're going to give them something to start with here.
Nope, I understand that.
On the base now.
The retardant out there, if it's not going to be backed up, just, time and time again, it gets burned through this summer. Ineffective. So as long as the heavy machinery is coming this evening or tonight, we're all in on boxing this stuff in below Black Mountain.
I understand.
I'll meet you at 7,500.
Okay, go ahead and start turning right.
Doing it now.
75 Tinker 131, 12 miles to the Honey IP.
Yeah, I got you. I'll just turn underneath you then. How about that?
Yep, I'm staying at 8,000 until I have you on the other side.
Altimeter 3002, cleared in 8,500, air tax at 95, you're number 2. 02 at 85, 1 keep that turn compensation.
I am.
Air attack on the air to ground command.
Yes, I do.
Milford Group, air attack on the air to ground command.
100, number 3. 131.
Branch 30 air attack on the air to ground command.
Okay, I just sat back down, guys. Thanks for feeding me. I'm going to order some food. Really upset stomach from being sick.
Right up on top.
With your kind donations, I'm going to order some nice soothing soup.
Our air to ground command over here, that'd be appreciated.
Please hit the like button.
Outcropping is?
because that helps me reach more people that are searching for Dixie info. And Caldor. How's it going? I just had my headphones off a minute. Oh, good, Becky. Let's look back at the aircraft. So basically, if I interpret this right, trying to make some lines.
You're 2 o'clock long, following 14
to help protect Milford and Janesville. The main fire head is apparently here, but the wind is blowing so fiercely that direction they've got an opportunity to hit it on the flanks, because later the winds will shift in different directions. They need to, the best they can hope for might be make a line, make a line, well, not that far, but you know, here and here.
Perfect, right on the rock. Nice line. Oh, good. And we had a good start for everybody.
That's the Hercules drop. Where's Isaiah?
Listen, I can't get. So, can you reach out to those guys?
So, this is a close-up of what it looks like, pretty much.
Westwood sector, Janesville branch. Go ahead.
The air attack starting to go direct with retardant on that west flank, and just wanted to confirm that we were going to continue to go direct with the dozers. If you can, when you get up there, have Milford group come up on East Zone air-to-ground command, please.
Janesville branch, copy. Can't see where they're planning to drop, so if you can provide that information to the West Zone folks, that would be great. I'm working my way out and around the corner.
9-5. I understand. It's just if we're at 75 here or even 85 back and forth, we'll be nose to nose or too low for terrain. Okay, very good. So you want 95 outbound? No, 95 coming here, 85 going back. That's okay. I know it's opposite direction, but then we're not climbing through each other. That's good. Okay. We'll pass it on. Okay.
Now 3D view helps us. Transmission.
Keep this coming back around and we'll go at it.
Okay, that was a ground transmission and they overlapped the air traffic transmissions, but best I could make that out was he said something like, maybe better have the fixed wing go over towards the highway because there's something about the fire flaring up in intensity. So it was really broken.
About halfway around the horn on the 3-1 road. I could keep coming around that side if you're going to just kind of keep eyes on that fire. So I can get pinched built here. 7, I think I know what road system you're on. You say 3-1.
Drive time, they're probably about 20-25 minutes.
Fingers crossed, things looking okay on the Caldor as far as the heat maps go. We try to monitor best we can.
When you come across the 177, just stay straight, just bump across the road, pick up the other one on the other side, and I'll meet you on that one.
Okay, air go. 1800. Copy, I'll place the order.
Kern, good tie-in, good line.
Okay, I continue to listen. It's very hard to get a word in, but basically, Fireman 8124 hitting the top. So.
You got Quincy Hill base air attack on the underground command.
Hang on. So that's the winds are going to catch it, and when it reaches the bottom, it'll run east because of the lateral winds. Meaning they're patrolling 395 because if embers spot over, the winds will blow it into the sage. It'll run rapidly, probably straight for Herlong or Milford or that whole area. So that's why it's so critical to monitor 395 and try to catch it up there in the ridge.
Coming to you from the east zone. Where would you like us?
A new fire east of Redding.
Alpha Junction Group. We're going to have you come through Milford and keep coming. You'll see a motocross track. There's a sign. It's blown out a safety zone. There's some engines in there now. Water tenders and a dozer and a transfer park there.
Uh-oh.
3800 Alpha copies. En route.
It blew out of a safety zone? Yeah, I asked firefighters, like, is the Sierra Weapons Depot in danger of the fire? And it's not at all like people would think. No, there's not going to be massive munitions detonations. I mean, they've had fires here before. They have their own fire department. It's really rocky out there. It's a much more sketchy for all the poor people around Herlong and Milford. It's going to be
I kind of ran away from you too anyway.
Quite difficult to protect the people structures. They're extending a safety zone.
Yeah.
Okay. Chinook helicopter did a beautiful drop on KCRA. That's cool. I can't show too much of KCRA. I'm trying to look at it.
You want me to just keep my right turn coming here, 167? Yeah, I'm in good position.
That makes me car sick, I'm already tossing my cookies enough today. I'm sick as a dog.
Looks so pretty, too.
Let me take a look. Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, I will show you guys. Wow, look at that plume. Holy mackerel. I'm going to show you real quick. This is just a little bit.
We'll just make this a little wider downwind.
This is Caldor. We'll just look at it real quick. That's a Sikorsky Sky
Crane.
Crane.
Another way to sequence you guys between the scoopers. And they're up monitoring the rotor, so we'll have them call in a checkpoint coming in. But yeah, we'll head your direction and get that sorted out for you.
And
Brad 30. Fuck command.
oh, did it get it? Did it get it? Is that the beautiful? Is that the beautiful drop? Right, that's working now.
Kind of about 10 degrees off the nose, headwind, quartering headwind, about anywhere from 12 to 15 knots.
Wow, I think it got it. I think it got it. That's how helicopters work. They put out the spot fires. These are spot fires, a good example of what they are. These here, wow, okay, this is making me car sick. and they can become a big, big problem. So this is how, when fires spot over the lines, like Highway 88 over here,
Milford Group Air
and you have standing dead trees like that blazing up
red.
red.
Just wanted to establish comms with you. We're built retard up below the Black Mountain repeater site. We're going to intend to take it all the way down to the valley floor and create a line for you. It'll be kind of the left shoulder of this run that came up to Black Mountain. Just wanted to confirm that, you know, that this is going to be backed up with ground forces, dozers, and crews at some point this evening tonight. That's perfect.
Well, we're looking at the Caldor, we're listening to Dixie. I just want to...
On the exit, just remember, before you go any higher, inbound 9-5, air attacks at 9-5 as well.
Wow! Look how much water it has, the Chinook. Compared to the Sky Crane, that is a mobile waterfall.
Cleared in 8,500, air attacks at 9-5. Covers all 6.
Wow. Yeah, the Chinooks compared to the Sky Crane, look how much more water it has.
Yeah. Come to me.
Okay, so...
Bravo 75, tanker 1-2, we're still 20 south of the Honey IP, looking for clearance to the TFR though.
Okay, look for the exiting tanker at 8,500. 3002, he should be out of your area, cleared at 8,500. There's
Alright, in at 85, 3002, you want us all the way to the Honey? Yeah.
Is that Caples? Caples Lake? Or is this over by,
probably 5 west of where you're working at campsite, went into the smoke. Gotcha, okay. I'm going to come across your 2 o'clock to your 12 o'clock. Looking, gotcha.
Wow. Okay, I can only show this briefly or I'll get a copyright thing. Please go here to the link and watch KCRA if you need to. You can always come back and see us. We need to monitor the Dixie.
There, but we're just going to tag it, extend it, take it off the bluff.
Okay, I mean, they're still working hard to protect the Herlong Junction. I just wanted to show you guys how it works. And this is what I'm allowed to show for the purposes of, you know, education, just little clips. But I can't show you the full thing, or I'd watch it with you, of course. But this is an example of the Chinook. These work the fire at night, and they were doing this at night at the Kirkwood Junction area. In the future, when we have more of these, there's only 2 of these for all of California. Only 2 of them can work at night. In the future, if we invested the money and had more technology, imagine that going on night after night after night. We would have a totally different ballgame with the fires, so much more control. So I just wanted to illustrate that. Thank you for bringing it to my attention. I'll continue to monitor that off and on the other screen, but we still have to
On command.
sit back at the fingers crossed. It seems like it's going decently well, at least with the drops on the Dixie by Herlong, but it's not. It's a hard battle. The next 3 hours are really crucial.
Wondered if there's going to be helicopters available at some point to help them with other charging exclusion zones. They're all in those, like, you know, ponds, little standing water up there.
That's Silver Lake, okay. Yeah, that's... Yep, Grizz, it's looking better on the Caldor than the Dixie.
That Milford group, they sound like that. You know, there's a big chunk of, I think, where I think they are, there's a long chunk of timber kind of flat rolling down with low pond. Where you guys are working and where the tankers are working. Yeah.
I think in order...
Eagle Hell Base, you were really scratchy. Please repeat your traffic. Confirm your visibility at Eagle Hell Base. We got about a mile to the north and a mile and a half to the south.
Well, this is the view from Susanville.
Affirmative. They're at 7,500 and below.
This is without FLIR. This is with FLIR. Same camera here. It's getting really smoky. Yeah, fingers crossed. I mean, that was a crucial 48 hours for the Caldor. Today is pretty important, too. If they continue to have lucky breaks in the weather, that's all these crews need to do heroic jobs of containment and saving structures. We could have had such worse scenarios happening over the last few days. I mean, it's been heartbreaking.
Copy that with branch.
Right, perfect. That's the escarpment on the left. That's the flatland on the right. Looking north.
Big hill there.
Okay, I got you in sight. We'll over the flat.
That's Honey Lake, which is dry right now, right?
I don't think we can. That's too tight of a turn.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess by the time he gets loaded and all that, driving out, I guess just kind of wherever they feel like they want to leave it, maybe at that distant point. Just when you hit the pavement out there, might make sense.
We'll transition into a right-hand pattern. It's cleared down to 7,500.
All right, I'll meet you at 75 in a right turn.
Okay, so it's very low, not completely dry. The Honey Lake. Sometimes it does go completely dry on occasion, or am I mistaken about that? Is it more of like a Martian? More of like a marsh when it's really dry?
Pushover, we've got some down.
I'm asking, not saying. Like, I'm curious about it.
That bluff. Okay, to pass the bluff. 1,000, and it gets down, of course, lower than that, and it's heading
So the columns you can see, there's multiple ones. Best to see what's happening on the escarpment is let's see which camera.
Traffic for Eagle Holiday.
It's Babbitt P.
Division Romeo 9212 Golf on command.
And that's visible from a long way away.
Visibility too low.
His last 1 hour on Babbitt. They're losing their visibility, it sounds like. They just said visibility zero. Oh, it's okay, Grace. Everything's good.
The new target point, making my way to look at it. Remember black hip on previous?
And the cattle go out and graze in the lake area? Okay.
Yeah, continue past Ridge Dip, go north up the Squaw Valley, and then hang a right when you hit the clean air. Come up the north side to black.
Hey, Robert, I think she's on the fire here, too. I keep hearing a lady pilot's voice. She's a 19-year-old Chinook.
Eagle Holiday. All command. West Alpha.
That's the last 10 minutes, guys.
Are you good with the, you'll hear those guys call for domestic. That means they're probably a couple minutes out from the dock.
Okay, guys, I'm going to take a poll. Should we watch the Caldor evening press conference? It just probably would take up about 32 minutes of our time in the crucial battle. I don't know. I don't think I want to watch it. Just going to make a poll. Okay, the poll is up.
En route 9,500. Just be at the IP at 8,500 and then exit at 8,500. Is that going to work for you?
Yeah, that'll work good. We'll come out at 95 and go back at 85.
Sorry, I'm gonna change the poll. I'm sorry, I worded that stupidly. Excuse me. Fix that. What I mean is, should we be watching that and interrupting this? This is like watch later. That's what I'm thinking. Sorry, I just screwed it up. Because I think it's completely premature, excuse me, to say what's going on in a fire like the day is over when the day's pretty much in progress and just begun. 11 o'clock is when the day's over and you can talk about it.
Well done.
Later, okay.
Sorry. Bravo 75 cleared in 8,500. Are you going to the Honey IP?
Branch 16, Sierra Command.
Tanker 914 is coming. Oh, thank you, Natalie. Thank you guys for helping me get food. I'm going to order the food right now. I just realized I haven't eaten much since 7 in the morning. Okay, I promise I'm going to go get the food. Thank you, guys. The heck is that sound?
Diesel branch analog group, go ahead. Yeah, it's for possible. You need me at 603. About 5 hours.
Okay, I don't know if that's a weird garbled transmission or what, but I'm going to mute that horrible sound for a second. So, the results are in. Stay with the Dixie. Yeah. Okay. 76% of you want to stay with the Dixie. We will look at the Caldor meeting later. But the thing is once they get on the Caldor meeting, usually they're talking about information that they gathered over the course of like the past hour. And so it can be almost 2 hours old by the time they're talking. We can look at the cams and see, like, they're like, oh, such and such place is okay, and it's on fire. That's what we keep dealing with. So I believe that we should just watch that a little later. By 8 p.m., things might be calming down. We hope. So that might be around the time we watch. But right now is an ongoing battle. That's one of the most crucial days of the Dixie fire. This is a make or break day. Does it get out of hand and race towards a bunch of communities today? Or they do really good work and make extreme progress on containment? It's either one or the other. Okay, I don't know what that sound is. The moment that stops making that sound, I'm going to unmute it. What do you guys think that is? No, I cracked open a cold one. You know what? That's not a beverage. That's not an alcoholic beverage. I don't drink. But you know what? I'll start telling people what I drink. Now that I'm popular, they're going to have to pay me to do their advertising, these companies. Just kidding. It's an electrolyte drink, you know. Dr. Pepper. No. Mr. Pibb. Oh God, I'm gonna be sick. What we have here is the moonwalking endangered species moonwalking airplane in its natural habitat. Hashtag sponsored beverage. Yeah. A tab. Oh. Wow.
Helicopter off on 6,500 and below.
Okay, Tanker 911 is going to turn around at Honey Lake. Now this will be the drop. I'd give anything to see this drop from a webcam.
It's going to turn to a downwind. Heading is going to be anywhere from 210 to 200.
Stronger.
Clear down there. Clear down to 7,500.
You might need a stronger ginger ale. Yeah.
We're going to go out over the escarpment. 7,000 will clear that, and then it's going to be a bit of a pushover. And just take it, start it. There's going to be a tag and extend. Take it as far as you can go.
Yeah. As far as you can go. Contain this thing. This is actually, fingers crossed, going pretty well.
Walking road, no visible spots on it already.
Jolt Cola.
Maintain to the west from the dip, 6,500 below, no factor. We have you in sight.
What's no factor?
It's close to that altitude on this drop.
And over from the side, yeah, the silver dip. 27.
Okay, let's go.
This is so cool. So what I tried to do was to import airplanes into Google Earth, and it did not work. If anybody knows the secrets, I don't know that it's possible. You know what?
Yeah, it's kind of a quartering headwind, about 15 knots. Right, final line.
This is a long turnaround. They have to do this to share airspace. They have to give each other wide berths because of the not rotor watch. What's it called? These things. The VLATs. The very large aerial tankers, which are the passenger jets, like this DC-10. It's a wrong, inaccurate model. The actual planes, what it looks like is here. It's just a placeholder model. If a craft gets behind them into their wake with the wake turbulence, they could crash like immediately. So air traffic control is here behind him at BE20. He's the guy you hear talking all the time. He's literally directing the traffic as a mobile air traffic controller. Like on the ground, they're not doing it. He's doing it. He's looking out his window left and right, and okay, never mind that. The plane is not crashing. It's just this is the. If they nosedive, just don't worry about it. This is the program losing track of where the airplane is. Pull up. Pull up. Whoop whoop. Pull up. Terrain. Terrain. Now we should have better sound effects for that. I'm just going to interpret this sometimes as the engines, perhaps they're vegetarians, and they just like to ingest vegetation sometimes, maybe.
I do.
So, yeah, it's not 100%.
Exit at 8,500, but just keep coming right there. There's going to be helicopters off your nose. To get up above 6,500 when you can, and then you can just stay west of all the smoke.
Okay. I was going to say this is the most accurate way to track the airplanes. When they get down on a road, it's pinpoint accuracy. What the heck was that? I'm so impressed by the modern technology. Look how wonderful it is. What the heck is going on?
Blowing smoke right into the cold black. Well done.
Okay.
I don't know if you can get that radio looked at, but this point's really scratchy.
I know what that was, guys. Maybe they were doing a Honey Lake touch and go with gear down. Oh, man. UAP, interdimensional identified aerial phenomena.
Western Communication Division, Quebec Training.
Oh, God. I'm sorry. I have to laugh at some things or I'll go crazy. He's impaired. So they made the drop, and as I didn't quite hit the unmute button. But what the eye in the sky just said, he goes, "Wow, freaky, beautiful drop that." It never fails. I hype up some technology and it malfunctions. I'm like, yeah, guys, we can see you.
Order 4 folded tanks, 150 hose tees, 150 1-inch nozzles.
Hopefully they come back. I'm so surprised they have the clarity to do. I mean, that is super bold, dangerous flying in those winds. Look at the time lapse of that plume. This is one of the most dangerous. Last 3 hours. This is one of the most dangerous places to fly and work in a fire. Canada Dry.
3002. Let's go. Coverage level 6. We're going to start at the very start of it again. Just widen your line to the left, closer to the fire.
That's instructions for the tankers. But the pilots will tell you the high Sierras are dangerous flying, even without horrible smoke problems. Look at this.
4 folded tanks, 150 hose tees, 150 nozzles, inch nozzles, has dropped 2146.
So the reason I was so concerned, I'm having better hope minute by minute, getting hopeful, is because earlier they said in the meeting that they just had around 30 helicopters standing by and 2 small planes, but it looks like they redirected the VLATs and scoopers and all that. Wow, look at the scooper parade. There's a scooper parade.
The information, Branch 30 has been trying to reach you on Command 30. Copy.
So these can turn the tide. They didn't.
Branch 9, West
So look at the little train of airplanes going by, dipping out of Frenchman Lake. Oh, let's see if the scooper will go dip in the lake. We might lose contact with it. These are the belly scoopers. They dip. They skim the lake. They don't even have to land.
Communications, go ahead.
Shasta Cola is good.
We do not have a Branch 9.
It's a flock of scoopers. Yay. Yay.
Janesville Branch. Command 30.
Now, isn't Shasta bottled over by Shasta Springs, which is a ghost town, kind of by Dunsmuir? There used to be a resort there that people would arrive on a train. It was like a terrain, pull up, terrain.
Janesville Branch.
Too low. Sync rate. Sync rate.
Copy that. You want to just turn in on it from there. You're clear to maneuver, clear to draw.
You can really see it with the sunlight, so if you want to do a run through real quick, that'd be perfect.
I'm going to interpret this as it's probably on the lake, but the program has lost.
The thing is to approach it from the west. You can pick it up pretty easy. I'm going to come back around to the right.
I talked about radio check, making sure that what we planned this morning was going to work. I think Jason's just either in a hole or not hearing his radio, but you're clear up here. I'm going to head back towards Milford sometime with you guys on the highway. I'll make sure that Jason copies.
Sky crane, orange.
I'm going to interpret this as it's actually skimming the lake right now at Frenchman, but it's so lower. It's so low that they're having trouble tracking the plane with the program, and it's just kind of auto-generating where it thinks the plane is. I highly doubt that it's actually tobogganing down the slopes by Omira or Omira. Whoa, Dan Daly says saw a video where 215 hit a lamppost on the dock during the scoop. Whoa. Can you share that, Dan?
Look for Dale inbound.
Helco air attack on the rotor.
Crystal geysers bottled in Mount Shasta on the Rexan Spring.
Yes, the structures that you worked earlier.
Ah.
Yep, I'm over Honey Lake, headed that way now. Looking for Jay. I saw Jay's drop, but looking for him on the way out.
Yeah, he's a right-hand turn, just south of the towers.
Okay.
Between here and Squaw Valley.
So this one might show us where they're really working, like individual roads. Locals will probably, that was my point before it went all wonky. You can do precision tracking.
There's a lot of water out in those flats. Seems like we should stay away from that, but maybe we could skip across to the next, the timber to the southwest, hit that all up direct, and just keep pushing back towards Squaw Valley.
Can I come over at 85 and take a quick peek? Absolutely, whatever you need. Yeah. Do you have me? No, sir, I do not. Oh, I got the smoke. Yep, I got you dots. Well, look for you. I'll just swing out wide and let you come in, and I'll get behind you. Yeah, I'm right over at 395, headed southeast.
Good. I like it. Show firsthand.
About 7,800. Me. Okay, you just hang out down there. I'll 85 and I'll be right there. Oh, I've got you now. Okay, very good. I'm going to widen out here to the south and just roll in behind you. Good. Once we cross, I'll get up to 85 and you're clear to maneuver.
I think they may be dropping altitude, but... There's a fire by Weed.
Then we'll start widening out the existing long turn line. Okay. And I'm going to dip down from 85 to 8 and then take one lap and I'll be able to go to work. Let's reach a place. Route can repeat.
I'm in check. Paisley cutoff where the crews are working at swap.
Can we jump over the road or brief again?
That line that we put in was kind of a, on final there, that long line, you get about a 20-knot quartering headwind, so I'm sure you'll probably have about that as a crosswind. Okay, thank you.
Okay, it's dropping altitude. We'll see
I'll see it off with the V pointing back into the flight. So that'll probably be the safest for now.
I was trying to say, we'll see the precision drop if the program doesn't malfunction and tracks the plane right. Sometimes you could show the exact road that they're working on.
Do that. Make sure coordinate with Helco. There's the helicopters working the other side of that timber, and then you've got that one crane working in Black Dip there, just short of your exit.
Yep, I've been talking with 3 Alpha Charlie, and then by the time we get into this, hopefully we'll have most of it done by the time Bravo 47 makes it out, but we'll definitely give them a good brief on that and coordinate with any helicopters.
Cool, thanks. Is this John Casey?
It'll happen one of these days, huh?
Yeah, hey, sir.
Branch 16, 9142, Charlie, on command.
Antelope group on command.
Group engine 2221. Myself and 3 of the 5 engines here at 282. En route to report to...
Okay, I'm ordering my food. Thank you so much for the kind gift.
Copy.
Thank you. Whoa, where's the plane? Whoa.
Oh, and I'll try to start plenty early.
How's it going on?
Charlie, we're getting quite across the line, just south of the 10 road on Westwood logging. Wondering the availability of a couple of copters. We have intermittent clear air here.
That's the far north end of the fire, guys, not here. But it's not going well. Spawning over the lines.
42 Charlie, Branch 16 copies. I'll come up with Westone Helco and have you as the ground contact.
Running from the escarpment down to the valley, just that kind of the left shoulder below the repeater site.
head that way and try to get help. They got a copter inbound, so I'll see if I can snag them.
How's it going on the Caldor, guys?
West Elko, command, ship traffic.
95 Bravo is number 10.
Really, a lot of gallons delivered to the fire. Really efficient.
Why don't you think about coming along that, getting that north side of it?
If that's okay.
Absolutely. You're clear to maneuver.
Maneuver, we're left, I guess I'm lost here, but probably a left downwind.
Left downwind, do it, you're 6.
I'm sorry. Did he say groovy or clear to maneuver? That's great. Okay. I'm getting a little hopeful, guys. These aircraft can turn the tide.
At the fire, over towards what we call the right shoulder. Nothing's dropped off the escarpment, Jeff, so everything's still parked up in the high country. Nothing's backing down the slope yet into the 395 corridor.
Yay, yay.
I don't know that we'd be very effective with a retardant out here. I mean, I suppose if you guys felt like it was a priority, we could try to paint the transition, you know, where it goes from the high country and drops down towards the 395 corridor, but we wouldn't be able to complete it because we'd lose visibility out here across the head, and I just don't think it's attainable before the end of shift.
Oh.
Gonna have to put one little squirt to get enough tail, and then if you want, we can get you another load to finish it.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're going to plan on, you know, when you get back, I would save that lookout for you. You'll probably have Bravo 47. Then we want to widen that long line we put in there anyway. So, yeah, load return. Okay.
So go ahead and take the strike team. You can take 22 Charlie identifier. And 64 will be catching up.
Yeah, copy. 22 Charlie.
Sierra, Westwood Group.
Yep, glad we can get it done for you guys. Nice work on the ground, and we'll be overhead till 18:15, and then Air Attack 06 will take it out to sundown. Air Attack.
Very nicely.
See you in a bit.
Wow, that took it and blew it.
Back out up to the north.
Kind of, did you line up on the west side of that? I couldn't tell. I had parallax going on.
We were on the Honey Lake side of the towers.
Yeah, it's still, the tail of it's still drifting.
We might have to come the other way and do it into the wind. We could try.
Wow.
But it's laying in there nicely, though. It is. You got that baby surrounded. You got a little bit on the towers there on the west side, but it's all good.
We'll be left the course on the way back to Reno.
Wow. That sounds awesome. You said that there was such a huge splash of retardant that long after it was still drifting in the wind. This is going great. Fingers crossed, guys. These airplanes can really turn the tide. I want to check in with Caldor real quick.
Milford Group, engine 2264 on command.
How's it going at the Caldor? Light breeze in the south of Tahoe.
Engine 3 on command.
Check it out.
Milford Group, this is engine 2264. It sounds like my strike team's heading down into Milford. And I've been asked to head back that way.
Yeah, we could.
Just make contact with Sims and let him know you're leaving.
Wicked.
You're broken. You let me. You want me to get a hold of Janesville and let him know I'm leaving?
And negative. Get a hold of Heavy Equipment Boss Sims and let him know you're leaving.
Yeah, copy that. I never tied into him. Never saw him. I can go back and try to get.
If you didn't get a hold of him, you're good.
Alright, copy. 2264 is going to tie back into the strike team and head down into Milford.
Alright, copy.
Dan, you're awesome. Now that while this is sad that we are taking, taking a lot of loss in the fires. This is going. This is going. This is going better than expected. Wow, okay, guys.
Towards the fire side, and I've got one load up on top. We're just going to tag and extend that. Copy.
You have a route, elevation, and a copter prepping for the tanker long line?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, I was just going to show the other. Wicked has been sending. West route,
Silver Dip, Division Romeo, 7500, 42 Charlie. And we send you 87 Charlie Hotel and 1 Charlie Golf.
Where it is.
If it looks 10 times worse, that's quite concerning.
You'll be receiving 1 Charlie Golf and 87 Charlie Hotel.
1 Charlie Golf and 7 Charlie Hotel. Okay, let's just, we'll do this out of the left-hand turn. We'll come back in. Down to 7,500. 7,500. And then transition back into a right-hand turn. Keep this turning all the way around. Turning out green. Hello, Western Group. Westwood Group, West Communications. I have a report of a 2-acre spot fire outside the line. Let me know when you're ready to copy.
Oh.
Westwood Communications, Westwood Group, go ahead. Right on the exit. The exit looking pretty good. They're putting it in Butte Meadows, which is former Branch 7 Division Foxtrot. Wondering if you can divert any resources that way. I have coordinates if you'd like them.
It's Butte Meadows?
I need to look at where that is. I don't divert right now. I do have 3 engines on the west side of Lake Alamo, if it's near that. Copies. It's pretty far. It's, like I said, Branch 7, Division Foxtrot, Butte Meadows.
Whoa. I'll get a map up.
Let's all go on it.
Hang on.
Let me look it up, see if I can get to it.
We saw the general location. Yeah, I'm just going to turn in on it here. Have you got me? Got you in place. Tagging and extending. We're just... Wonderful. Easy, real easy. But you got to kind of go west and come back on it to pick up the sign. That'll check contact Holco. Right down almost to the very bottom, right?
911. Max 5 Bravo is going to turn. 4003.851 by 12187.917. Group West Communication, it's 12127 decimal point 917. 127.917.
I did not get the good clear read back on that, but I know where Butte Meadows is. Division Foxtrot. Okay. How do I...
Stand by.
Okay. Try to fix that. Sorry, Wicked, I'm trying to show your photos too. I'm hoping Explorer isn't crashing. I just had a weird error. If I lose you guys, I would restart the computer and come right back.
If he's got eyes on you. Your final clear drop.
Oh, Butte Meadows. I was thinking Butte. Like, okay. Okay. Scott, welcome. Yeah. If you guys can hit the like button, that'll help the video trend and reach other people looking for it.
Operations, confirming that was Butte Meadows.
Top left end of Dixie. Okay, thanks.
That's from Butte Meadows per Butte ECC.
It's a bit concerning.
Can you recontact the Butte ECC and confirm if they're requesting additional resources? They should have 3 engines over on the Butte sector.
Return, you'll be working with Bravo 47. Alright, load return. That's right. 8,500 on the exit.
Okay, Wicked has shared some photos. Just gonna download them now. Thank you so much.
Barely here to say again. Looking for some numbers. Okay, altimeter 3002, cleared in 8,500. Are you going to the Honey ID? Yeah, 3002, 8,500, air attack. Exit 95. It's just, when you see the structures, the big towers up on top, just head for that. That's where we're working. Okay, sounds good. We're still showing a few minutes out. I got to go around this column and then I'll sneak in into Honey Lake.
Okay, I got them downloaded.
Call up on top of the TFR. No, we're in the severe clear. We're west of all the smoke. Which way did you go direct to Honey IP? No, I'm down here by Quincy right now. I just heard you had a break in the action, so I thought I'd bump you real quick. Okay, yeah, just head to the north, this lake, and then head north 8,500. Okay, sounds good. See you just about 9 minutes. Okay, yeah, just stay west of all that stuff. It'll be great. And then have your right here come up on 134.025. 34.025. Albert.
This is taken moments ago by Wicked. Thank you so much for sharing the photos. We're rooting for you. We're rooting for you. Rooting for you and everybody who's evacuated.
Send me up a coverage from the lake. All of it.
3002, 8,500 coach over.
Should be right hand pattern. Same area.
75, Bravo 47 on 134.025. Hey, Albert, Bravo 75 right. This is the 613 that I had you roll over on. Okay, so all the frequencies are good on the 106. I'm talking with Air Attack and Helco, East Helco on the rotor breeze, which is 126.67 break.
So the white puffs on top of the power Plumas.
The far northeast side of all this smoke, and it's just west of Honey Lake.
Hours, and you'll see the smoke. Just follow the edge of the smoke to the north, and you'll find it. Okay.
He's talking to the C-130. He's having trouble seeing anything because the smoke is bad. But this is a MAFS, a converted C-130.
They've got 126.67. That's a rotor brief for this east side.
This is so dangerous that they can't see where they're flying. I'm surprised they're doing it. But it's a good bonus.
On you, but that's a rotor brief, and that's what you're talking to Helco and Air Attack on. That's affirmative.
Wicked.
Okay, so we've got one copter kind of working in our area using black dip. That's 3 Alpha Charlie. He's maintaining 6,500 and below. And when he's to and from his target, which is south of his dip, he's up and to the left, south, no factor, maintaining visual separation for the tankers. Okay. And I'm not really controlling them, just if we've got a tanker on final and dropping, we're just making him aware that we've got a tanker exiting out over in their general area of their dip. And you doing that on rotor brief? Nope, the copters, I'm talking to them direct on the rotor, Victor. Okay. Okay, tanker lineup. We've got 914, 911. Tanker 15, Tanker 131, Tanker 167, and Mass 5 and Mass 1.
This is Mass 5.
So 20 south of the IP, looks for clearance through the east side of the TFR.
Cleared in altimeter 3002, 8,500, bear tax at 95.
Yeah, can you take a video, Wicked? Like a little mini video? Because
Lake for the dip, and they're working with copters over there. We haven't had to work with them at all, so it's all deconflicted, no issues.
Even if you can't share it now, we could look at it later.
The plan is they want to get some retardant in here. They're going to have some dozers eventually come in and start putting some line in direct as possible. And then we were also boxing in a repeaters tower site and also a lookout. No hazards in the area. Tankers are going, all the lats are going into stead, and then the mass into McFarland along with the V-lats. Out here, East Dixie Helco out here, working with them. But like I said, we've only got 3 Alpha Charlie and just talking with them, letting them know when we're working, but don't have positive control over them. Copy.
Yep, very true, Kathryn, Tally. Thanks, guys, for being here. They're giving it their all. They're making a crazy high risk direct attack. And they're funneling in tankers that are...
After we're done with this, double wide on from the escarpment down to the valley. They're looking at elevators on command 31.
What? No, tell us.
We're heading south with the retardant. I don't know if you guys will be able to do that this evening or not, but that's a secondary project.
0-0, 7,000.
200-7000, cover Delta 8 off.
You know what? Once you get in position, I'm going to make it a left-hand pad. I'm going to head to the west, come back at it in the right-hand pattern. We can pick it up better in the light coming from that angle.
Okay, can come on down and meet you.
1,500, see you there.
It's still tense. It's still tense here on the Dixie, but...
Do you have us in sight?
1-2, just coming on C now, got you in sight.
We tag and extend on this, and you can just go for it if you'd like.
I'll watch it, left turn.
Absolutely.
When he's going into the dip, just letting him know if we've got a tanker on final, just to maintain visual separation.
Yeah, I got that. I just wanted to know who he reported to.
Yeah, he's working for air attack.
Gotcha.
Down at the very bottom, there's going to be a crane, orange, coming and going, 6,500 and below. We'll both be right on the exit.
That's fine.
Okay, we're getting new photos from Wicked Awesome board games. It's getting the Plumas expanding moment from one moment to the next, looking south from Janesville.
Janesville branch, Westwood sector on command.
7 X-ray Lima.
Place a call.
Got some info past.
Westwood sector.
Real big. Getting real big. Moment by moment. Seeing planes are flying over him, and that must be incredible. Can you photograph any of the planes?
Good
That would
start,
be cool.
good line. Load and return.
Great.
8,500 on the exit. Are you going direct staying to the west of this fire line?
Affirmative. We'll be west of everything.
Load and return.
Very good. Just look for
Yeah.
Bravo 470 be working for him next. He'll be at that altitude as well.
Firefighter.
Sticker 1-2, did you see that?
Kind of. I was just above it. I'm at your 6, though.
Just go for it. Coverage level 6. If you can, is this going to work out if I just hold this and power back?
Oh, yeah, we're good.
I think I'm going to turn to a base.
Okay.
We're getting a little bit lower. I didn't look at it at the drop, but we'll cross the ridge at no lower than 7,000.
They're doing the drop. They're doing the drop. Look how low he is. Splash.
6 air attack on the rudder.
Yes, sir. Final trail with the hotel.
Yeah, altimeter 3002, cleared in 7,500 and below, and then 6,500 and below when you get to your work area. Contact Helco, this frequency. Air attack 9,500, 6 wing 8,500, and Scoopers working Turner Ridge 7,500.
Scooper. Scoopers. Steve, my email. If you send me anything, you have to write in the email that I have permission to show your work.
Okay, copy, black tip.
Thank you so much. I can't show.
Good start, good line.
I can't really show copyrighted stuff or too much of like the media. Yeah, Wicked says you can see with the right plume is glowing.
Load and return. Alright, load and return. So working with Bravo 47.
Okay. We get a different frequency tomorrow. I'm getting a lot of stack on this one.
It might just be your radio. Mine's loud and clear.
Really? Okay. I'll have my guys look at it.
Back to back to back.
I can't change the frequencies on it right now.
Oh,
sorry, but that's more than else heard that.
The MD-87. The MD-87 is coming.
How far out are you?
Wow.
And Albert, did you see where 3 Alpha Charlie was dipping?
Wow.
4775. 47, go ahead. Let's see. Yeah, I'm here. Oh, just behind, I think that was 1-2. I saw your drop. Looks like you're just building a big, nice wide line up there, that saddle. I just tried to bring everything a little bit closer. She went way direct down at the bottom there, so maybe double up or widen it out. Yeah, that makes sense.
I wonder if any of the airplanes will be on the clear.
I think that was 102. Altimeter 3002 cleared in 8,500. I'm transitioning with Bravo 47. Okay, the dip is right. Do you see the helicopter coming out of the dip? I'm looking for you, Ron. I'm back over here over that last run. I stayed that right turn. Up at 8,000. Okay, just look to the south. I'm popping some smoke. Look down at the very bottom. There's a sky crane in the dip right now. I gotta get turned back around. I'm over by the towers. I gotta get one back in there. Okay. Oh, actually, no, I got you. Okay, yep, I see the dip set down. I got him.
Here's the train of...
1,500 below. I'm in the left-hand turn looking for you. You can drop 102 if you mind. I think you're right around 200. 7,000 across the bridge up on top. 200 at 7,000. Get to the left turn out there now. And your radio's kind of scratchy as well. Yeah, this thing goes in the shop here pretty quick. Keep that left-hand turn, and I'll slide in behind you here. 1-2. Say again. Keep
that left turn going and I'll slide in behind you.
Okay, never mind. Scott, we're just working on this. We do have these structures. We haven't got them all surrounded yet. So there's that little lookout down below it.
Okay, you talked about comm towers?
Yeah, we've got that. We don't have anything on the north side of it. We got this little lookout down below it to the south.
Okay, I'm looking for that now.
Wait, I'm fairly certain this plane is not hovering. But this BE-20, he's the eye in the sky, directing the show.
And maybe just, I'll leave that up to you down below. Next priority is going to be across the drainage. We haven't really talked about that, but when you think that's looking good, if you want to go a little more direct, they are going to have dozers that are going to work all night and go direct. So if you want to just, finish the day doing that, it's up to you and AirTech.
Okay, yeah.
All right, are you good?
Yeah, I think so. Albert's got something for Sean.
Yeah, I'm going to exit out here to the right. 102 ought to be on scene by now. Looking to be dropped. Are you good to go with them?
Yeah, I'm going to start with that structure real quick, and then I think I got a couple of maps on the load and return, and I'll finish up that line down in the, see if I can tie it into that road down there, because that's what they want.
Earlier, they requested help at Butte,
See you, buddy.
Butte Meadows.
10247, you got the number?
So it's not a cakewalk over there.
Okay, let me know when you're on scene, and I'll show you what we're doing. We're coming over.
But I'm tentatively hopeful.
Well, I'm off with the end of we'll see. Okay, so the TFR, the rotor, and this, that's affirmative. And then, didn't tell you, but there's nobody in there. Yeah, they're going to have some builders in there, but the lines are clear, the whole shit. Okay, copy. Thanks for that.
Where's the MD-87?
The EVAC line. There's some.
These Meadows here, picking it up in the timber, direct on the fire's edge on the other side of the red drain area.
Yeah, I'm going to see if I can box off this lookout real quick since I got 102 here.
Okay, very good. And we'll be transitioning with the incoming relief air attack at 1815. We'll just be overhead for a few more minutes.
Okay, sounds good.
Where did the MD-87 go?
Scene 102.
Was it by the
247, have you got me inside? Yes, I do. Okay, just off my tail you'll have a lookout. Looks like a big white box on the top of that. Just below to the south side of the comm towers.
Right, he's about to do the drop.
Just want to see if we can box that in real quick. We'll take a couple runs at it.
There's a spot fire at Butte Meadows requesting help. They got
we're just going to try to box it up so half loads.
They got a lot of helicopters over there on it.
On a base for show me.
These planes are agile. You wouldn't think a passenger jet could swim around like some sort of a porpoise in the sky, but they do. I'll show you the visibility. It's so poor, they don't even know.
About 300 on the heading, 7,200 on the drop. We'll both go left, come back around and get the other side.
Portola cam is a bit sketch.
7,500 below in there.
That's visibility from the south.
Did you want to lead? Is this Jason? Yeah, this is Jason. You want to lead or you want to get
right to it. Let's just get right to it.
That's
okay,
the
I'll squirt out of the way to the south here and let's get after it.
Visibility is worsening. This is Schaefer Mountain. Just east of Susanville. Look how bad this is. This is why when they were by Susanville, they were like, where do we go?
500, you cleared in 7,3002, you'll be 117 Charlie Hotel, working out the silver dip, and I have a lap along with you. From the dip, the predominant smoke calling in. Okay, copy that, and for both you guys, just let me know how the visibility is. This is going to be the closest dip, and we'll be working spots across the line.
Here's the latest picture from Wicked. He's showing us from moment how the situation has been progressing. Thank you, Wicked Awesome. You're awesome.
Go back. Branch 16 on command. Branch 16, go ahead for Quebec on command. I'm wondering if one of your Type 3 strike teams isn't engaged and might be available to bump down on the Westwood Logging Road. Give Romeo a hand.
I'm going to be sick.
Air attack on the rudder. So where are you guys at here, fuel cycle?
Yeah, Terry, KCRA was showing some amazing helicopter work. They're getting a good break in the weather at the Caldor. It's not a cakewalk, but it's so much better than we thought it was going to be.
Probably run out your fuel cycle back in your previous mission. Stand by one. Take 3 Alpha Charlie back over there in the mix. Okay, off his last drop here, and I'll have him head back to you.
Pull up. Terrain.
Quebec, 9250 Charlie on command.
So they're doing their drop. I have a theory that these engines are vegetarians, and every so often they have to feed them. You know, they just want to ingest vegetation.
Air attack on the rudder. Bravo 47 right seat, air attack on the rudder brief.
Oh God, I'm going to be totally ill. So no, what actually is happening there is the planes, when they look like they're nose diving, is sometimes it's a drop, sometimes when they get low,
Charlie, reading Quebec on command.
the program loses track of them.
Sure, final. That's your final?
Wicked says they keep getting big wind gusts from the west. No, I'm nauseous. This makes me completely car sick. I'm sitting at the chair. Oh, excuse me while I toss my cookies.
102, nice work. Plan on load return if you got time.
No, Havoc wasn't talking about the humor. Havoc was talking about the troll that I just hit on the channel. Havoc's okay.
See you later.
Havoc, I already have it. If you interfere with deleting the messages or whatever, it might unhide the person accidentally. Don't worry, I got it.
Bravo 47, right seat, air attack on air tactics.
Yeah, you're awesome, Wicked. Okay. So, this is... I'm just going to butt in real quick while it's scratchy. This is the best case scenario that they are hitting it with tankers that could really turn the tide. This morning, what they were saying was pretty scary because, A, the charging head of the fire is trying to get right over the ridge. And if it does that, it's a different ballgame. It would be very, very hard to protect structures in towns. If they can keep it up on the ridge, that would be absolutely ideal. Today, they said, we don't think that we can. We expect it to get loose. And we'll do what we can to prep the structures. Then something changed, and they now have tons of VLATs, very large aerial tankers.
Going back to work with Helco back in the Squaw Valley off to the south.
Okay, so no factor.
Okay, they're just talking about, we have tanker after tanker after tanker coming in and slamming retardant all over here.
He'll be closing out today. If you guys get to it, just skip across that meadow and pick it up in the timber again, staying with it direct.
Okay, we need to finish this all the way down to that road, right? And then parallel that road all the way to the main road. Then jump across to get into the timber on the other side of the meadow.
Yeah, unless you think that stuff looks cold enough that it'll stay put, then you could leave it, leave it hanging there short of the road.
Caldor is looking okay on satellite.
If you have communications with them, let's meet up with them like we did last shift at drop point 146.
This is extremely dangerous, but they're doing it. Look at the visibility. Look at the explosive growth on the plumes.
Junction group, 9222 Charlie. Command 91.
Yay! So nothing's out of the woods yet, but this is the best outcome we could have had. This is the last 15 minutes of Babbitt Peak. It's just absolutely insane. This is what Wicked is watching as an evacuee. And I keep showing his photos. Thank you so much. And Bob says we saw spots a week ago at 6 miles. 6 mile spots. They're not going to keep the fire at the face of that escarpment. I'm taking bets. That's Bob Fraser's, expert opinion. I know spots are gonna land on the 395, but they're there ready to mop up a patrol as much as they can. Having these tankers drop the retardant lines means that when the wind shifts, and it would push the fire towards other towns like Doyle and Janesville, this is going to be the best chance they have to prevent that after working through the night. So the retardant stripes will help them fire the areas in between them. Gives them a lot of options. We didn't think any of this was on the table this morning when they read the operations briefing. They just talked about helicopters and no tankers. But this change in the weather or whatever allows the tankers to show up is going to be just game changing. And so fingers crossed that this will keep going well. Next 2 hours are absolutely crucial. Look at the visibility by Susanville.
Yeah, absolutely. Come on in here. I'll have you finish helping me wrap a lookout. Yeah. Sounds good.
Okay, Steve, I'm checking. Thank you.
1147, if you want to go over to the Honey checkpoint, I got a nice long line for you. I'll use 1-5 to finish this comm tower off.
Still working on a Frenchman and the center ridge. You got probably just a couple minutes, probably on the last drop. He's just running 263 and 284. Have about 15, maybe 20 minutes left.
You ever tried to see it on the flare?
Southeast of the work area, 8.5. In 10 are at fuel good.
Camera on the left would show it.
191 should be at the log jack.
Affirmative.
Wow, Steve, great video. This is great.
Good line in there. They're double widening it now. And they're boxing the structures up there on Black Mountain, the Peter side. I got 4-7 right to the breeze on skipping across the meadows and picking it up direct on the timber, heading south towards Squaw Valley if there's time. Copy that. Implemented a new IP, Honey IP.
Oh, there it is.
All the tankers are coming out and picking up an orbit out over Honey Lake to the east, northeast.
Okay.
8-5 there. Yeah, 8-5. Everyone's in at 8-5, and then they're exiting at 9-5, once they're kind of out of the work area.
Okay, 8-5, and then climb at 9-5 after departing.
This is the view right now. Right now from another person in chat, Steve, and I don't want to butcher your name. That this is a view from Janesville, the massive plume, and this is a great view of the fuels, the what's called a flashy fuel. Look at the huge amount of sagey type brush. When this stuff goes up, if embers land on it, it can just take off like a rocket in these windy type conditions. There's quite some good wind over here. We've been hearing from Wicked.
Mike is timed out. He's going back to hold, and 512 is working solo over at power line dead Devil's Punch Bowl area. 532, I believe they're a fuel in return, and 2 Fox Hotel is a fuel in return.
Do that, and also with Helco.
Yeah, this is
coming back to Helco.
This is amazing.
Okay. So you got the hotel and the scoop.
Yeah, Abram.
Yeah, so this is a great example of how these fuels don't burn very long. They're called flashy, meaning flash in the pan, like quick. However, the way that the fires can race across the landscape, that's why they evacuated Milford and Herlong in such areas, because this from on high, the big danger of today is excuse me, let me get a pen here, is the embers raining down, and it would take off, and the engines would be racing after them.
Tankers are exiting, knocking something down for him, but they were good with it, and he dumped back over to Helco.
Thank you for sharing, Steve.
So far everything's staying on the escarpment, and I haven't really seen any visibility to be able to work the tankers that way, so I think we just keep them in the clean air till the end of the shift.
Yeah, coming to this now, the whole thing's wide open.
Yeah, it's great, super workable, and nice flank, everything's pulling in on itself. It looks like a good opportunity to make some headway.
Agreed.
On the tanker side of things, Stead, Chico, and McFarland.
Okay. Any thoughts on when's a good time to turn it off? Did we figure it out yet?
Haven't discussed that with Bravo 47 yet.
Okay. We'll work it out.
There it is.
Okay.
Oh.
And you guys on scene over here yet? I haven't seen you yet.
Stupid camera pan.
We're about 5 miles out, headed right towards Black Mountain.
Okay, we'll stay on scene until you get here, and let us know when you have some sight.
copy on Helco just transitioned, so him and leader fresh, no release.
Yeah, affirm. 7 X-ray, Lima should be able to take it to end of shift, and Bravo 47 will be here till end of shift.
Okay, stupid camera, go up. Camera on the left.
Gotcha.
Hang on.
The road here and a couple of trucks that we're looking at. We want to continue past that.
Dang it, camera.
Supposed to be right on the exit. Okay. 12 o'clock. Okay, you guys got to their...
It is holding though, they're going to be able to pick that up coming down off the top.
Yeah, it's looking real good, man. That piece was a real success today.
Yay! We like hearing success. That's a distant plume, way off in the distance. Go back to the fire, you stupid camera. It's on PCP.
Start south down the flank and exit out over Davis Lake. Okay, we got it. Thanks. Alright, we'll talk to you a little later on the call.
Okay, that's part of it. Pan.
Your line goes right through the middle of that saddle. That'll be your line. I'll have you tag and extend down into the bottom of that.
There. There, I got a screenshot.
I can position myself to watch the drop.
Wow. Wow.
Your drop will be a little bit different. Okay.
Okay, we got it. I'll show you guys with a zoom now. Thank you so much, everybody sharing the photos.
You said 130 on final? Say again? You said 130 on final? Yeah, I tried to get you to go 130 all the way around.
Well.
Sorry about that. I messed up. Okay, I'm just going back to 130 now.
So this is what the human...
Okay.
This is what the camera sees.
That's right. I left the gas pedal pushed in. I knew it. You're up to.
So we just want to take the heat out of it for the guys on the ground. We'll be working here probably until the end of the day. Looks like basically a bunch off to our north here. Yeah, from you and 7 Charlie Hotel could look at that routing. I appreciate it.
Alright, now this is a good example. Human eye sees this. This is what the camera...
145, you got it.
Human eye. FLIR. This is how fires can sneak up on people. You will not see them coming.
Get ready to level out on a long final.
That's why evacuation is so important. You won't see it coming until it's upon you when smoke is like this. This is blinding the pilots too. This is just east of Susanville. Same Schaefer Mountain camera, 2 different modes. It's very high risk, very high reward.
Helco, attack rotor brief.
Left. 14 knots, right to left.
What the camera is doing, it's on auto rotate. Their purpose is to scan the horizon constantly, and then humans and sometimes AI programs that are experimental are trying to look for new fire starts and new spots, so it'll just switch around constantly. And that's the problem, is it won't focus too much on one fire.
Yeah, that red bluff, we can use it, and I'll stay east of 44 until we see you guys.
Fort Sage Camp, okay.
Port's clear. Yeah, clear and empty.
Oh my god. Okay. Last 1 hour. This is looking at the same spot.
9,500. Just for covers level 8, full load. Going over to Honey Lake, hold there.
Whoa.
916, I'm going to try to reel them in prior to you getting there, but still be in the hold as well.
Whoa. Yeah, people are saying, the firefighters and experts in chat.
91147. Go ahead.
Those
I'll go down and give you a show me real quick.
Those bushes are extremely flammable. They're called like a grease brush, grease wood. Manzanita, sage, that kind of stuff burns very fast, very hot. You can race across the landscape, but once it's done, it's done. But the engines chasing after it would have a hard time catching it. Some of the tumbling tumbleweeds can detach from their roots and then be like bouncing wheels of fire going across the landscape. It's why it's so treacherous in that area and so concerning. That's why evacuation is so important. That's why I say if you ever are in a situation like this where escape by car is not possible, like a bunch of flames across a road or something, you can get in your car and go to a wide open space that has nothing to burn, like a big wide parking lot, recently plowed field, like a green grass area, a baseball diamond, or construction site with nothing to burn around it. But if something like flaming debris, like a sage bush or something, is on fire and hits your car, getting out of it and using a pole like even a metal mop, pole can push it away from the vehicle. Then you get back inside. You could try to wrap a wool blanket around your leg and kick things out of the way like a trash can. But it's a much better option to shelter in place like that in a car than drive through flames or when you can't see. This is just something I tell people. Evacuation is always your best option. But if, say, something like a fire starts on the end of your driveway, like from a traffic wreck or something, don't panic. Don't drive through flames. If you find yourself in that situation, you can write it out in a big box store parking lot, just like people did with Paradise Fire. Hang on a second. Let me turn on the pilot chatter again. It was scratchy. Here we go. This is Erie. So we're looking at this angle. It's having trouble loading. This was all socked in with smoke. Wow. You try to redo the time lapse, last 15 minutes.
Okay, that's in Squaw Valley, right? Okay, I just want to make sure we are, progressing south here. So I'll let you know if we start getting close to your work area.
Down there. I know right to left-ish. It is, yeah, I'm showing about 13 knots right to left.
What are we...
Calm down.
What are we seeing on the right? Alright, let's do the last 15 minutes from Babbitt Peak.
P-Mike, still being readable, but I copied your positive comms with Hellbase.
Is the humbug over there by... Is that by Shingletown? Can somebody check the Shingletown? Wicked says fire plumes are now even worse, keeps growing fast. Yeah, this is the last 15 minutes. Yeah, Kathryn, we all know what this can do. Those of us who have witnessed fire, and even me seeing video footage of Santa Rosa.
Janesville branch, Milford group, command.
It's not out of the woods. It's not over. We have to...
Yeah, 7,500 back to Chico.
6,500 back to
On the right.
Okay, copy. I think we just split the TFR, south end of the TFR, and your way back to Chico.
On the right, please tell me that's the sun. Oh, we just saw an airplane in front of it. There's an airplane. Tiny dot there. Oh, hang on.
Group, Zanesville branch. Have you made contact with heavy equipment boss, Tim?
Yikes.
Firm. We're face to face now.
Copy. I'm going to tie in with Papa and Branch 3 here in just a little bit, and we'll come up and see what the plan is and what we can keep going. Continue on what you're doing down there on going towards the Oval Road.
Copy.
Check out the property and welcome to go where we need to do that.
Okay, 914. Tinker 911 might be going in for the drop, or maybe just did it. I think going in right now.
Alright, climbing back up to 8.
We have Santa Rosa. We have Santa Rosa survivors here in the chat. That's all. There's nothing going on there right now, knock on wood, that I know about. The Santa Rosa survivor in the chat was talking about her experience and how scary this is.
Okay, on letter.
I'll make it to the other line. 6-7 copy. Might be a little gap in there, I'll have you fill it.
That's in a nutshell the best way to describe it. On a Fixed Income says that entire sagebrush ecosystem is nutso flammable. Yeah.
Bit of an early start in here as well. Okay, I'll do it.
Okay, checking email. Thanks. Thank you so much, Steve. I hope everything. I hope everything's going to be okay.
Okay, they're firing on the right of where we come. No, it'll be on the left side of the Hall Road there. Okay, that's just, they're just going to clean up that corner. Okay.
Hang on a second. Tiger Lily has a picture for us. So it looks like there's a second drop, maybe. Or I'm not sure why the Tinker 911 is so low. There's different areas where they're working. Davis Lake, kind of over towards Frenchman, and then the Herlong Junction.
Let's see if we got a gap. I'll have you return and hold. There's another one in here. Alright, you too.
Wow.
1-1 air attack, 20, calling.
Thanks, Tiger Lily. That's a crazy image. Either that or the program may have may not understand. This program may be confusing where the plane is. Pull up. Terrain. Terrain.
Super 283 flight,
Sync rate.
914 out there with you. I should have railed in by the time we get there.
13-3-002, 8,500 will hold over. Nobody
Oh yeah, that It just lost track of where the plane was. Here's where it really is. Okay. It made a drop by Milford. The computer was confused. But look at this scary image. Thank you, Tiger Lily. Where is this taken from? This is the Herlong Junction area, right? It almost looks like a thunderstorm. Let's look back at our cams. Let's look at the Caldor. Leak Springs looking okay. The word is that the Caldor's looking pretty good. Hawkins Peak has got crud on it. You can't see. So far,
line there and kind of double wide it there at the very end. Is that what you're looking for?
That's the sun.
I feel like it's tied into the main dozer line down there at the bottom. A couple 100 yards short.
It's kind of okay. There's another dozer line. It's tied into one that kind of makes a V there, but there's another one further down the road. I see what you're looking at.
Yeah, that's the one I want to capture there. You got me in sight, sir. Your right turn made me at 8,000.
Looking for you. I've kind of lost you there in the sun. Get you down there.
I'm concerned about that, whatever that is.
We'll extend out here just a little bit. Let's get down and this should work out pretty nice.
Good.
Once again, guys, this is a make or break. Crucial couple of hours. Today's fight is either going to be great for the fight with the Dixie or terrible.
Discussion site. You're 5 o'clock high, and I've been in on you. Keep it up 150 for me if you would.
150 in the climb.
One or the other.
1447, once we join up, I'll have you come on over at 85 and take a look. We're going to go double wide on this plateau in the saddle.
You good, sir. We'll make the turn and once you join up, let me know. I'll come over.
You bet.
Here's North Portola 1 hour time lapse.
If you want to cut me off in the turn, I'm going to go ahead and start my base.
676 to position. Good, search base. 4030 from here on in.
4030, you bet. I'll slow down.
6 or 8 on this one.
I'll have you do a coverage level 8. We're going through some thick timber just to tie into that. Give them a nice line to work with.
Okay, copy.
284 off the drop with 284's got one more and 283 departing, correct?
0 on the heading to the drop. It's just going to be past the most prominent knoll. Give us a high drop, that's going to be just fine.
Copy that, and straight up for the exit?
Yeah, I'll go hard right, and you can take a lazy right on the exit.
That's copy.
And where are you going tonight?
To Sted.
Okay, so you want to do a hard right and then come back around at 75?
5, copy that.
You can exit out over Honey Lake?
6, copy.
We'll watch. We took a poll and 78% of everybody here wanted to delay watching the Caldor meeting. We'll do that a bit later in the evening once the crisis has ended, but we're not going to interrupt a crisis to look at a boring meeting, you know. Fingers crossed the next 2 hours are just crucial. I'm trying to find what you guys are talking about. Live Copter 3 showed the Dixie fire from Tahoe. Is that what I'm understanding? Wow, some of their Caldor footage is incredible. I don't mind, you guys, if you want to watch KCRA. I mean, it's not doing it right now. Of course, you know, get what you need about the fire. You can always come back. I can only show clips, but I don't think they're live right now. Okay, I just screenshotted that image. Hang on. This is looking southeast from the Susanville area. Southwest, sorry.
91447. Okay, once you're clear of one.
That's 1 minute ago.
Actually, I'll give you a show. We stay at 85.
Now, what we don't want to see, yellow, bright, white dots like this coming down. It's really hard. Ignore this for the most part. This is hot rocks and such. It's not calibrated completely. What you want to look for if you're trying to figure out if it's a spot, there's this faint orange, kind of wispy smoke and heat, hot gases. It kind of swirls, and you can see the discoloration of this. This purple is the smoke. See how it's different heat. Then the dark sky here. This is the darker purple is what the sky should be colored. So it's hard to tell, but you'll get used to it.
Sorry about that.
Frank says 914 passed over the scoopers while inbound. Wow. That is some difficult. My channel, my content that I can copyright is my my audio. It's my voice and such. But I'm using publicly available tools. I have allowed people to embed my videos on their own websites. Just it's a public service. But I would take issue with somebody trying to make money off of my videos because I'm not monetizing them. I can copyright my own works, my own videos that I show you, those portions of the video, like when I share my home videos I've taken, my own photos. But you can't do that with somebody else's work. Okay, we've got more images of the fire. What I do is I accept donations to keep the stream running because I have to take off work and don't have income when I do this. I think I've been doing this for more than like 50 days, maybe. I lost count. But I've been, you guys have been taking care of me with my food needs and kind donations, upgrading the software, upgrading the computer. I would have to stop this and just go back to work if it weren't for you guys. But that's helping a channel survive is one thing. It's very different than monetization. Monetization is putting an advertisement on like a crisis and a disaster, and I'm against that. I don't want that to happen. I don't have that allowed on my videos, and I would take issue with anybody else trying to do that.
It'll be a hard right. It can be an easy right. Direct to McFarland.
If you want to double up, just left and right on that retard line.
I'd like to go on our right side as we're on final.
You've got some new pics for us? Okay.
Brand 16 on command.
We'll do it, man. We won't jeopardize it with the smoke, that's for sure.
Thank you for the support, Nick.
Eagle Lake, Papa Trinity, go ahead.
It's changing rapidly. It's really blowing up. But we have all these tankers. The best possibility of today was that tankers could help, and they are.
Drop point 146. Are you headed this way? Affirmative. There's 12-hour engines, correct?
Yeah, I heard the humbug incident might be their equipment that accidentally blew a spark. I think there was an accident.
The location, are you down at right? That's negative. We came into camp, cleared for medical, getting fuel, and we're going to be returning to Genesee.
But I'm not clear on it. They just said something about equipment needing a engine and a water tender. This is the last 1 hour. Because of like some sort of like a vehicle accident, like a masticator or a dozer or something. But I'm not clear on this. Thanks, Mark. Yeah, hit the like button, guys. It'll help me reach.
I'll wait to step 131 down so you're clear.
It'll help me reach people. To share the link on Twitter, Facebook, text it to people who might benefit from this info. And hitting the like button helps it trend so that people searching for Dixie Fire on YouTube will see the video. It's It's a stupid mathematical formula that
are boxed in, and we're right on the rim, tying it in, moving down the left flank. We're not able to come off the top right now, heading around the head. Okay. All right, sounds good.
I don't care about the popularity of the channel. I want to reach more people, and it can't happen unless.
With the wind coming off the escarpment, we got clean air over here, and we're going direct down the left flank right now.
Wow.
Step down to 8,000. Just coming over the drop site now. Do kind of a right pattern.
Alright, 101 will be to 8,000. Right there.
Yeah, it's just a mathematical formula that YouTube's thing is that going straight to the top are videos that are trending. Like if a bunch of people hit like button 100 at the same time, the formula is triggered and it goes to the top of what is suggested. Otherwise, people will type in Dixie, and this is the way it usually works. The videos with the most likes go to the top, and that might be information days old. You have to scroll. Like, what is today's information? What's live? So that's how you guys help a lot, and I thank you for it. It's a stupid thing, but you would think that YouTube would just prioritize live emergency info.
Okay, just making sure I got this right here. So we should have 1215, 131, and mass 5, last 4.
All right, let's listen. Oh my, okay, of course. When I say let's listen, this stupid static just is talking over the top of the pilot. They're handing off, I believe, the air command to a new one. And so what they do is they brief the new air commander, the air attack.
You want to come on over to the work site, 85.
1-2 coming over 85.
And I believe that might be happening. If so, we're going to get a nice update. They just said something astonishing, which is they're going to go direct on the left flank.
About 47 right on 6 wind breeze.
They've got this boxed in by retardant. Now, I don't know if it's stage left or what. So I don't know if it's this left or that left to them, depending on where they are. But I'm thinking that left, like north. So If they're going
we got 131 in tow, then 12 is here. I'm showing map 5 and map 1 on my sheet, and then I know tanker 15 is coming back.
Okay, I think I just missed map 1 then. So 5 more, including what you got on sheet.
You might see the tanker in front of Portola.
To return.
That's what I have.
Okay, I think we're good, thanks.
Welcome, take care.
But it's not, it's flaring up on multiple fronts. Yeah, it's a learning experience on the fly. I wish I could have learned about how to use YouTube and stuff months before, but when a crisis is happening, you can't just be like, oh, I can't go live, I don't know what I'm doing. Well, I'll just figure out what I'm doing. With your guys' help too. So they're losing daylight and visibility. But this is high risk stuff. Let me look at the new.
Resources down here at 146. You're going to have somebody come down and sign tickets. Affirmative, I'm in out. Good copy, thank you, sir.
Tiger Lily, are you safe? You were at the Herlong Junction earlier.
Where are you headed? Ready for launch. Copy, exit out.
That's the battleground. Okay, I'm looking at, oh, the clock is lagging again. Whoopsie, thank you. Thank you. Bad clock. Go home. No donut. Bad clock, no donut.
Do a 360 here to fall in behind you.
Okay, come back and see us, Jay. Take care. Hey, Brian Miller, thanks for the update. Air attack reports approximate 2 to 4 acres on that humbug fire, that accidental equipment malfunction or accident. Start, but it's well within Dixie lines. Copter is going to the dip site, going to pummel this thing for 15 minutes and should have ground crews in good shape.
100, got your site.
Good.
You know when you're tucked in, you call my base. Okay.
Thank you, Mark, for the... I think that was a compliment, if you're talking about my content. Thank you. Okay, so... Jen G says, things in Carson City are looking much better than 2 nights ago when I was in the chat. Oh, yes. We got so lucky with the red flag being less bad. Okay, here's the drop going down. I think.
Operations, air attack, air to ground.
05 on the heading, 7,100 on the drop. We'll go straight. Where are you going? Correction, right. Where are you going for the night?
Dead.
Okay, yeah. Continue that right, turn around. 7,500 over the Honey Lake.
Okay, 7,500 500 back to that.
Yeah, do we have a lat long or something where I could look up the humbug fire? Whoa. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna vomit. Turbulence.
Final.
Got your final.
Thank you, Angel Mods, for being here. Thank you, everybody in chat.
You know what we're doing, or we can back up the dozer line directly behind these structures just below the fire up on top, down in the valley 395 if you'd like.
Ooh, structures.
Okay.
Fall back to 130.
Okay. Breathing
We're
deep.
50 feet on command.
It'll be the structures closest to the toe of the slope. There's 2 groups of them there. They've all got dozer lines around them, and we'll back up the dozer line.
Keep listening, Wicked. They're talking about it. Not the Humbug Mine, Humbug Road. Plumas County, Humbug Road, I believe.
Dozer line that's had us come check out on that spot. Not getting out on V-Fire 26. I can hear traffic, but no response.
Uh-oh.
Communications division.
There's a gigantic amount of aircraft. I'm getting air sick. I was nauseous.
Back to Boise, so that was that came up with maintenance guys coming out of the
First location, 4,000 feet of hose. Latitude 40. 19.133. 121.30.837. It's going to be off the Doyle Mountain Road.
Oh, I couldn't make that up. Something like Doyle Mountain Road.
019 decimal 133 by 121 decimal 837. Copy 4,000 feet of hose and first side. 4,000 feet of engine nav, ready to copy section.
Hey, hold on, I'll let you know.
Okay, looks like this thing's going to come boiling down itself. I'm going to leave it.
1,000 feet engine nav in combo. Latitude 40, 19.173. 121.30.780.
I had a little nap. I had a.
Priorities for you here. Structures toe of the slope, 395 below this rim with the remaining flat.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm down here looking at it right now.
Okay, things just changed. New priority.
Behind those structures closest to the fire. Okay, and if 1-2 can load and return, that would be 4 drops dedicated to that.
Right. Okay, that breaking news is they said new priority for the VLATs. Go defend the structures down the slope. If there are structures at risk down the slope. So the best thing that we could see is the FLIR camera to see if the fire has gotten down the slope or not. Either that or they're worried that it has or will.
That's where it hits the rim. We're back about southeast corner of section 18 there.
This corner. Section 18. Okay, that's the structures. Let me take a look.
Sorry, but I think that's going to be cutting really close for us.
247, hey, we appreciate it anyway, but return home.
Return home.
Doesn't mean the fire's there, but it means that they
Pound site, northeast corner of section 19, southeast corner. corner of section 18. That's where we're back to from the rim.
Okay, let's look at that. Section 19. Okay, section 18 and 19 from the rim. Now that could be Wagner Canyon area, but he may be talking about maybe that's.
John, did you hear that traffic on Forest Net about that start down there by Butte Meadows?
Right, they're talking about Butte Meadows.
Plus an engine or two to go, that's it?
I think that's the humbug thing. Or am I completely...
We still have one engine on the hill.
If this is what they're saying...
Out of position, we'll come back over. Talking with the officer for a second here.
Yeah, I heard that. Then could you keep going?
On down to that. You guys copy in,
That's where they want to protect things. That's the best thing I can gather. And that would be by Wagner Canyon. Trying to protect structures around there. That's the new priority. If I'm wrong, it could be other areas where the numbers are on the map. But I believe that's what they were talking about. Because they said down the embankment, that's the other side. So, yeah, the humbug fire is the one at Butte Meadows area. So they're still routing people to help.
Okay, 47 there, tactics. Okay, I'll be back at your 7 o'clock.
Bap the cat? What? Boop the kitty.
Branch 13's ready.
I'm seeing...
There's kind of two groups of structures that are closest to the fire up on the rim.
Yeah, okay, yep, I saw that. Lined up. Yeah, over that.
Smoke there, officer's watching, he wants to confirm.
Maybe...
Thank you.
Maybe he means that. He says rim. Up on the rim. That would be...
That's one. And then the other one now off your right. If we can get something between both of those.
Off who's right? Is he talking about over here? I heard the word escarpment. I just don't see... It's hard to tell what's going on. I do believe it's Wagner.
On with the remaining 3 drops, if that's what you want. Okay, we'll do it.
Yeah, come back and see us, Wicked. Thank you.
Officer would like to do that. If we can ping fire side, and those are line on both of those.
Our resources are off the line.
So, Tucker Road, Lewis Lane, Wagner Creek, Test. For best I can tell, that's what's at risk right now.
Viewers are back all tomorrow, and then all 12-hour resources off.
But they just became top priority for big tankers. And ground crews.
That's 12 miles from the honey ID.
And who was that person?
That's 12 from honey ID.
strike team leader feeding one of his engines to assist with an IA on the force. Yes, the copy direct. We were actually right next to him when he got the call. So appreciate the check. Copy, if you can pass on to Night Oscar that there will be no Night Branch 13 out here tonight. Just Night Ops. Will do.
Five is we're probably 3-4 miles out to the east northeast, but won't be able to see anything with the one from.
If you go to Honey, call back up. You would work there.
Okay, we're getting a look at the fire now. Yeah, it does look like it's coming over.
Side of 395 trying to find you. I just looking into the sun, you just can't see anything.
Did you have tri-state engine 2 as far as your fire group? Confirm.
I wanted to use Twitter. I want to use Twitter to make a post about this battle right now. So this is
east side of 395, not very far away from what I'm assuming is the working area. What would you like us to do?
We're going to be working right up the hillside.
Affirmative, I'll be at King's site.
There's a structure to the south. Looking for you now. Okay, I got you there.
Your altitude?
About 5,400.
Wow.
On the south side of Highway 395, I'm going to give you a show me on the left.
Well, Bob, I think the other image, let me show you, was the Herlong Junction.
Over here, you sent her command a bit.
So I got 2 screenshots I just took. That's a big part, but camera panned. Oops. Excuse me. Didn't mean to do that. Hang on. Hang on. What the heck? Okay, one sec. Get this back up here. The camera panned. I go to the last image. Stupid program. Ah, okay. See? Isn't this Herlong instead?
Okay, copy, thanks, Jen. Just let me know when you're departing.
Which one is which? Herlong versus Milford. Which one's which? That's what I'm not sure about.
Call it 7. It is.
It's really wide.
55 for the downwind.
55 for the downwind.
Alright, we're with you.
It's all over the place. All over the place.
3 more drops here, and we'll be done with the retard show.
So we could have kind of that happening right now.
Okay, let me know when you're done. We'll take the coppers and bring them home if needed.
With maybe fire might be something like this.
Everyone, take
Remember, guys.
We'll remain overhead, hovering over the spot so you have a sight.
Remember, sometimes this is the hot cloud making a heat detection drifting.
Are you going to be hard around to the left?
You cannot tell. This is the margin of error. The little black dots could be the actual heat detections, but the huge 250-acre square is the margin of error. So just keep it in mind.
Clear at 1905.
Okay, let's go back. Yeah, it could be could be a couple of miles long on a strip. Yeah, it's a mile.
House where the power lines break.
Thank you, Emma Rose.
Training 1419.
Hey, Howling Dog. You did a live video?
No problem.
Yeah, Matthew.
Are you by the transport? Got him in this way.
Whoops, I didn't mean to delete the comment. Whoops.
Okay, thanks for the help today.
East Communications, go ahead.
Medics off the drop point 283 and around to 601 for the night.
Okay, videos about what?
Have a safe night. Clear at 1907.
There's the fire. Looks very similar to what we just saw.
I want to keep this turn coming. I'm looking for you now. Can we come on down a little bit here from that side? I have you in sight. Come on down to meet you on that side.
Okay, I have a new idea. When I do this, it's 15-minute time lapse, 30 or 60. This is the minutes. That's just last 15 minutes. Same thing here.
Let's call it for the night. Sounds like the business starting to go down a little bit. That's good stuff.
Saving grace.
I don't need to slow. I just need to get down. I was up to 8500. It's taking me a minute. Do you have time for a show me, or can we go? Or we need to go right to work? First show me. I'll call you later now if you want. Yeah, we're ready for a show me if you want.
This is frightening. The right is the sun. Sun.
Okay.
Yeah. This is enormous. We can't find a camera right now that exists that's zoomed out enough to show the entire of the east side of the Dixie fire. And 0 cameras exist showing all of it unless it's a satellite. What's that Earth zoom? What is that Earth zoom? Forgot about that.
Power line on my
Mind you, the Dixie
Okay,
fire.
what's the altitude on the downwind then?
The Dixie fire is roughly something like that.
Downwind, sorry, downwind. Roger that, got you in sight.
Is there attack air to ground command? Okay, so this is going to be the last drop. He'll get that other set of structures a little further to the north, and that'll do it for the evening for a retard. And we still got 4 rotors working on the other side for about another 15 minutes, 20 minutes or so.
Ready. 115 on the head, slow down, 200 on the drop.
Constantia. Oh my God.
It's just a little bit off our left door.
Okay, we'll look for it.
Fire's going southeast, where the smoke is, and well, the fire follows. It's the way it wants to go. Yeah, we need another miracle tonight. Now, saving grace might be that this fire has really...
On the map is going to be right next to section 8 numbers.
It's getting closer to towns as the evening wears on. The wind will hopefully die down. Temperature will drop. There's a couple things in their favor, but just it's not over. It's not over.
Drop on it now.
Glad you asked. These are the fuels. We had an awesome bunch of people giving us videos and pictures. Flashy, thick, sagey, oily, hot, dangerous, flammable. Now, while they're scratchy, I'm gonna say that like stuff like that. Just imagine all the bushes kind of dipped in diesel fuel or something. They'd be like black, oily smoke. They would burn up real fast, but real hot, and the fire would be racing, potentially across the landscape, depending on if there's a lot of wind. Some of the sage and tumbleweeds can detach and kind of roll as flaming, almost like flaming bushes across the landscape, potentially. But I wouldn't see that now because I don't think they have really high wind gusts, but it's just not good.
Okay, copy. We'll show you after Reading, 20 minutes or so after that.
Hey, Howling Dog, go ahead and share links. And if you want me to show your content, you just have to tell me I have permission. Sorry, I've been kind of juggling the cams. No, they've never wanted any fire to merge with any fire or to move anywhere.
We're 7 miles out.
They've unfortunately used the terminology herding, and people thought, oh, is that like herding cattle? Is that like moving them somewhere you want them to go? Heck no, that's bad terminology. In reality, it's like picture a stampede of broncos that are wild that got out of a corral and are running towards a food court at a rodeo. Like herding means like trying to jump in front of the people at the food court with signs and waving your hands. You know, that's like defense of if you only have so many people and not much time, like trying to defend people, like if people were at the food court. That's what cities represent and populated areas. They would, of course, like to have gotten in front of the fire everywhere. But that's all that means. does not mean they want a fire to move. Fires have to move to live. They have to find new fuels. So you want to contain them. And then if they're stuck in one area, they eventually burn up all their fuel and die. So the idea is containment, not movement. They've never wanted that scenario. Sometimes they'll say stuff like it's ideal if the fire moves towards a bird scar because they may have fresh lines. For example, the Tamarack area has fresh dozer lines from just, well, a month ago. Seems like a lifetime ago. However, this is not a good thing. Even though that within the burn scar that's recent, they might have some lines, there's nothing that would prevent the fire from just going around the sides of it. So it's not a good scenario either way. You just don't have enough people or enough time to try to
Dozer took off the road, dove down.
Be everywhere it runs in a red flag day. This is almost like a red flag day, but not quite.
50 Charlie, Elko, on time.
They're desperately trying to hold it at 88 in Caples Lake, the Caldor, so that it doesn't get out of there and get towards the Tamarack.
Line around here over there. Looks like 1,000-hour fuel's burning out. Other than that,
take the one for Navino. I'll close out with the others. And give me a call when you're back at Elvis. Thanks for the help.
Madison County Fires Community Concerns Private Group. Oh, okay. I just hit a I just made a request. Sorry guys, computer is burping. If I lose you, I'll just restart. I think it's going to be okay. Oh, hey, Nancy. Wow, Mamsie has shared.
That's it for the Runaway Show for this evening. I think you got a pretty high probability of success holding what was fun along the hall. And then anything else we can do for you? As soon as I get the viz, I'll be.
Hey, rotor wing means the helicopters, which are up by Lassen, Volcanic National Park today mostly. That says that's it for the helicopters. They're peeling off, and I think most of the aircraft are going to peel off now, and it's done. And now, fingers crossed, it goes to the ground crews to save the day. Because I'm looking outside, it's out on Pacific time too, and it's getting real dark. So we'll have a little bit of lull in what radio chatter happens as the day crew shifts to the night shift. We can't hear the tactical channel battles that are going on over by Susanville or Janesville. I was hoping somebody in the audience might have a Baofeng or a Motorola radio and be able to update that live, like broadcast that live to YouTube or something so that we could hear it. But so far I don't think anybody has that ability. So we'll just keep watching the cams, and as soon as they go to nighttime, we're going to see through the smoke. We're going to have a much better view of the fires. I'm going to share some images. Mamsie has, right after we look at the fire. Thank you so much for sending them. Just typing embers can rain down as my better upgrade of the ticker here. Okay, we see it right now. It's part of the fire that's up on the escarpment, on the ridge escarpment, ridge line. Same thing. I'll share the pictures in a second. The radios are scratchy, so I've muted it for you. I've been streaming. I think I had 24 hours live yesterday. I've had about a 4-hour nap, but I'm wide awake. Really sick. Sorry, I was. People were like, "Are you okay?" As soon as the camera started rocking around with the 3D view, I got literally airsick and almost tossed my cookies. What happened? What happened? Are we back? Did the stream end?
Hey, check we're in contact with Eagle Base.
Oh, that's weird. Blanco Lario. Okay, yeah, you guys can watch other people's things. That's okay. I don't have permission to show his stuff, so the stream's still going. Great. That was weird. I just got out random. Okay, good. I'm struggling to hear this.
Following up on that request for charge cycling, only if you don't have to be your own Yeah, I got I got 150 here now. That's all I can I decided I want to drop one what you did coming in right now.
Man, look at that crazy heat. I can't make head or tails of it. You're saying they caught 2 looters in Tahoe? Prepare the tar. That's water vapor. It's coming off with the clouds, because every time fire burns, well, water vapor is one of the products. We can't make anything out that they're saying. So that means the pilots have flown away from wherever the ham radio operator is doing the broadcastify feed, which really sucks. I don't know what you're referring to, Bob, other than the fingers on Zoom Earth. Is there something else I need to click? But that is looking pretty solid red. Let's look back at the FLIR. Yeah, it's a solid wall of red now, yeah. Yeah, I wish they'd use better terminology instead of like hurting a fire. How about blocking it if they can from certain areas.
Romeo trainee, Romeo.
That might be easier to visualize. If only this camera would zoom in. They could give the looters to the hungry bears. Dusty. Were you an ancient Roman in a past life? Like, were you Caligula? feeding criminals to animals? Woo! I'm not sure why Kathryn got deleted, or yeah, that was a fair question. Innocent questions are okay. I don't understand the timeout. Wait, what's going on? Oh, that. Yeah, yeah. Let's not. Yeah, the name calling thing is part of why you got muted. But sorry, that wasn't me. We gotta keep it somewhat family friendly. Okay, I'm glad this stream is healthy. Okay, there it is. There's the fire.
Charlie Strike Team
Screenshot.
We use them in here. Help out night folks.
There's a need. Yeah, go ahead and stay up in there.
Yeah. Dang it. Come on, clear. Okay, I'm just going to mute that. So, unfortunately, whatever they're talking about, sending a Charlie Strike Team somewhere and rearranging stuff, it's not close enough. The radios aren't close enough to the ham radio operator for this to be clear. Yeah, so Jan, that's a good clarification thing. There are only 2 helicopters, period. Hang on. Antelope group, hang on. No, they're not flying out of Sierra Army Depot, not at all. Remember, that would be like kind of... They fly out of places where they spread it out so they don't have mid-air collisions. Sierra Army Depot, any planes taking off would be running into the tankers that are using Honey Lake to descend. The tankers come in off McClellan for the most part, which is where the millions or billions of gallons of retardant is at. There's part of the fire in the embankment right there, the escarpment. And so they can't haul that around. Like they just kind of choose for fire season a couple of airports. Remember, it's only like a 8-minute flight from McClellan over to the mountains, maybe 10 minutes, depending on your craft. So what they do is they come over the Sierras at a high altitude and they drop down in a low circle around Honey Lake because it's a nice flat area. They'd mid-air collide with anything taking off there. Yeah, exactly, Dusty. So, Vandenberg? What's Vandenberg? Yeah, there's only 2 Chinook helicopters, period, that can fly at night. And you have to have crazy training. Some of the world's most... Okay.
Scout staff for the evening.
Oscar trainee on command.
It is not normal to have this many bear sightings. All the wildlife is running away from the fires. They're being driven out. So please do not feed bears. Otherwise you will basically make them aggressive to humans. They don't need your food. The bears are eating dead animals right now. The deer and stuff. The herbivores are the ones suffering the most. But don't put food out for animals, otherwise bears will eat it because they're omnivores and they'll get used to people. They'll break into cabins, break into cars, enter campsites, scare people in tents, tear apart ice chests, and then they'll have to be euthanized because they'll be dangerous. If they feel threatened, they'll attack people. So please don't feed bears. A fed bear is a dead bear. But you can give animals water. Put water out for animals in bowls and stuff. I can't make head or tails of that. So we'll look at the other cams. When they go into infrared, we're going to see the ridgeline clearly. Like when this goes to infrared, I think we'll see white flames, black and white images. It's going to take a little bit longer. That's eerie. A little bit longer for that to happen. We'll get some updates as the night shifts comes to replace the day shifts. And Blanco Lirio, link is in the description of this video to his channel. I've always been a good fan of his channel. He's the aviation expert. I don't think he knows who I am. I've never been able to make direct contact with him. Not that I tried very hard. I just kind of made comments on his videos. He's probably like, who the heck is that stalker? The way he tracks some of the fires is so similar to the way I did last year. I kind of wondered if he had seen what I did, but it's just very possible that other people just know how to use maps. It's the same way. Being a pilot, he of course knows flight radar a heck a lot better than me. So you can go ahead and check out his content, but I can't watch it with you unless he would give me that permission. And so it is very rude to do that. Show somebody else's content, because what you should do is go there and hit the like button for that person to support their channel. Yeah, it's a color code. But you guys can go watch it, come back and see us, I don't mind. People should be looking at KCRA, news reporters, anything they need to track the fires. I can only show you the non-copyrighted stuff or very briefly for the purpose of education. Very briefly show a clip and comment on it, and that's basically it. So if somebody wants to go watch that stuff, that's okay. I will be watching it too. People like Holt Hanley, his content, awesome. And oh hey sister, how are you doing? But to explain the FLIR, it's just two colors. There's just purple and yellow. And yellow is hotter temperatures, purple is colder. So problem with these cams is they can be miscalibrated. As the temperature changes throughout the day, like here's the heavenly one, this is a good calibration. You're going to see a dark indigo sky. That's good. Most vegetation, especially shaded, should look really dark purple on it. Vegetation directly in the sun should be a little bit on the yellow side because it absorbs the heat of the sun's rays. Rocks tend to be pretty yellow because they absorb the heat of the sun. However, it should not be white. The ground should not be white. Nothing should be white except open flame. That's the brightest of the hot colors. So when you see too much white and too much yellow all over the landscape, definitely bodies of water should be like a deep purple. When you see that they're not, you can see the camera's kind of screwed up. Therefore, it's way harder to tell the difference. Like here in the heavenly cam, it's good for this view, but when it's just pivot over to the right, part of that's glare from the setting sun. What we're seeing is heat and light with FLIR and infrared. We're not seeing like the human eye. It's not a normal camera. It's a heat detecting camera. A heat detecting image. So you can just kind of get an idea for yourself. Over here, this everything that's yellow on the left on Heavenly, that's all where fire has been. Okay. So we saw the marching flames the other day. It sounded like a lady pilot on the chatter there. These are spot fires or very hot ground, ready if there's a big whoosh of wind gusts to spread. But it looks like there's almost a dead calm at South Lake Tahoe. Is that real? We'd have to look at the tree again on the left by the Heavenly to get an idea about this. The thing about these cams too is it's hard to calibrate them. You could calibrate it perfectly looking at one direction, like there's the South Lake Tahoe Airport runway or something, or I don't know what that is actually. Oh, you know what that is? I just oriented myself. That's the lake. The lake that's God, I memorized it the other day. Okay, I just saw it. That purple-ish area. Maybe, no, I don't know if the beam goes that way. Sorry, I thought it was this. It's not. Never mind. I'm on drugs. Not really, but no. Is that the lady pilot, the 19-year-old? Is she here? Where's that dispatch? Yeah, and Dusty is right. People were very alarmed. Okay, all nighttime resources are en route to the line. They have been cleared. Okay, that's dispatch. I thought it was the 19-year-old lady pilot who flies Chinooks. She's really cool. She drops water. Okay, so to wrap up what I was saying, Dusty's totally right. On the Heavenly cam there to the left, all these are mostly stumps, downed logs and stuff burning because the heavies and the downs are the heavy dead trees and the dead trees on the ground. Those fuels can burn for 1,000 hours. So I had a bunch of people trample in and be very concerned. A couple of journalists and others said, there's a flare-up on the Heavenly cam. And I looked at it and I said, what flare-up? For 20 minutes. And then more and more and more people kept coming in saying the flare-up on the Heavenly. And I went, what? And it was the nighttime infrared, Heavenly 2. The smoke was, the fire had been there the whole time for the past 48 hours when it first went past Heavenly. Remember how it went up the hill? And it had lit what I think is a bunch of logs on the ground, on top of each other. And so that I was trying to tell people, you'll see through the smoke with the Heavenly cam, and that the stuff like the stumps and the patches of fuel, as the wind was going to gust throughout the night, would whip it up. And so unfortunately a journalist just made a mistake by checking the cams and said it's making a run for Heavenly. And it was been stationary there for 48 hours. It's just that nobody saw it during the daytime due to smoke. Wow, look at that time lapse.
Want me to head in or what? For the night?
Yeah, affirmative. Your location.
We're way up on the north end of that logging road, close to that intersection.
Let's listen. Anyway, the moral of the story was everything looks bigger at night because you're seeing heat. So this entire cloud, this whole thing, is going to be bright white.
The vision is too broken. I can't copy you.
Normal cam vision and the human eye doesn't see heat. We just see light. The infrared, the black and white, does both. And so does FLIR to some extent. So you'll see right through the smoke. We're going to see with crystal clear clarity what's going to go on. And then, but don't be freaked out. I can't make that out, and I'm going to get a raging headache if I concentrate on that. It said Romeo, and they were talking about Romeo, but that's really all I can make out. So just going to finish my sentence. But I went back on Twitter and it was Brandon Ritteman, I think he was with ABC 10 or something, who had checked the cams, and the glow was kind of bright white. Now, usually at night, the winds die down. The sustained winds just die down. This might save Herlong again tonight. The fact that there will be gusts is a huge danger for Herlong and Milford and areas like that. We could see it run wild and escape tonight. It's because of the gusts. However, the sustained wind push might die down probably around 11 and help the things. So the thing that happens is the wind gusts at night fan the flames of wherever the fire's been, and it whooshes it up, and then it dies down. Whooshes it up, dies down. That's what you're going to see all night on cams. That does not mean it's making a push. Does not mean that it's moving. You have to look and see, is it moving? Like, especially the cams that look down and show a certain spot, right? So like the Heavenly 2 cam, which maybe I could find. Maybe I could find it. Yeah, here's Sierra Tahoe. So here is the Heavenly 2, and I can just draw what I was showing you guys, what I was talking about. So here's the journalist that as soon as it went to infrared, right around this spot, I think it's a bunch of logs falling on each other. Not much else explains why it would burn for more than 48 hours, but if you think about a bonfire, how long that could burn all night and into a day. If you stacked up a bonfire, imagine a bonfire made of huge logs. And so as soon as the cameras click over to night, you're going to see it. You're going to see stuff that's invisible in the smoke. You're going to see white, 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 white. A lot of it's the stumps, the smaller dots. But the big areas here are probably where there's a bunch of dead trees that fell over on each other. So what you should do when you're looking at this time lapse won't show anything. As soon as this clicks over, which will be any moment now, if you want to say something's making a run, you have to make sure that it moves. Do a 15-minute time lapse again and again and again. Just because it's bright white, that's just the heat and the light. So, feed keeps buffering. Okay, that's your internet connection. So what you can do on any YouTube channel is hit the gear icon and change the either get to better Wi-Fi, or you can change it down to 720p or even 480p. I'm broadcasting in 1080, which uses a lot of data. So you should go to 720p or lower if you're buffering. We're trying to get more bars. But pretty soon we're going to go to night vision and see what's going on with the cams. Okay. Okay, we got radio. A lot of people. Out. By the way, this is what the importance is of cross-referencing things. So the spot that was showing up on the cam, I believe, is somewhere like this area, right? And the logs. And so if you think that something's making a run, that's pretty much going to show up as a red detection.
Romeo 4-3 on command.
I mean, 9 times out of 10, something making a significant run will trigger this. You can remember it updates like every 20 minutes, and you have to look at the time. That's the timestamp. So that updated 8 minutes ago over there, and zoom in. This part updated 4 minutes ago. Then you look at the, hang on. Down here is a button. You can barely see it. Right here. It says fire info. They'll give you the color code for the last time heat was detected. Click on it. That's 1 to 6 hours ago. So that yellow, that's been a cold spot for somewhere between 1 to 6 hours. Just looking at it from time to time, I'd say that was about 5 hours ago that it last triggered. Orange is within the last hour. Red is like last 10 minutes. Okay, that's not good enough to hear anymore. I'm going to turn that down for me. So if something makes a significant run, check a couple sources. The media can be wrong. I mean, I can be wrong, you know, but you got to cross-reference it to see, is my supposition accurate? And I like being corrected. You know, I want to be accurate. So the yeah, Kim Weaver, could some of those larger areas be islands that were bypassed by the fire and now backfilling? Which fire? I mean, yeah, there's always islands in every fire. It doesn't burn as a solid wall. You know, there's too much wind variables. Some tree like that looks doomed, fire's heading right for it. Well, the wind pushes it away for a second, and that's all it takes. Takes a different path. But then the wind pushes back later the day, the next day, the next day. The poor tree gets it. That's in every fire. So Dusty is saying it won't get past 395 tonight, if even that far. I don't know. As hot as it's been burning this afternoon, it doesn't have to have the red flag winds to really make it rip. Well, it can still spot over and be in neighborhoods and affecting buildings before they can respond. So, yeah. Referring to the hotspot I was talking about. Yeah, you know what, Kim? We actually saw it that first night that it entered Heavenly. We saw it right there because the camera never really moved, the normal one. And so I had seen it the entire time there. It's late at night. I mean, Westwood sector.
Hey, Pat, is there a place where I can tie in with you? I'm going to be over to drop point 602 here in a little bit. Okay, copy. Are you able to place a call?
Yeah, a few more minutes. I'm talking with ops right now.
I copy.
Well, Dusty, the thing is we can't trust the weather. I mean, the forecast is like the best indicator we have of what the fire will do, right? But remember how they completely lost control as a major surprise at 6 a.m. at the Grizzly spot and started this whole fiasco? what my job is to tell people the worst case scenario, the middle ground, and the best case scenario. So the best case scenario happened today, that it didn't run along, that it didn't spot over and rain embers all over the sage, start multiple fires and run towards communities like that could have happened. The best case scenario happened today, that they got the tankers on it, which gives them the best chance tonight to save the communities. But I don't make predictions. I just tell people what's the possibility. So the best case scenario is every little spot that comes over, they catch it with along 395 with all their hundreds of people that are on it right now. That's the best case scenario, or that a few buildings are impacted and not a lot of them. The middle ground scenario is, and they keep it up there, and Doyle is never threatened, and it never runs the ridge, and it never expands, although we're pretty sure it's going to. The winds are going to shift around. Doyle is on alert because, the winds will change at certain areas, at certain times of day. And plus, this area is known for shifting winds even against forecasts and treachery. It's a microclimate of really, they warned us, Cal Fire and the others warned us about that. The other firefighters I've talked to warned us about it. So, we never thought at 6 in the morning on a pretty mild day that it would get out of here and it would just... Okay, I just drew a bad picture. That's a sword, guys. It's a sword, right? It's a sword. We never thought that would happen at all. And look what happened. So, it was being pushed by the red flag days. Today was not a red flag, but almost as bad as one. It was a fire weather watch day. So, yeah, exactly. Please keep in mind the interference turtle traffic says. The microclimates of fire weather are causing completely radical changes. The relative humidity is like 9% during the day and less than 25 at night. So I don't make predictions. I just lay it out what can happen. Would be extremely dangerous and reckless of me to make a prediction, because people trust me, and I'm not a psychic. Nobody here is. It's surprised all the experts. It's surprised people who've been firefighting for 40 years. 60-year veteran retirees. It's a totally new dryness. In living memory, we haven't had fires roar through this kind of dryness, except, 90-year-olds remember the 30s. So what it does and can do is just kind of up in the air. So the middle ground, which is more likely to me, is that it spreads around, but they can save most structures based in this general area, based on the amount of time that they've had to prep them and make dozer lines before this thing ran wild. However, remember the drawdown, they have half the crew they had like 2 weeks ago on the Dixie. So, who knows? They're also working like mad to protect Portola. We don't even know that Portola and such is safe. This is one heck of a scary evacuation map.
Mike Kim to Shasta temporarily for a detail.
Yeah, Dusty says, you were talking about the night. You think it's going to be a quiet night? Well, I'm hoping for one. I'm hoping for another midnight miracle. Dusty's saying, I'm more worried about what it will do to the southwest tomorrow if the westerly winds pick up. Yeah. We'll look at that in a second. But Brian Miller says the very last thing Dixie air attacked east did was... Hang on. There's talking about medical groups moving around. The very last thing the Dixie air attack east did was stream in tankers nose to tail. Yeah, that was amazing. Like a whole gravy train of tankers, and set down a series of retardant lines at the base of the hills parallel to 395. It was parallel, okay. Okay. Yeah, you guys are welcome to watch Blanco Lirio. I have a link in the description of the channel. Yeah, good evening, guys. You know what we should do is look at the brightness. Any moment now we'll go to infrared. We'll be able to see the fire, or at least the heat, with some clarity. Okay. Let's see. Okay.
Understand you're sending some engines and the Hebron crew and Diamond Mountain our way?
Yeah, exactly, Kim. The wind gusts were wrong. Yeah, I've been recommending Zeke. He's great.
Trinity, West Communications, go ahead. All of our Quebec resources are off the line.
Okay. There's part of the fires on the escarpment.
Quebec Trinity, West Communications, copy.
Wait, maybe it's a good time to show you guys the heavenly. It'll probably watch the magical blip of white heat in just a second. Like any moment now, it'll go blip into black and white. And bet you your bottom dollar that there's some burning logs or a big white thing here. Burning stumps, bush. It'll look a bit like that. Heavenly ski area is, well, it's just the southeast shore of Tahoe, basically. Yeah, good evening, guys. The next couple hours are still crucial for what they do with the Dixie, but hopefully the Midnight Miracle will have the winds die down and they could try to go direct, especially tonight. It's the best chance all the communities have like Doyle, Portola, Herlong, Janesville, all that. Okay, any moment now. Prove my point. Prove my point. I think it's a bunch of logs and they'll just continue smoldering. The idea that I was trying to explain is don't get freaked out by infrared images. We see light as well as heat. People mistakenly thought the fire was making a run for this camera on Heavenly last night, and I pointed out that it didn't move, that spot's not moving for more than 48 hours. So, okay, Wicked. Hey, welcome back.
Okay, good copy. We'll see you down there in a few minutes.
come on, go to infrared. Prove my point. Sorry, I can't make this out. I was hoping I could write down that longs and stuff, but it's rocking my head. If anybody took that down, let me know. I have no idea what they're talking about. But when they're talking about Romeo and stuff, it's the west side, and that's far away from the ham radio operator. It's not going to give us a good. It's not going to give us a good radio reception. So my point with this is, sometimes journalists and such are just innocently wrong, and I can be, and anybody can be. When you look at these cams, even though you see a bright flare-up and then it dies down, bright flare-up, that's the nature of wind gusts at night. That's what you're going to see night after night. Don't drive yourself crazy. Just because a big flash of light happens, that's sometimes, whoa, it just found a dead tree that it ate, And the thing you got to do is cross-reference. First of all, do a 15-minute time lapse. Did the fire move? If it doesn't, it's just sitting there eating a dead and down, which is a dead tree or a down tree, like a log, right? Second, check the satellite. Does it have a new heat detection? This is how I troubleshot the people concerned about Heavenly last night. People thought it was running for the cam, running for the resort. It was a bit of a panic. People were like, oh no, because a journalist was mistakenly took that picture to mean that it was running this way. You see all of the buildings. That's what's scaring people, right? So the camera is somewhere around here, looking mostly this way, kind of looks that way, kind of looks that way, kind of looks that way. Never really looks that way. It looks at a tree. So what you do is cross-reference. Look at the media. Here, listen to the radio. Of course, we couldn't hear the radio. Look at this. If there's a significant run, that's probably going to go red. It'll be fanned by the winds. It'll be racing uphill. It'll be big, And so the thing with the Heavenly cam, there it is. See? There's our baby. I think this is about the same spot that was aimed yesterday. But what the spots are light and the fire, but it had been there for more than 48 hours, not particularly moving from this wedge area. So you will see, it would have been cool if I hadn't clicked away from it, because I kind of drew magically where it would appear, right? So like here's the 15-minute time lapse. Remember when I was drawing this? I said you're going to see right here, spot, 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 spot. Almost accurate. I was almost spot on. Get it? Spot on? Bah. Bah. Okay, never mind. I had to guess. It's just a bunch of dead trees continuously burning and down trees. Like maybe there was a windstorm that killed a bunch, unknown. But the rest of the landscape is cooling off, because remember we saw the flames just go that way more than 48 hours ago. But where it's found stuff on the ground to burn, it does this. And this brings home the lesson. You got to clear the dead stuff away from the landscape to have a safer town, to have a safer forest. As much as can be done. You want to leave some snags for habitat, some eagle nests and stuff, but you can't have dead trees all over the landscape, because this is still burning here, right? While other spots are not, where the fire has kind of eaten all of its fuel and it's cooling off, right? What if there's a red flag day? See all of these living trees right here? Most of the landscape has not burned. It just was in stripes, right? All these living trees here by the camera. What if we had another red flag day and the wind blew straight that way to the camera? You would see a run. You would see a massive flare-up. You would see this camera in danger. You would see South Lake Tahoe in danger, because it would have fanned up this hot ground and spread it. The safest communities are the ones with thinned out vegetation, with much of the dead stuff removed as possible, except, well, what you want to leave behind for good habitat. You don't need much of that. Remember, eagles and stuff are territorial. They make one nest. And they have a huge 4-mile radius where they fight other eagles and don't want to share their territory, right? So just because you have a bunch of standing snags doesn't mean you're going to get more eagles. It just means you're going to have the eagles in their one nest and a bunch of dead trees just sitting there. So that's the big lesson. A good lesson here on 2 different things. And that's why cross-referencing is the most important thing to check a fire. We're the blind men feeling around the elephant. Nobody knows where the fire is from one moment to the next. That's the scary thing, is human beings can't see where the fire is. The fire crews don't know where the fire is. They are looking from the air with special instruments, but that mostly works best at night. But they're trying to figure it out, same tools we're using, that satellite. They get on the radio and they talk to each other. Hey, dude. Hey, Bob, do you see the fire? No, I don't, Sally. And they're using a lot of tools. They're looking at wind gauges. They're using modeling, which I don't do. I think it's neat, but I don't know how to use it, and I don't put a lot of stock in that. You listen to the radio. That's the #1 way to tell. We can't hear Kilo, which is over there by South Lake Tahoe. A couple people were, Nick, hey, Nick, speak of the devil. God, you're spooky. I said, Nick is the person listening to Kilo on the radio that was about to escape my lips. So Nick has the tactical channel feed. You spooky. God, you're like a magician that has just appeared behind me in a puff of smoke and you tap me on the shoulder. So we can't hear what Nick is hearing, but he's nearby and he has a special radio that hears moment by moment what they're doing down there. Broadcastify is the next best thing. We can hear dispatch. But if we were listening to dispatch, usually major events go to dispatch, where the eye in the sky, the person patrolling in the sky, we mainly hear them because when they're taken to the air, their radio goes for the long distances, right? But the stuff like fires crossed the line, put water on over there, go get a helicopter for us, dude. Where are you going? Drive the other way. You did a good job there. Keep it up. Let's make a break here. That kind of stuff we can't hear, although it's constantly going. What we hear is if a crew needs help from somewhere else, they'll get onto dispatch and try to talk to air attack, which is that person calling the shots from above, and say, dude, we need help over here. And sometimes he'll say, hey, crew below me, watch your back, or move, or do something else, or you have heat over here. But right now they've just changed. We have to wait for the new air attack take off and look out after them during the night. So this is that lull period right now. Hey, Dan says signing off. Hope you get some sleep. Thank you, Dan. You've been awesome. Come back and see us. I'm glad that you guys are reporting it's less smoky over at Susanville, but that just might mean the wind direction is changing. Let's find out where the smoke is. Do you guys see a clear smoke column path? Is it in a straight line anywhere, or is it you guys over there by Milford? Okay, Turtle, I'll check it. Siri says, fortune cookie for tonight. Courage is not the absence of fear, it's the conquest of it. I'm dedicating my fortune cookie to all the firefighters. Awesome. Maybe we should figure it out, Dusty. Magic 8 Ball. What's the Magic 8 Ball have to say about the fires? Ask the 8 Ball. Ask. Without a doubt. Okay, my question. I forgot to ask the question first. Okay. My question was, what in my head was, what are the fires going to do? And it says, without a doubt. Okay. Yeah, Magic 8 Ball, what will the fires do? As I see it, yes. Yes. Okay. So, yep, that's very helpful, Dusty. I think it's supremely helpful. It's the way I make all my important career decisions. And wow, look at that neat sunset, Hawkins Peak. That's the California I remember. That's what you typically see from the foothills. You know, when it's polluted, which is most of the time. But okay, here's Schaefer Mountain. Dang, this is still thick smoke over by Susanville. But my point is, if you want to see if something's making a run, hit the 15-minute time lapse. See if it's moving. Dusty interprets that as yes, the fire will stop at 395 tonight. That's Dusty's bet, and I'm hoping you're right, Dusty. I'll buy you a O'Doul's beer if you're right. Guys, I never ordered my food. It's been several hours and I haven't really eaten today. Let me since 7 in the morning. I apologize, but I've got to do that. Let's check our cams. The radio's on the Dixie, but we're not going to hear much out of Dixie or Caldor as the night shift happens. So I want to check our cams. Might be a good time to check in with Blancalerio. Or should we play the Caldor meeting, guys? Oh, the new aircraft pictures. I'm sorry. I didn't get that yet. Let me check it. In Mamsie's photos, I didn't. I couldn't quite fit them in, but didn't mean to ignore you. Let's play your movie. It got real scary today, and it's not over. But so far, we've had one of the best case scenarios. But tonight and the shifting winds of tomorrow remain Sketchville. For everything on the east flank of the Dixie, it was hot and heavy too. Over by the new some equipment broke down or threw a spark and started a new small fire behind the lines of the Dixie at Butte Meadows. I think they're doing well with that, but it was sketchy as well by the fantastic lava beds area and by Lassen Volcanic National Park. But we saw that gravy train of helicopters working it. I can't download this video. I'm sorry, Mamsie. I'm pressing the button and I'm not sure what's wrong. It's showing up. Let me try again. We had awesome people in chat today share live pictures and live videos from what was going on from Janesville. That was amazing. And Herlong Junction. Try to download this. Okay. Here's Mamsie's. I'll just mute that. That is some scary plume. There's a lot at risk here. A little bit earlier. Okay. Glad that finally worked. And I think Wicked gave us. I don't see the airplane ones. Let me try to refresh. Wicked. We're gonna have to look at the. This is the area where the fire came over the hill at Herlong Junction. I'm hoping we get better infrared views. These are some of the structures. Is this like an open store these days, or is it kind of a ghost town? What was this? Was this shops? I imagine this might date back to maybe the 40s or something. maybe earlier. It's kind of sad. See it closed. This is June 2018. But there's what you can't see is homes and ranches and things around here. And what they're worried about is with some winds, the spot fires could light this sage on fire. Now, what they've been doing probably to strengthen 395, and what Brian Miller was saying is they put retardant there, probably on either side. I think it's the hill, the west side of 395, to protect things. They went to structured defense, and we know they've been doing a lot of that. $1,000 fine for littering. Somebody tell the fire this. I think they owe us about $500,000 littering the landscape with flaming embers. Somebody send them a bill. But this is hard. See how there's almost no roads that go up there? Fire crews going up there have a high probability of getting trapped. It's just high risk, extremely high risk. They're patrolling 395 and will continue to do so throughout the night. Let me see. I don't have airplane pictures. Wicked. The planes are small, but the last picture said, oh, okay. CSM Moon, you know exactly where that is. Okay. Opus Singer, hey, welcome back. You're settled in a church parking lot in Placerville. Pollock Pines residents north of 50 are returning home. Maybe a while for me. Fingers crossed, though, things are going pretty good. Day after day. Overall in the Caldor, night after night with the miracles. So we're hoping that we have another midnight miracle where dead calm winds show up. Here's the live views of the Fort Sage area, looking pretty much at Herlong Junction and to the south edge. So this is much easier to tell where exactly the fire is. Basically. So let me get that bigger and draw that. Looks like that, basically. That bright white is the fire. But it's also things like heat radiated up off the clouds. It's the Constantia cam I was hoping would be clear. It has a lot of smoke. If the Constantia cam is smoked out, then that means the wind's changing directions. You can kind of see it do this, where the fire might try to push to the south on the ridge. It might run the ridge line. That's what I'm worried about, Dusty. See this? The smoke comes straight to the Constantia cam. This is concerning. If it's clearing out at Susanville, the wind has just shifted. The north wind is pushing it to the south. Can it run the ridge line and threaten places like Doyle and such? This is better news for the moment for Herlong and Janesville. Worse news for something like Doyle. So it'll play hopscotch along the top. That's a very big possibility. Remember, winds are fiercer on the top of ridge lines. This is why Doyle, we know that the fire's right here. This is why Doyle is on alert. We could have massive spread along this. What they have to do is make breaks like that. And I don't have a map that shows what they may have been able to achieve so far, if anything. So that explains why Doyle is on alert. See, Doyle right there. And this could change during the night. They're on watch right by here by poor Doyle. So right now we know that the fire is right there, because our camera is looking like so, and the smoke is going to the camera. So the wind has just shifted, going that way. Bad. We have a ridge aligned with winds. It can race along the top. No matter what kind of good lines they have, no matter what kind, even though they're really good, really good, really good, I'm just drawing random pictures. Even if they had good lines like that, under windy conditions, you can hop by spreading the embers like so. But that means windy conditions. So the best thing that has happened is that the fire was kind of stuck here in one spot, and they kept it out of Herlong Junction as best we could tell, which is a miracle. Going direct was high risk. Going direct with the VLAT tankers was high risk, but they just reaped a high reward. But we're breathing more of a sigh of relief for Herlong Junction, Patton Village, Herlong itself. Fingers crossed if the wind doesn't change back there tonight randomly, which it could. But however, we've got this bad scenario of it being on a ridgeline here and aligning with the wind and able to move. The bright light of this is at least the wind is pointing that way at night. And there's a lot less in the way of wind speed and wind gusts. There probably will be almost a dead calm tonight if I remember the forecast. Let's make sure. It's not just assume. But wind gusts are potential through the night. Now, people ask me, do fires start elsewhere and get big like this? Why is California cursed? Well, California's in the mega drought. But I've been tracking minor Oregon fires, and some have been erupting even around the Portland area that's wet. You know, the coast area where it's wetter, not in mega drought. And they've been just as frequently started by homeless encampments and such. The Canby fire, there's one in Beaverton today. There's some over in the Cascades areas that were just put out immediately because they're not in red flag, they're not in mega drought, they're not in the difficult terrain. A lot of people are like, what's starting all these fires? Well, fires start like in summertime, like more than 6 a day per county. Like vegetation fires, they're usually confined to about 5 acres, 20 acres, and then put out. The mega drought in this terrain, and this where they're getting out of hand is the steep terrain, heavy fuels. But it's normal. It's not like, people get fearful. Is somebody running around starting them? And no, it's just that the daily vegetation fires that start are getting out of hand. Sorry, why am I in Tahoe? I'd love to go look at the monument and such. But, okay, nighttime winds. Huh. I'd love to go look at all the other fires, the French and stuff, but we're having a hard time keeping up with this. I think I've slept 5 hours in the last 30. The Beckworth, I thought it was BECK. I just want to reassure everybody that we'll have new starts. It doesn't mean we're under attack from anybody. I mean, Oroville had a bunch that were people mowing the lawn and weed eating. The fire crew today accidentally lit a fire because of their equipment, like either crashed or overheated or whatever happened. Any little thing, any little spark could be a big deal. So just don't freak out when we get new ones. Expect them. Expect that those will change the game for the fires being fought here. Expect sometimes aircraft to peel away to those other events. That's the best thing they can do. They're most effective when a new fire starts, like right after it does. And that's why just when it looks really good for some fires, they have to peel away attention to others. That's part of why the Caldor got bigger. It's part of why the Dixie got bigger. Well, the Caldor starting. We just have to take it one day at a time. Don't look at the rest of the week and say, hey, it looks great. This fire will be great. understand that there could be a drawdown of manpower. Now this is really shifty. So the wind shifting to the south just occurred, but it's supposed to go east again, somewhere between 8 and 11. I mean, the west wind's supposed to go 8 to 11. I mean, the word's supposed to go, you know. And at 11 o'clock, it's supposed to shift. So, or it should be around 11. That might help it not spread along the ridges. But then we have wind all over the place. We have wind all over the place. So around 11 a.m. This is easier to draw. So look, 11 p.m. Mind you, this is treacherous, this area. 11 p.m., 11 a.m. So the communities over by Portola, they slammed this area to the north, like Crocker Mountain. They were slamming this area with retardant. Because at some point, Portola could be in danger from this Lake Davis area if the wind shifts south. But they're going to do that at 2 a.m. with almost a dead calm. 7-mile-an-hour wind gusts are just really nothing. 2-mile-an-hour sustained. So the forecast is looking better for Portola throughout the late night. And then around this area, it's forecast to go the southeast winds to the northwest. 22-mile-an-hour wind gusts from about 11 to 5 p.m., in which case it shifts around. Yeah. To pointing south, but only at night. So fingers crossed, it's looking, the forecast, if it's correct, is favoring Portola. Fingers crossed. I want to check on things like Quincy and the Grizzly Peak area to see, because the best defense of Quincy is lines that are right up here. Pretty much. Argentine. What's the wind going to do off these peaks? Generally favorable, except throughout the night, it's almost a dead calm with 11 to 16-mile-an-hour wind gusts. It'll be pointing to the west. So the lines will be tested tonight by somewhat relatively calm 11 to 16-mile-an-hour gusts until 8 a.m. So that's fingers crossed favorable. But everything could change, you know. Everything could change. We just gotta wait and see and look. Look at the activity of Portola today. It was just crazy. Yeah, save Portola. Yeah, Dusty Smoke. It's like they're trolling us, naming the new fires, trying to confuse everybody. I just am pulling my hair out. Oh, Dee Dee Mitchell says that's the old Junction bar. It's now torn down. The picture is old. Oh. How old was the bar? I love historic buildings. Okay, so that's not a structure they're trying to save then, I guess. Rachel says the air's not bad here in Janesville, but you can definitely see the glow in the sky. Ominous. So if I bring up the Beckworth fire perimeter, most of the forest land northwest of Doyle got fried. Hey, yeah. That's the thing that CalTopo continuously doesn't show me, and I'm mad at it. It's not old enough to be fire quote history. So I keep looking back. Yes, that's good. A lot of it was fried already. Less likely for the thing to make a hard run. But it's on watch for a reason. Lots of structures here. You know what? Look what didn't burn. That's why this area is on watch. This is primed and ready. Not exactly that on top of the ridge, but here's the scenario that's dangerous. Wind, embers. If it got down here running parallel, I could see why they splashed it today over by the junction. Up here, that's I guess a bitter positive that burned. Does anybody know how badly? Like, was it scorched earth, or are there pockets of unburns? Poor Doyle got hurt bad. It's a mixed blessing. I was hoping this would show their lines. Does anybody have like a briefing map that showed the lines? Let's look at our infrared. Wow, Babbitt Peak. Look at that. Look at these winds. This is looking north at what the trouble spot of the Dixie, the trouble spots. Hey, good evening, Kate. When donating, multiple sites pop up. No, one of them's for Dixie, one's for Caldor. If you're looking at my chat. But do you mean somewhere else? Okay. It could still sneak around the side of it. Yeah. That's the thing, is there's not a huge wall of unburned vegetation to protect Doyle. What Holt Hanley kind of alerted me to, and then Dusty and others told me about, is be careful with the burn scar thing. I mean, Holt's really awesome. You should check his weather forecast out. I think he's a legend in the making. He's like the new Walter Cronkite of like weatherology. And he was talking about the sheep burn scar. He made a good point that if you turn on fire history, the moonlight wasn't logged enough. The moonlight scar fed the Dixie because there's too many giant dead trees all over the landscape that they never logged after 2007. So it was just super dry. But here's the sheep fire burn scar where they put all kinds of lines and good defenses, and it had just burned recently last year. Yay, yay, yay. And the rosy picture was, we expect this to be solid. Yay, yay, yay. But what else? You know what the Dixie did? It went around the sides. It started to wrap around like a python and go around the sides and just go around the sides of it. That's nice that there's a burn scar. I'll just go around you. And it was a miracle that they have held it over in those areas. But it got hairy. Extremely hairy. I mean, the Dixie pretty much did go around it. See? Fire history. See how it went around it to the left? It just said, that's nice. I think I'll try to eat Susanville from the other side. I think I'll try to eat Westwood from the other side. The boa constrictor was tightening over there. The Cheney Creek area has been a huge problem. And there has been flare-ups that we saw on the Dyer Mountain Cam. There have been flare-ups around here that are visible, like yesterday. Now, I'm sorry, I'm going to turn on the radio. I have to order food before they won't deliver it anymore. I have been on that page with people coming to answer questions. Where is the mark, Doyle? Dusty is saying? Yeah, what is the mark? Is it a bar or something? Amberline says Dixie came over the ridge south of the mark. You can see the huge flames coming down. What's that? Doyle Fire District just posted now. The flame has made it over the hill that is south of the mark. Is that on Facebook, Marcia? Okay, I'll never eat. There's always something new happening. What's the mark? that on Twitter, Facebook, or? Okay, I think I found their Facebook. There it is. Okay, got it. Fire has made it over the hill and is south of the mark. Whoa. Just when we thought there was a positive. Okay. Thank you for alerting me. That's another thing to follow. The mark is a local store that people use as a landmark. It is south of the mark. The fire has made it over hill south of the mark. Do you have a address for me? Because then we could find it. The gas station. You can see the flames from here. Wow, Amber, are you in okay place? I think you're right, Jason. Oh, the mark is north of Doyle. Okay. The mark. Oh, that's Herlong Junction. Oh, okay. I thought it was at Doyle. Like, Doyle. Oh, that freaked me out there for a second. Okay. I thought what we were looking at is from the town of Doyle. But it's at Herlong? Okay, thank you. I'm at the right one? Right here? Right? Thanks, mates. So, to line up our photos, is south of the mark. Okay, is that like a little radio tower, or that's a? We can orient ourselves because there's some sort of a there. That isn't this the power line thingy visible in the photo? I think I lined it up. No. Trying to line the ridge line up like that. See? Look for Vallejo station. Okay, yeah. That's it. Alright, so do you think I've lined up the view well enough? Or do you think it's significantly like that? Significantly further south? Power lines? The Texaco showed is on the other side. You know what? Isn't that a hill? Let me try to line this up better. I have to go further south. I'm getting the idea. Do you think so, guys? Like Herlong Access Road or something, maybe? No. Motocross Park is going towards Janesville south a bit. I have to go south? Okay, further south, alright. Take a little bit more. I wish they'd kind of be specific. Ah, here we have some power lines and stuff. Okay. I think we might have our match. Yeah. Wow. We got it. Does this look right? Wow. Okay. So now we have a pinpoint of where exactly the fire is. That, oh, dang it. I should have hit the share button, not the back button. Arg. Okay. Screwed it up. Let me go back. I had it right. I had it so right. Now it's so wrong. I want to donate a meal to me. What do I do? Oh, thank you, Silver. I didn't know you were talking about me. I thought you meant the Caldor and Dixie. Here's my email. kathryn.davidson.wildfires@gmail.com. I really appreciate it. You can send a gift card, something like Uber Eats, Scrub, Hub, DoorDash, something like that. Thank you. God, I haven't eaten today since 7 in the morning. I promised myself I wouldn't do that. Okay, guys, it is time for me to order the food. Oh, Dusty says it's not moving fast. He has a correction. He didn't mean to freak people out. Bad, Dusty. Bad. No donut. No donut. Okay, thank you so much, guys. I appreciate that. I'm going to quickly get some beef kebabs. I think that'll be soothing. Yeah. With I've had a terrible stomach illness because of my perpetual ear infection today, and I was just so sick. And so here I was looking at the 3D view of the airplanes, and they radically just spun around on the map. Now the radio's on. I don't know why we're not hearing it peep. Hang on, let me check it. Okay, it turned itself off.
Could you repeat your unreadable?
Be right back, ordering food. Yeah, I'm ordering it. I'm ordering it to be delivered. Hang on. Meat skewers. The joke is that, you know, here we are trying to look at precision drops with the tankers, and you can go into 3D view and see the let's see, which cam do we want to monitor? The probably Fort Sage. Okay, that's live. That's the view from Fort Sage at the area where we're just looking. So this is just 36 minutes ago. The Doyle Fire Protection District took that image. Here's the same spot. This is live. The smoke's blowing towards Doyle, the town. So they are on alert. So we'll continuously monitor that. We're listening to the Dixie fire. If we want, we can watch the Caldor meeting a little bit later. Did they have a Dixie Fire East Zone meeting? Because that's what I missed yesterday, which was so critical. Gosh, thank you so much. You take care of me. Every time I get tired and fatigued and down, and I don't know that I can keep doing this day after day, people are like, do you want a donut? Yeah, I like donut. I am fueled by donut. And sirloin beef platter, rice plate. Ooh, served with 6 pieces. Oh my gosh, thank you guys. I'm going to have king mushrooms. These are healthy. You guys are giving me good food. So, thank you, thank you. I cannot do it without you guys. You mods are awesome. You guys who want to donate to me are awesome. I've got a PayPal link in the description of my video. But I want only pocket change left over. It takes debit cards and stuff. I forgot the super chat thing, how to set that up. I totally was looking for it. I turned it off, but mostly I want everybody to donate to the victims. I have the Caldor and Dixie fire pinned to the top of the chat where you can donate, and just pocket change. At the end of the day, will keep me running from day to day as I don't work and just kind of volunteer my time. I've been struggling with my health, trying to do my best. This has been unreal. I don't know, guys, do you guys know how long I've been doing this? They said it was day 53 of the Dixie fire or something, and I think I've been here since day 2. With only 2 days off. I don't understand. Time is a blur now. It seems like I've been doing this for 2 years. It seems like the Tamarack. 100 years probably. Oh, thank you, J-Lo, and everybody. I feel stupid. There was a whole bunch of emails, around 225 of them, bunch of emails that went into a special spam folder that I didn't see. I'm so sorry. But those who have emailed me and said like, hey, how do I donate to you? I'm such a rude person. I'm so sorry. I have to try to get to these. Each day that goes by, I think that I'll have a day to like just take 5 hours and just go through the emails. It hasn't quite happened yet. Fingers crossed. But I value every correspondence and all of you guys helping out. I'm just a little overwhelmed. I mostly just turn off the computer and sometimes fall asleep in my clothing, sprawled out on the bed, wake up, listen to everything while showering, still sit down at the computer, lather, rinse, repeat for 14 hours a day, 16, 18, sometimes more than that, which sucks. And I've completely lost track of like the rest of the world. Okay, sirloin beef. Yeah. Yes, you guys take care of me, thank you. I need this food to keep going. Oh. There's been no time to cook. I think I've been outside of my house 4 times since the Dixie fire started. I got my vitamin D. I got a sunlit window. Try and stay healthy. Sometimes when I walk away from the chair, I am
We're back, Brand 16 on command.
I'm doing like jazzercise almost, you know? While I'm stretching around, doing the yoga with my headset on, then I talk. Now, hopefully, we're going to get the night shift in, and the air attack eye in the sky comes back.
Division, Quebec, range 16 on command.
And we'll hear an update, because night shift has to know what's going on. Look at the 3-hour time lapse here. It's crazy. And they'll tell us what's going on. That's what we're waiting for. We had a bloody sunset there.
Go ahead for Quebec. With you. I can meet up with you at Road 10 down at Butte Spur. That'll work. For a little bit. Or if it's easier, I can meet you at DP 145. Get the area 9 jump tax.
Yeah, air attack. Is he coming out? Okay, this is the thing. This is a good trick. When air attack comes out, you click on the plane and you listen to Broadcastify, and he'll say, "Oh, out my window I see this and that," or "the fire is below me," and that would be the best way to track things. Caldor and Dixie both. So looks like they'll be in the sky soon. And I was just spacing out. Is that what was going on? I gotta order my food. Okay, question. Is chicken porridge something like chicken soup? Would that be soothing for sick? I think this is Chinese. John Vardy, hey, welcome. Found out the structure destruction map is wildly incomplete. Yeah, it is. They completed assessments on half of the streets and left the other half of the structures undescribed. Wow, in which fire? They have a backlog. Sounds like chicken oatmeal. That sounds good, Matthew. Welcome back, by the way. How are you doing? Yeah, that style of porridge is considered a comfort food. Ooh, okay. Wonton. Oh, maybe they have wonton. Yes, that's a good one. Okay. I'll add the chicken porridge. Say no onions, because you never know when onion's going to be in something. Okay. Bubble tea. Green Thai tea? Does that sound nutritious? Sweet red bean coconut sago? What is that? What's soothing? Okay. Is that volume loud enough for you guys to hear that radio? Now this isn't just one meal. It'll probably do me for a bit. I've got porridge. I go for the green tea for the sore throat. Oh, that's a good one. Bacon. Well, there's something called pork belly bow. Sounds good. That's like bacon, isn't it? Gosh, you guys are so good to me. Thank you. Kombucha, you're right. I need kombucha. That is good for stomach. Guys, do we have another cam to look at either? Sirloin skewers. Cucumber salad. Yeah, that's good. Vinegary stuff is like fermented, kind of good for the stomach, right? Okay.
Correct, 16, Sierra, command.
Sierra, Brand 16 on command, go.
I'm comfortable giving you two 24-hour water centers.
Sierra, Brand 16 copies. You have their identifiers?
Yeah, affirmative. Echo 1064. Echo 1374.
No! Ah! The agony!
Copy. Have them report to the Westwood Logging Road and come up on Romeo's TAC. They'll be working for Romeo.
Oh, no! No! It just closed. It's 9 o'clock.
Uniform, this is East Communications. Go ahead.
Biscuits.
All day uniform resources have arrived at Taylorsville Spike Camp.
Oh.
Communication copies. All day uniform resources arrived at Taylorsville Spike Camp. Have a restful night at 2059.
I don't think so. I was pressing order right before my finger made contact with the phone. It goes, "Brant, you must choose another restaurant. This one just closed." No! I was salivating. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Wish we could bring you food, some home cooked stuff. Oh yeah, Matt, that would be good. You know what, guys? Hang on. This is okay. Okay, I'm over it. All right, different restaurant. Back to work. I'm a big girl. I'll put my big girl pants on. Okay. Okay. I will find a nutritious restaurant. You are taking care of me. I am not going to do the Taco Bell. That's not going to happen. I don't think I'll be able to endure. if I fill myself with such junk. In fact, I'm pretty sure their beef is mostly sawdust. I mean, it's seasoned well. Taco Bell's one of those things that smell really nice, but then after you've consumed it, you kind of question, did I? Did I just ingest food?
Romeo 3 Alpha, this is Youth Communications. Go ahead.
Romeo 3 Alpha, conducting IR mission. Romeo. Call over.
Romeo 3 Alpha, I copy that you are conducting IR missions in Romeo. But could you repeat the rest of your traffic? You were a bit low.
Yeah, we're operating on a GP 622, and we'll call you when we're done with our operation.
Okay. What about Indian food? I don't.
Copies, conducting operations out of drop point 602. Have a great night. Clear at 2102. This is East Communications. Go ahead.
At Bagley Path Road and the 175.
Okay.
You're staging at Bagley Pass Road and North 75. Clear at 2103. Have a great night.
I love her. She's cheerful. I have a feeling that Indian food would just rock my world and not be stomach soothing. I don't have autocorrect. Blame you too. Oh, do you mean the auto thing? Yeah, plastic cheese. I'm pretty sure that Taco Bell perhaps has plastic cheese. That golden color is a little suspicious. I've never quite seen cheese that golden, like in real life. Hey, John Barney, so I'm back in the dark as are many. Not sure how they could pass over and not log strawberry. I think they saved most of the structures of strawberry, didn't they? But it's not out of the woods. I mean, oh, in Strawberry, John, they had falling rocks, and they closed 50. Like giant boulders were falling down around there in twin bridges. So they even got cut off from mutual aid the other day, and it was scary. Let's look at North Portola. I wouldn't think that they would just sit there and allow surveyors in, just essential personnel. They even kicked out the media and said, you are not, you're not safe here. Yeah, 50 will be a while, and Echo.
Communications, not uniform.
And all that has danger trees and rocks falling all over.
Resources briefed and assigned at this time. Have a safe and good night. Clear at 2105.
Okay. It's hard to find food without onions. If anybody has any idea why, onions could make me feel like I'm stabbed in the stomach. If there's some sort of a cure or remedy, I am all ears. I found out that that just does that. But don't get it. I wasn't always like that. I went to Spain and got food poisoning. I was never right afterwards. It's just all sensitive. Okay. Round Table Pizza is open late. Oh, really? They are? Time tea for the lungs? Ooh, okay. No, I have a complete and utter intolerance for onions. Like, it feels like I'm being stabbed. One large yellow onion coming right up. Yep. Shake fist. I'll get you. It changes the system, the poisoning, yeah. The best for your lungs is elderberry? Okay. You know what I'm going to do to you? You know what the punishment is for serving me an onion? I will take that golden onion, I will puncture it with a stick. I will dip it in chocolate. I will dribble a cherry sauce on the top of it. I'll hand it back to you and say I made you a snack. I'm going to say, look at this lovely candied apple. Ha.
East Communications, go ahead.
Okay. We're still waiting for air attack. Let me know when they're aloft. And that'll tell us much more about what happened today. Or do you want me to queue up the...
Medic 3. I got a good copy that you're staging at DP 606.
Did we have an East Zone update today, guys? I'm sorry if you already told me. Mongolian chicken noodles. Yeah, I gotta focus on the order, okay. What's in the cupboard? Mostly frozen chicken breast. I have butter chicken to make, but I'm too tired to get up and make it. I'm weak. I've been airsick all day. I haven't eaten since around 7 in the morning. Just forgot while I was sitting here to order anything, and I had it ordered and didn't hit the button just as events unfolded. My intention was to set up the radio and crawl back into bed. So I've had 5 hours of sleep in like 36 hours or something. 24 hours? I don't know. Probably 24 hours. And I'll go to bed early as I can. But I want to order a feast and have several meals ready.
For 1321 or 980, Task Force Seymour on command.
The restaurant just closed? What restaurant closes at 9:12 instead of 9? Okay, I'm being trolled.
1321 or 980 from Seymour on command 89.
I'm gonna... Okay, let's go to next candidate. Saigon Bon Me. Lemongrass grilled chicken. Oh yeah, fermented foods are good, right?
Communications, go ahead.
5 dozen Krispy Kremes. I think you will kill me. Really?
Communications, go ahead with your traffic.
Well, I actually did have E. coli, like the bad outbreak, and it's probably part of my problem. I will never eat lettuce again. I sweat bullets just looking at it. I wasn't hospitalized, but dang near. I was on the phone with doctors. I was going to clinics. Okay, I'll try banh mi, whatever this is. It's a sandwich with fermented something and Vietnamese it is. Okay. What's Thai chin? Is that a soup? Just trying to find something nice and easy. E-Zone update. Oh, is it there? Sorry. Stop and eat now. Fine. I'm going to put on the E-Zone. And you can be watching it, because it's quite important to understand what's going on. So that was the Plumas County. Oh, Plumas National. Right? One hour ago. Here you guys go.
Fire.
Do the
Good evening. Thank you for joining us for tonight's Dixie Fire Incident Update. My name is Kim Osborne. I'm Public Information Officer with Great Basin Team 1. First, let me bring you up to the latest numbers regarding the Dixie Fire. The fire is currently at 800,600. I'm having the hardest time here. 800,065.
She's like me.
1,703 with 50. The hardest time. One. First, let me bring you up to the latest numbers regarding the Dixie Fire. The fire is currently at 800,600. I'm having the hardest time here. 865,703 with 55% contained. There are currently 3,903 people. First, we'd like to introduce our incident meteorologist, Jack Messick.
Thank you, Kim, and good evening, everyone. All right. The last 2 days of August, we had some pretty strong winds over the fire that gusted as high as 38 miles an hour in a lot of locations, actually. So instead of that happening, though, over the next couple of days, where wind speeds like that obviously will drive fire. In fact, wind is the most important thing when it comes to figuring out what a fire is going to do in terms of weather elements. And tonight, or starting tonight and into tomorrow and the next night, the challenge is going to be wind direction instead of wind speed. Wind speeds won't be all that much. We will see gusts to above 20 miles an hour, which is pretty typical in the summer in the Sierra Nevada and in the mountains here. but a change in direction means a change in strategy and tactics will have to be employed. So what we're looking at after days and days of southwest flow is that the air is shifting, and this evening it's already shifting to the west, and by 2 a.m. tonight it'll be north to northeast, so in a totally opposite direction. And by sunrise we'll see winds out of the east, and actually they will actually be stronger in the morning than they are in the afternoon. We're looking for gusts above 20 miles an hour tomorrow afternoon, or tomorrow morning. And then in the afternoon, winds will get highly variable. It's sort of a struggle between the easterly flow set up by what we call a pressure gradient and the desire with afternoon heating for the winds to want to move upslope. So they're sort of fighting against each other. That helps weaken the wind, but it also makes the direction very much a challenge and something that firefighters will have to be very careful of as they go about their day tomorrow afternoon. We have been through a sort of a cooling down period that is changing as of today, or tomorrow. We start warming up about 3 degrees tomorrow, and then another 4 to 5 the next day. And so by Labor Day, we'll be hitting our peak, and there'll be a lot of locations, especially in the lower elevations below even Quincy, will be around 100 degrees on Labor Day. And that's sort of when the temperatures are going to peak, because we have a cold front coming in. At least it appears we do. It's a long way away. We're not quite sure it's going to happen. But this could prove to be another significant challenge to fighting this fire. Be very similar to what happened on the last 2 days of August. Very strong wind, still very warm, very dry. All these things not helping the fire. In fact, we may even get some thunderstorms out of it, depending on how far south this storm tracks. So the further south, the more likelihood of that. We'll have questions at the end of this, and I certainly welcome any if you have any questions about what's going on with the weather.
Good evening, Tobin Kelly with Fire Behavior. So I'll cover a little bit of what happened today out there. And, over on kind of the western side of the fire, pretty minimal activity. Up here north of the Devil's Punch Bowl, above H60, south of Taylorsville, still some fire activity there, backing and flanking, getting into a couple pockets of timber, but not real aggressive any kind of fire activity. Working down all along the Grizzly Ridge, all this is fairly quiet. It was a little bit more heat here just to the west of Lake Davis, but much less activity than we've seen lately. Coming across Turner Ridge, this was burning very intensely this morning. By about 4 o'clock this afternoon, lots of that intensity had dropped out. Still a lot of heat there, but not near the kind of fire activity we've seen in the last couple of days off of the ridge right here. Moving north, what happened is the west wind did clock around a little bit more. We had a little bit of fire come out just north of what they call Four Corners here, and that is pushing out this way a little bit. It's kind of staying even with this flank, just came out a little bit more. Very intense fire activity off in this country. The one reason that occurred, or one of the reasons it occurred, is previously we were having very intense fire activity here. We're getting a lot of smoke that helps moderate the fire activity, the fire out in front of it, and also was blocking some of the wind. Today we lost all that heavy smoke coming up here, so there's more sun being able to solar radiate and get down to the ground there, and also the wind was hitting this a lot more. So advantage of losing some of the intensity here, but it helps the intensity pick up out in front of it a little bit more. Working around the whole top edge there, there was some active fire, not a tremendous amount of movement, but there's still fire activity there. For tomorrow, as Jack said, it's going to be much more different kind of wind direction than we've seen. And as we've mentioned previously, when that wind switches, some places it's more favorable and other places it's unfavorable. The east winds will certainly be favorable for this portion of the fire. North winds won't be quite so favorable here. North winds will be favorable along this whole edge, not so favorable down along Grizzly and Turner Ridges there. So that's going to be, as Jack mentioned, the real real challenge tonight and tomorrow, is those winds changing around. So that's going to be very important for the firefighters to pay attention to, and also for where this fire is going to want to tend to move. We're also going to see some of those battling winds as the ridgetop winds come in, and also we get some slope and valley heating. So that's going to be another complication for the firefighters on the ground, is that some of those winds could push from the north and east, and then they may be overpowered by some of the slope and valley winds. So that's going to be a further complication on the line for folks to pay attention to. So that should be it.
Thank you. We will next have a video from Chief Brownell from the West Zone.
Hello, my name is Tony Brownell. I'm with Cal Fire Incident Management Team 1. I'm operations. Give you a quick update tonight for the West Zone. Starting down in Branch 9, relatively quiet. We did have one little spot that came out of the line. It's a demonstration of how resistant this fire is to control. It's been quiet in there for several days, and all of a sudden we got a spot outside the line. It was easily contained in less than a quarter acre. No other issue in Branch 9. Working into Branch 13, a lot of dead standing fuel in there. So outside the park and inside the park. So we're still working in there. We see some followers in there. They fell some trees, but there are also a lot of dangerous trees that are very dangerous to our firefighters. So we came up with a secondary plan. We're going to start working on it tomorrow with some mechanical equipment to go in there and take care of those trees to go direct. Hopefully we'll have that line tied in a couple of days, and we'll be able to go in there and start mopping that up. Moving into Branch 16, relatively quiet today compared to the last couple of days where it wanted to keep on running out on us. The wind made it quiet. It wasn't very susceptible to using aircraft in there. Most of the aircraft on the north side was used in Branch 13 today, mainly a rotor wing. But Branch 16 was too smoky. We couldn't get in there and do it. So we're still holding the line. We're still holding that Westwood Hall Road. It hasn't crossed. It's not even close to 44 right now. We're still quite a ways from 44. So that highway remains open. Moving down in there closer to Westwood and Almanor, we had a few calls for service in there, little hot spots here and there along the highway and around houses. All those have been mitigated. We're still looking good. And moving over towards Janesville. Janesville has been pretty quiet today. We're still in there mopping up that 30,000 acre spot. It has not moved. We're looking really good. We're assisting the east side for this fire that's coming up out of the valley near Davis Lake. So we have a lot of resources along the 395 corridor that are prepping structures, getting ready for the fire does come off that escarpment. Within the last half an hour, the winds are picking up on the ridge, so it's trying to push off the ridge a little bit, but we have a lot of resources in place to start taking care of the structures. Last night, we went in there and prepped all the structures. There's over 100 of them in there. We got dozer line around all of them, and also hand line, and they're all prepped and pre-planned for the fire does come off that escarpment. We are flying fixed wing aircraft in that area right now, and there's no plan to do any fire operations. We're going to catch the fire when it comes off the escarpment and get down to the toe of the slope. Thank you.
All right, next we will hear from our East Zone Operations Chief, Ian Satterfield.
Good evening, everybody. Filling in for Jeff Sturber, our field ops. He's actually still out on the line, managing folks out there. So I'm going to start with our division WWXX over here. Everything looks really good over there. We had folks out there patrolling, mopping up. No real concern over there. And we'll continue to have resources out there making sure everything stays in place. Moving up to where Dyer Mountain is, we did have folks up there. Again, they're working on mopping up, patrolling, holding the line, making sure that everything stays where it's at. We also have quite a bit of equipment up there. They're working on doing some backhaul of hose and that kind of stuff. Working over into November up here on the top, real good day for the folks up there. They were also patrolling, securing, mopping up, no issues all day long. Working into Indian Valley, where we have Division UU, just outside of Taylorsville. All our lines on the north end of this section have been completed. It's all plumbed. We have hose in here, and everything looks really good. We had crews on the north end of this, and they are improving the road system as well as some dozer line. And they were also looking for opportunities to be able to cut some of the size of this thing off. So they've got a plan in place, and they have dozers working actually currently punching in line across all the way in here. So we're able to kind of cut this piece of this piece of land off. That way we don't have to deal with it. The great thing that we have going here is that this Devil's Punch Bowl today was fairly calm. We had air resources in there, keep it in check, and we're developing a good plan together to deal with that when weather and the fire behavior gives us an opportunity. Working into the Genesee Valley, we had a good day in here, no movement. We had engines and crews in around the structures in there, mopping up any of the hot spots, making sure they don't creep into anything. A really good day in the Genesee Valley. Working up into Romeo, which covers along the Grizzly Creek Ridge. We had folks implanted in here all the way down to where it ties into Davis Lake. Really good day here. We had no issues, no spots. There's quite the complement of hose out here, and folks mopping up, getting depth in there. Working around into Quebec. Up on this dozer line, everything held really well today. We did have an area here from the night before that the dozers couldn't push. It was incredibly rocky, and rocky conditions and dozers don't work well together. So first thing this morning, we got one of our shot crews that were hot shot crews. They're the type 1s. We got them up in there. They developed a good plan, went to work, and at the end of shift, they had that thing hooked around and tied back into the other dozer line around the corner. So into tonight, they're going to work really hard. We'll have folks out there all night, making sure that the hard work that happened in there today will stay. Working back around, we had dozers improving the line, working out to the east. They were improving it, and as Tobin had mentioned, we did have some fire slop over and start making some runs, and we do still have dozers and folks out there still trying to go direct on that, trying to hook it back into itself. Working out into Papa, we had Papa was working well in conjunction with our folks up to the west. And we had Milford group and Hicks group that were embedded into Papa, and they had dozers that were working off of the Last Chance dozer line that we have here. And this is actually Last Chance Creek. Working on that, and they were punching dozer line, working back to the west, trying to secure this, keeping this from trying to move down into Milford, as well as trying to look at working to come around the head of the fire. And then we had also folks down in here working to push dozer line, trying to come up the edge, trying to secure this end. In addition, we have our Davis group, which is it's a group of resources that we can use and embed into different divisions. And so that division, we had folks in Quebec, as well as Papa help and support that. So we had good leadership and some hard work done there. We also had our structure group. Most of their focus was doing structure prep and preparation in this Dixie Valley area, as well as down in Grizzly Heights. And working in there, we had folks that were putting a contingency line on the cutoff road. We had masticators in there prepping that road for a contingency. That work should have been completed today. And then we also had folks out here just off of Lake Davis in the road system working on another contingency line just in case. The other thing we had three main priorities for our air resources today. This section over in the Devil's Punch Bowl, the area up here on Turner Ridge, and then of course out here on the front. So early in the morning, we got my understanding is at the end of the shift, we had all the big air tankers were out at the head of the fire, putting retardant. They had put retardant all the way around the head, right there on the escarpment, and the fire was still hanging up on the escarpment, and it hasn't made any kind of really big push down over the edge, down into there. So that's really good news. And we also had we have 4 scoopers. They're big planes that scoop.
Sorry, I missed what you just said. You're motioning over there. Let me go back. Sorry, one moment.
The Valley area. as well as down in Grizzly Heights. And working in there, we had folks that were putting a contingency line on the cutoff road. We had masticators in there prepping that road for a contingency. That work should have been completed today. And then we also had folks out here just off of Lake Davis in the road system working on another contingency line just in case. The other thing we had three main priorities for our air resources today. This section over in the Devil's Punch Bowl, the area up here on Turner Ridge, and then of course out here on the front. So early in the morning, we got my understanding is at the end of the shift, we had all the big air tankers were out at the head of the fire, putting retardant. They had put retardant all the way around the head right there on the escarpment. And the fire was still hanging up on the escarpment, and it hasn't made any kind of really big push down over the edge down into there. So that's really good news. And we also have 4 scoopers. They're big planes that scoop water right out of the lake. And they were working super hard on assisting that shot crew on this Turner Ridge. Again, one of our major priorities. And we had quite a bit of rotor wings, so the helicopters, work in this area up in the Devil's Punch Bowl, making sure that all that stayed in place. One of the other good news is that we have the military coming in tomorrow to assist us. It'll be 5 strike teams of crews, so that's 10 crews individually, so that's 20 people. So do the math. It's going to add quite a bit of horsepower to our to the firefighters and the resources on the ground. So we're looking forward to embedding them in with the firefighters and having a good day tomorrow. With that, the end of report.
Good day tomorrow.
Thank you, Ian. Next, we'll hear from Plumas County Sheriff Johns.
Good day tomorrow. Yeah.
Good evening. I'm Plumas County Sheriff Todd Johns. Yesterday, we reduced the evacuation order for zones 38A, 39, 40, 13, and 18A and B. These areas consisted of the Echo Lake area, Swain Mountain, North Stover Mountain, eastern portions of Indian Valley, and the Peters Creek area. And I'd like to clear up a rumor about our shelter in Portola. The shelter at Holy Catholic Church located at 108 Taylor Avenue in Portola is still taking evacuees. We do have a contingency shelter that we are establishing should we need it, but as of right now, the shelter at the Holy Catholic Church is still up and running and taking evacuees. Then I want to remind folks that for the most current information, please follow us on Facebook or refer to our website, plumascounty.us, under the Dixie Fire tab. And of course, for a current evacuation map, please go to community.zonehaven.com. Next, I'd like to speak to you about what is called a ROE, or right of entry form. For some background, we are very much in the process of still reacting to this fire every day, but we're also in the recovery process in areas such as Greenville Canyon Dam and the Feather River Canyon. The right of entry form, Plumas County has been working with Cal OES and other state and federal partners on a program to facilitate safe removal and handling of burn debris and ash and hazardous trees. To obtain the service, a homeowner must complete a right of entry form, so the ROE, and allow these agencies to clean their property. To complete the paperwork, visit countyofplumas.us website, click in the Dixie Fire tab, and go to the debris removal page. Also be sure to use the ROE checklist. If you're going to utilize an independent contractor for the cleanup of your property, you need to work through your insurance company and independent contractor to have this work completed. So there's 2 sides. The ROE is for if you need state assistance, but again, if you want to use an independent contractor through your insurance company, you do not need the ROE. Phase 1 cleanup crews are continuing to make good progress every day. They're working as quickly as possible to complete the process. I'm told they're approximately 44% completed at this time. And you can track their progress on the Plumas County website under Recovery section of the Dixie Fire tab. Phase 2 of the debris removal will not start for several weeks, and it may take a few months to complete once it is started. So continue to monitor our Facebook page for that. And again, we are working as fast as we can with our partners to repopulate areas under mandatory evacuation orders. And I just want to discuss that momentarily here. So again, we've had Greenville, a large portion of Greenville evacuated for well over a month. I anticipate that we'll be able to start moving folks back into certainly Greenville and Canyon Dam and Warner Valley. I can't give an exact time frame, but it should be in the near future. I want to remind folks of several things, though. Hazards are still going to exist even as phase 1 gets completed. And then there's residents that will be near burnt structures, and those folks will be able to return to those structures even though phase 1 cleanup is continuing. There's a strong chance that water will not be potable, and that there could even be a no boil, no use recommendation, which means that you can't even use the water to brush your teeth, and you should take short showers and things like that. So again, as we bring folks back home, if those conditions do exist, we will supply bottled water for you. There's very little to no infrastructure. There's no store in Canyon Dam that used to be there. Evergreen Market is still closed, and I'm told they may not open for around another week. There's no fuel. There's no medical clinic at this time. However, the ground and air ambulance service is still there. Our local fire hall in Greenville was destroyed and equipment is scattered. I'm told there's going to be a temporary hall that they're going to construct, but that's still several days out. And then also personnel have been displaced. Residential garbage, especially in refrigerators, will need to be disposed of in dumpsters that have been placed throughout town. And myself and my staff have been working on possible replacement refrigerators for those in need. There's extended periods of time between towns due to road work and tree removal and fire equipment that's moving about the road. There's no internet or landline phone services at this time, no pharmacy. And again, areas will most likely open prior to phase 1 completion. Residents will be able to return to their houses that are still standing. And for those that have lost their residence, you will be able to access standing structures like garages and outbuildings to retrieve personal belongings. But this will not mean that we've entered what we would call the sifting stage. That time will not start until all of phase 1 cleanup has been completed. So again, that's a long list, and that's not even a complete list of issues that exist when folks return home. So I want to just caution folks to make sure that when we put these orders out that you can return home, that you are diligent in reading them and that you understand them, and then understand that if you have medical conditions and needs that can't be filled within the town, you may want to consider not returning to town until a lot of those needs can be met. I want to say that I know this is a difficult time for all of us. It continues to be difficult. Unfortunately, the recovery process is going to be lengthy and time-consuming. You have my commitment and my staff's commitment that we're going to ensure to make things move as quickly and as efficiently as possible. That goes for the folks from FEMA and OES that I've met almost daily as well. And as always, I want to thank you for your continued support. So thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Now we'll watch a video from Sheriff Dean Groden from Lassen County.
Hello, this is Lassen County Sheriff Dean Groden. It is the 2nd, about 6:20 p.m. So we didn't change any warnings or orders today. We had a significant fire activity, up over the escarpment. We did have some areas where it came over the escarpment, but hasn't as of now made any major runs down into the valley. Everything is going to stay status quo, at least for the time being. People right now, there's a lot of traffic on Highway 395. People really need to be paying attention, watching their speeds. There's a lot of smoke, the smoke columns moving all over the place, and you just don't know what the wind's going to do, what the fire's going to do. So we know we have a lot of people under evacuation orders in this area. we ask that you be patient with us. We'll be working with the team each day to discuss what our options are as far as the potential for letting people go home and so on. But right now, as you see, behind me, up above, this Herlong area really right now. But there's a significant amount of fire all the way from Herlong around to, that Milford area running straight back beyond the escarpment. So there's a lot of potential right now for a variety of areas. Luckily, I know there's been some comments online and so on about, the lack of aircraft. There's been a lot of aircraft today. The column shifted to the south, and they've been able to get a lot of the large tankers in, dropping retardant, trying to create that line on the north side of this fire to protect that, primarily, that Milford area and so on. So we're hoping that the weather holds for us, that they're able to keep holding that north line to protect Milford and all that country. Just want to thank everyone working so hard on these fires. Appreciate all the efforts, and everyone stay safe and God bless. Thank you.
All right, next we will hear from Agency Administrator for the U.S. Forest Service, Plumas National Forest, Chris Carlton.
Thank you and good evening. Couple of updates first of all, I'll start with as everybody's probably aware, we do have those closures that remain in effect across the forest. Keeping everybody out for safety and make sure we're reducing the risk of people being in places that are dangerous right now and the potential for additional new starts. We're going to continue to keep everybody updated on those closures right now it's through the 17th. Going to keep everybody posted on that as it continues to change and they assess those conditions as we get closer to that time. Secondly, I want to talk about campgrounds. I know we've got some additional evacuations. Looking at the numbers, we went up quite a few folks with the evacuations in Lassen County. We do continue to have campgrounds available for folks here on the Plumas National Forest. If you are evacuated, I know we have the closure in place, but we're happy to work with you and we'll issue a permit for you to be able to stay at one of the campgrounds. They are primitive, but it may be better than some other options. So if you're interested, please get a hold of us. We'll help you out. Last thing I wanted to talk for a second, I want to talk a little bit about messaging, and I want to accept some responsibility, and I want to clarify a couple of things. We always are asking you, tell us your questions, tell us what we can be doing better, and you have. One of the things that we've heard is when we brief these maps, when we go around these maps, for those folks in Milford, Janesville, Herlong, we have not been doing a good job of highlighting the concerns, what's going on up there, and I'm not going to offer any excuses or anything like that. That's something we need to be doing better. I do want to let you know that whether or not we've been talking about it, it absolutely has been a focus for both those teams working together. Every day they're passing resources back and forth. Every day you've heard the comments kind of between the two teams about all the stuff that's going on there. That's also where that division break is. And so one of the things that's happening is, there's a little bit of having to clean up that part. So we will take care of that. We will get better messaging out there around that, and we'll do a better job of keeping you informed. So I apologize for that, and we'll fix it. The last thing I wanted to talk about was the it's going good phrase. I don't know about the rest of you, but it's been really tough these last few days when people say, how are you doing? I don't know how to answer that question. I think a lot of you definitely don't know how to answer that question. We're 40-something days into a fire that's 866,000 acres, devastated communities, devastated a lot of the places we love, and shows no signs of wanting to stop. So are we having good days? We absolutely are. Are we having bad days? Yes, we are. We've seen a couple of those. I'd love to say we don't have any more ahead of us, but I can't say that, and nobody here can say that. What I can say is we have every firefighter and every first responder here, regardless of what uniform they wear, what team they're on, working as hard as they can day and night to put this fire out, to keep you safe and to keep communities safe. That's not going to change no matter what happens until we're done with this. So I really appreciate your time. Wish you a good, safe evening, and thank you.
We will now show a video from Agency Administrator from the Lassen National Forest, Deb Bumpus.
Good afternoon, everybody. Deb Bumpus. I'm the Agency Administrator for the Lassen National Forest here in Susanville. I want to welcome you again to the evening Facebook Live meeting. And today I just wanted to touch on just our communities. I know that it's been a long 50-plus days for the fire, but especially for those folks who have lost homes or who are unable to go back home due to closures. We are here to support you as much as we can, and just ask that there's a lot of people that are asking us how they can help, and be willing to allow those folks to help if they come to you. A lot of times it's just hard to ask for help and we want to do it all ourselves. But there are folks that really want to reach out. We have very strong communities up here, and I know that we will recover from this. It might take a little while, but we're all here together to help each other. So for the folks from Greenville, folks in Genesee Valley, Chester, Canyon Dam, and any others who may have lost their homes, we're so sorry for your losses. We're glad that you were safe and hope that we can help you rebuild in the future. We also are wanting to thank the firefighters that are here helping, from all the agencies. They're doing a really good job under really difficult conditions. Hopefully today we've seen less winds and hopefully less growth in the fire. So we look to the future, hoping that we will see an end to this coming soon. We'll have some cleanup to do. We have homes to rebuild. We have forests to rebuild. So be patient. If you need to talk about this to anybody or you have ideas, just please give us a call. We'll be glad to help you. Thank you very much and have a good evening.
Our final speaker for the East Zone is Incident Commander Evans Quo.
Thank you, Kim. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Nick Truax, Incident Commander, CAL FIRE Team 1, and myself, Evans Quo, Great Basin Team 1, thank you all for joining us. And also thanks to the sheriffs of both Lassen and Plumas County for their support. So, as you heard from our incident meteorologist, our fire behavior analyst, and as well as operations on both sides, we're still not catching that break from that weather. Things are still pressing us and making things very challenging. And as you can see from the extreme fire growth that we've had over the last couple of days, that is the result of all those red flag conditions. And the other thing is, even though the weather might be slightly moderating a little bit with regard to wind speeds and some temperature, the fuels are just so dry that it's not making that much of a difference, and the fires continue to just be very, very aggressive. One little bit of good news for this area in the Dixie Valley is, the terrain is a little gentler in this area, so it's a lot more conducive for us to run bulldozers and other heavy equipment in there and be able to get in close on the fire. So you may have heard our operations talk about going direct and pushing direct dozer line right up against the edge of the fire, or as close to it as they possibly can, as opposed to